Liangzhu, Mr. Hu, Governor Pei, I am leading troops to Ming State, and the entirety of the Liangzhu army relies on both of you. The Great Wall must be closely monitored, and once the barbarian bandits show signs of activity, you can implement scorched earth tactics and retreat to Liangzhu City to hold steadfast without venturing out. Sitting atop his fiery fire horse like a mountain, LV instructed the retainers, including Mr. Hu, who were staying behind. Rest assured, General LV. Pei Tianan promised the Northern Territory in my charge will absolutely not encounter any problems. Big brother, Bu Qi. LV looked at the young master who was riding fast towards him. What are you doing? I am going too. Sun Buki, displaying the long spear in his hand, said, I've achieved bone-forging perfection. I can be of help. That won't do. LV refused. You and your junior sister should just stay put in Liangzhu. We don't need you. Wait. Sun Buki pressed on. Big brother, tell me straight. What's the situation in Ming State like now? Why are you starting to deploy a large army there again? Has something happened? Dongan, LV did not turn back, holding his heavenly halberd as he spurred his horse away. He's betrayed the country. Dongan had betrayed the country. This kind of high-level intelligence was something the others simply had no clue about. Sun Buki was struck as if by thunder. Sister, my brother-in-law. Sun Li was not far away, only she didn't come up to talk to LV. The map. Sun Buki quickly acquired a map. If Dongan has betrayed, then the whole of Ming State is sister. What do we do? The second senior brother and the others have sent letters saying they've already sent people there. Sun Li's lips were bitten nearly to bleeding. Don't tell Sister Lan, understand. You still worry about that when Chen Sansi is finished, done for. Sun Buki said, not just him, the entire Ming State is done for. You stay here, I'm going back to see if I can get in touch with father. Sun Li silently rode back to Chen Mansion. Sister. Gu Zinlin, with her pregnant belly, welcomed her at the door. How did it go? Quite well. Sun Li dismounted, squeezing out a smile without much joy. We won. Our little nephew will certainly be able to return before his birth. Good, that's good. Gu Zinlin took her hand. Sister, I'll teach you how to make clothes for the baby. Oh, okay, Yan State. Old 2. Rong Yankyu caught up to the second senior brother Cheng Wei ahead. Have the letters arrived? They have. Cheng Wei released his high donking. Our younger martial brother is still alive, but the situation is bleak, with over 100,000 troops besieging them. I'm afraid they can't hold out for much longer. Rong Yankyu's gaze was cold and sinister. That Dongan is really something. Old 4 has become the demon in his heart. To win against Old 4, he would stoop to such measures. He better hope I don't catch him. Oh no. Cheng Wei was distracted, fiddling with an abacus in his hands. It's all over, all over. What do you mean, all over? Rong Yankyu spoke icily. Within 20 days, we must break into Ming State. 20 days won't do. We need at least 40 days. Cheng Wei clicked the beads of the abacus. Right now, the West Qi Kingdom has stationed a large force on the essential route heading south, and with the continuous supply of food and forage from within Ming State, it's impossible to take it down in a short time. In this battle, the West Qi Kingdom has all the advantages, not only fighting on our turf with our civilians dying, but the provisions consumed are also from Ming State's stores. It's simply a business where they only win and don't lose. 40 days is too long. Rong Yankyu glared at him. Old 2, aren't you usually the most cunning? Find a way to break through within 30 days, no matter what. I'm not an immortal. Even if you ask Old 4, it would be the same. Cheng Wei put away the abacus. Unless the central part is empty, someone could go to Golden Spring Manor, burn their granaries, and it would take the West Qi Kingdom 2 months to transport grain from their own territory. Once the supplies are cut off, they will naturally have to start retreating, and only then can we seize the opportunity. But do you think it's possible? Zhao Wuji is barely able to protect himself. Sha Wenlong and his party are trapped in Yangchun Prefecture, and our younger martial brother is crossing the Hong's River trying to head south. Who could go? Enemy troops, outside Golden Spring Manor. The rebel army in charge of escorting the food and forage panicked as they saw the rapidly approaching cloud of dust, struggling to understand where the attackers were coming from, and moreover, they were cavalry. Kill. Before they could make a judgment, the cavalry had already charged in, nearly unstoppable, and the 2,000 rebels collapsed in an instant, dropping their supplies and turning to run, while the civilian workers scattered in all directions. Burn it all, burn everything. Chen Sansi ordered, then head to Golden Spring Manor. Good, quick, do as General Chen says. Yu Song was momentarily bewildered at such an easily gained victory. So were Zai Sishu and Lu Shuhua. They couldn't understand. How could Chen Sansi so accurately predict the enemy's movements and position, and then find a gap among countless dead ends to wriggle through? There are people ahead. Lu Shuhua pointed towards the figures in the forest ahead. Brothers, go for them. Don't attack, it's me, it's me. These people, clearly dressed in red eyebrow army uniforms, were moving towards them, though there weren't many, only about 20 or so, and each one of them was grimy and gaunt, looking as if they would fall over with a gust of wind. Brother Chen, it's me, Yan Chengqing. Chen Sansi quickly recognized the man. What are you doing here? Brother Chen doesn't know. Out of breath, Yan Chanking said, during the decisive battle, we were scattered here. I led my brothers into the deep forests to live like savages for months. At last, we've waited for you. How's the situation now? Why have you come back? Have we turned defeat into victory and started a counterattack? Not everyone has access to intelligence like Hai Donking. For them, being on the battlefield was no different than being blind. Zai Sishu briefly explained the current situation. What? Yan Chanking doubted he had heard right. You only have about 3,000 people, and both General Shah and the princely heir are trapped elsewhere. How did you manage to appear here and burn their supplies with such audacity? There's no time to talk about that now. Chen Sansi asked Mr. Yan, do you know the current situation in Golden Spring Manor? Yan Chanking had been guerrilla fighting in this area for a while and knew some things. It's very empty. However, apart from the 2,000 guarding the supply route, there must be about 2,000 more in the city. Moreover, as far as I know, the main general is at the minor meridian passage level, and the deputy general is nearing the meridian passage level from Huajin Perfection. Now that their supply route has been intercepted, they will definitely come out of the city to pursue us immediately. Another 2,000 men. Chen Sansi knew it meant they had to fight a tough battle. There was no other way. War was not a game he couldn't know the exact strength of the enemy. Only estimate approximately a discrepancy of 2,000 men wasn't significant. Sir, a scout from the front reported, a large army has come out from Golden Spring Manor. They're quick. Yusong said somberly, quick, burn the supplies. Once burned, set up our formation and confront the enemy right here. They don't have as many men as we do. Take it slow and we'll definitely crush them. No, Chen Sansi interjected, Vice Admiral Yu, we should set up the Heaven and Earth Triad formation and charge directly at them. General Chen, haven't you always been cautious in deploying troops? Yusong felt this youngster was unpredictable and curiously said, if we charge into a melee, we'll lose the advantage of our superior numbers, and there's also the risk of collapsing. War is also about deceit. Chen Sansi said, moreover, Vice Admiral Yu, don't forget, we might have a large number of enemy forces coming from the east bank behind us, and north of the Washui River is the main base of the Kaimei army. Perhaps a large army is crossing the river. Once we stay here too long, we will be caught in a three-sided attack by tens of thousands of armies, so we must take this risk now, and don't aim to kill the enemy, but to rout them. Once the battle starts, Brother Zai, Brother Lu, Brother Yan, and I will head straight for the enemy generals. As long as the main general and deputy general are killed, the enemy will naturally lose their will to fight. It's just that I don't know if you can handle their commander at the minor meridian passage level, Vice Admiral Yu, a level higher than mine. Vice Admiral Yu gripped his weapon. No problem, I'll give it my all. Good. Chen Sansi tightened the reins with one hand. I'll take on those at the Huajin Perfection level. I've achieved Huajin. Chen Sansi didn't elaborate further. Having been in Ming State for such a long time, achieving Huajin was reasonable. Brothers, listen to me. So let's give it our all. Let's give it our all. Kill the rebel army, attack Wudong. Kill the rebel army, attack Wudong. The promise of surviving the upcoming battle ignited extremely high morale among their troops. Chen Sansi didn't tell them about the plans that would follow. Sometimes people need short-term goals to drive them, which is called quenching thirst by thinking of plums. If he told them about the long road they still had to travel, many would despair. Because everyone was simply too exhausted. After months in Ming State, no one had slept well or eaten a hot meal. Even an iron body couldn't bear it. They had made it this far purely on willpower. Once that was gone, it was over, no matter how elite the forces were. And this was just from traveling around one state with a continuous supply. General Feng, the remnants of the reserve camp are just ahead. Deputy General Su Kai said, but I'm afraid we won't be able to save the supplies. Damn it, General Feng had just received the notice that a group might appear from the east and loot the supplies, instructing them to rush out of the city and encircle them. How did they arrive so quickly? Pass my order. Once the enemy is spotted, form a formation 20 miles out. Try to avoid combat as much as possible. Our goal is to delay them until additional pursuers arrive. They will naturally become fish in a barrel, however. After they formed their formation, they were shocked to discover the enemy had no intention of confronting. Instead, they had set up a charge formation and were heading straight toward them, with earth-shattering cries of war. Are they not afraid of dying? Small car suspension array. While the main troops formed the Heaven and Earth Triad formation, their military officers gathered together in the small car suspension array, spearheading the front and forcefully breaking through an opening. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Mounted on his horse, Chen Sansi was already shooting arrows continuously before the charge, nearly killing 100 men until the enemy brought out the mystical iron shy. Sometimes from behind or from the flank, when the surprise attacks were launched, as long as they were from those below the refining organ level, Chen Sansi didn't even dodge. He let them chop at his body, sparks scattering like iron striking against his mystic armor. Occasionally someone would strike at his neck, a gap where the armor didn't cover, but even those were forcibly withstood by the trembling of his Vajra body. To the higher-level martial artists, this indicated a special physique, but in the eyes of the vast majority of the ordinary rebel army, it was as if a god of slaughter, impervious to sword and spear, had descended from the heavens, bringing an indescribable shock. These rebels were under Dongan's command, not possessing the mysterious, momentarily unrecognizable chi enhancement. Under the cover of the car suspension formation, they entered the uninhabited territory and quickly reached the location of the rebel army's main general and deputy general. But there were hardly any men left behind him. After all, it was a deep ambush. Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, and Yan Chengqing, among others, were intercepted by the enemy army during the charge and fell into deadly battles. All of them were refining organ martial artists, and the enemy army also had refining organ warriors. Now only Chen Sansi and Yu Song remained. Rebels, meet your death. Yu Song roared, engaging in combat with the main general. Chen Sansi, however, thrust his spear towards the deputy general. Sukai, with a mo blade in hand which was heavy and mighty, swung the blade down in panic. The blades collided with the five tigers' soul-breaking spear, emitting a crisp metallic buzz, stabilizing his unease. The young general opposite him could not maintain strength in his mystical weapon for long, indicating he was merely proficient in Hua Jing, but he was a genuine Hua Jing great perfection, about to step into the Meridian Passage realm in another 2 years. I thought you were something special, just a brute die. Sukai was no longer afraid. The mo blade in his hands, everyone charged forward. Wang Zhai yelled exhaustively, cover Sansi, create a one-on-one situation for him. Being already 2 major realms apart, if a few more refining organ or early-stage Hua Jing opponents interfered, it would increase the difficulty. Attack! The brothers from Poyang County were all as if invigorated with chicken blood. Boom. Sukai's mo blade chopped down again. On the blade of the mo blade, there was a layer of invisible force, something only a Hua Jing great perfection martial artist could achieve, enhancing the weapon with chi, and even releasing some of it externally, effectively adding another blade surface on the weapon. The five tigers' soul-breaking spear first came into contact with this chi layer, and by the time it broke through the chi and truly made contact with the mo blade, much of power had already been reduced. An ordinary martial artist proficient against a Hua Jing perfection would certainly be easily killed within less than 10 exchanges. Clang, 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 clang. Several exchanges passed. Sukai's killing intent grew stronger, and his saber techniques became even sharper, containing all his most ruthless and lethal skills. Sure enough, the enemy general couldn't hold on. After the 19th exchange, the enemy general took advantage of a gap to turn his horse around, dragging his long spear in an attempt to flee back to his own lines. Clearly, both his chi and chi blood were exhausted, seeking to save his life. Where do you think you're running to? Sukai roared, spurring his horse into a chase. The opponent's white horse wasn't fast, and Sukai quickly closed the distance. 30 paces, 20 paces, 10 paces, finally 5 paces. Sukai howled like a beast, raising his mo blade high, amassing chi around the blade, ready to cleave the enemy general in two from the back. Buzz. At the same moment the mo blade chopped down. The previously retreating, fleeing enemy general suddenly bent backwards in an extremely strange posture, his long spear thrusting out in a flash under the blazing sun. It was like a dragon breaking out from the sunlight, its force immense, its power mountain splitting. A surge of indescribable shock overwhelmed Sukai, stunning him for a brief moment. Backward charge, what a cunning backward charge. And this spear technique was no ordinary technique. From the reserve camp wielding a spear, this man was Chen Sansi. As someone under Dongan's elite forces, naturally he had some knowledge of the selected point from Liangzhu. This lad had been concealing his skill. The purpose was to lure the enemy deep, then ambush them with a backward charge. Excellent strategy, worthy of someone who had thought of leading his army here to burn their provisions. A man of great talents. Too bad, he was going to die. Sukai sneered internally. He was at Hua Jing perfection. As long as he blocked this spear, taking this leader's head would be as easy as turning over his hand. This was the champion leader, the closed-door disciple of Sun Xiangzong. Not to mention gold and silver, the resources he would gain later could allow him to progress further in martial arts. Die. Boom! Sukai exploded with unprecedented power, his blood raging non-stop. The mo blade, wrapped in terrifying chi, twisted unnaturally and swung back hard, slashing at the five tigers' soul-breaking spear. However, the easy deflection of the long spear he had imagined didn't occur. Instead, he was met with an incredibly strong chi, instantly numbing his arms and trembling them. Unprepared, the mo blade slipped from his control, flying into the air. This power, even though he couldn't even spread it to the periphery of the weapons, why was a single strike more powerful than his? Impossible, this can't be possible. In a state of panic, Sukai reached out, trying to grab the mo blade hanging in midair. Clang! A desperate, crisp clanging resounded. The Mo blade was once again flicked away by the long spear, spinning through the air for several tens of steps before landing and killing one of his own men. Puch. Before Sukai could comprehend what was happening, a golden light pierced through his chest, pulverizing his bones and heart together, causing him to tumble stiffly from his horse, dying with his eyes wide open. Storage. Chen Sansi had been preparing from the beginning. It seemed that after storing energy, any of his attacks could surpass those of an ordinary Hua Jin perfection martial artist, as long as he seized the right opportunity for a fatal strike. Of course, should it not succeed at first, he could simply try again, albeit it would waste a lot of time. Elsewhere, at the cost of severe injuries, Yu Song crossed the border and killed the enemy's main general. With the main general, deputy general, and the heads of mid-level generals fiercely cut off by Lu Xiuhua and others, the rebel army lost its backbone instantly, breaking down as haphazardly as startled beasts scattering in all directions. Hua Jin perfection. Yu Song lay draped over his horse's back, struggling to sit up multiple times and spitting out blood several times before he recovered slightly. Warring across borders was certainly no easy task. However, when he saw the head of the deputy general hanging from the long spear, he received a heavy blow. Was Hua Jin perfection so easily defeated? Not only was the opponent faster than him, but he hadn't sustained a single injury, killing enemies across 2 realms without harm. Hua Jin and refining internal were the same. Once one achieved great success, not to mention compared to entry level or proficiency, even the gap between small achievement was like a chasm. Forget it, there's nothing to be shocked about. This young man had been the same back when he was a selected point. The difficulty of winning against a genius like Cao Fan across borders back then must have been greater than the current situation. Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, and others also witnessed this scenario. Just before leaving Liangzhu, everyone was still at refining internal organs perfection. How could this young man already be killing those at Hua Jin perfection? If he moved on to the next step, would he not be ready to kill those who had reached Meridian Passage? Don't get tied up in battle. Chen Sansi proceeded to inform everyone, hurry up and move on, head to Golden Spring Manor for supplies. Quick. As the battle didn't last long and the enemy army dispersed too quickly, they suffered only about 200 casualties. Moreover, their formation hadn't even become disordered. They didn't even need to stop for regrouping and headed straight for Golden Spring Manor. Sir. Zhao Kang rode up close and said, "How come old Su and Mr. Bai haven't returned yet? They should be back shortly, you go ahead." Chen Sansi walked 20 li toward the east and indeed encountered Su Wenkai and Bai Thingzhai returning. Unexpectedly, they had suffered losses, but those losses were not heavy. Out of over 900 feign attackers, more than 800 returned. "You lazy lout, you really did it." Zhu Tong changed his attitude from before and said, "The mindless fools at Luotian Pass got completely played by us." Su Wenkai, with no trace of pride on his face, staggered off his horse and bowed, saying, "Sir, the forces chasing from behind will likely catch up in about 10 days. Not just that." Chen Sansi pointed toward the south with his long spear and said, "Meishan Prefecture will most likely send people across the river too, and they should arrive within 7 days. Let's head to Golden Spring Manor first. The brothers are too tired and need a bit of rest." Yangchun Prefecture. The South City wall has collapsed. Quickly send people to repair it. Arrows, we're running out of arrows. Hurry up. What about the rolling stones and logs? Gone. There's none left, then go dismantle the houses of the civilians. Tear down every house in the city, even if it's to forcefully drag a dog from a family home to help on the city walls. General, with no food to give them and Dong and spreading a plethora of guarantee letters outside the city, which promise that no civilian will be harmed after entering the city and even offering them a tax exemption. They are unwilling to come up and help. If they're unwilling, then kill until they are willing. General Shah's broadsword was notched from use, and his armor had shifted from mystical iron to ordinary arms, and even he sat down wearily, grabbing a piece of horse meat and stuffing it into his mouth. The city's supplies were running low. They had started to slaughter warhorses in small amounts to sustain themselves. Their military strength was also diminishing. When they first entered the city, there were 18,000 men, but now only about 10,000 remained. General Shah. Cao Fan came over and asked, "How's it going?" General Shah answered, "Not promising. The Yan State Army is about to engage with the West Qi Kingdom's large army in the south, but it's estimated that it'll still take a month to enter Ming State. Mobilizing reinforcements from there will take even longer. General Liu has also arrived. He's planning to launch a vigorous attack through the Sword Gate Canyon." Sword Gate Canyon, the most difficult route to attack Ming State, Cao Fan commented with a sigh. He truly is a peerless brave man. Each main general in the 8 camps had their unique traits. General Liu's special trait was being fierce and invincible. A saying circulated in the world, calling his courage peerless throughout the ages. But no matter how brave, it would still take time to break through. As for the Imperial army coming from the Great Wilderness, they would definitely be the last to arrive, no need to even think about it. For them, time was life, but they could only continue to hold on and see. What about Chen Sansi and his men? No news. General Shah sneered, most likely they're already dead on the east bank. Good if they're dead. It would save everyone a lot of trouble. Cao Fan managed a bitter smile. This was probably the only thing that could offer him solace in this predicament. Another 2 days passed. On the third day, the siege from outside the city suddenly ceased. What's going on? Sha Wenlong asked anxiously. Could it be that reinforcements have already arrived? Report. The scout came back with news. 20 scouts went out, but at most only 2 or 3 would return each time. He said wildly with joy, General Shah, the rebel army's food and forage supply was cut off 3 days ago. They are now forced to temporarily stop their offensive and send people northwest to gather supplies. The troops outside the city have decreased by 1/3. Food and forage are generally calculated in advance. Then, before the supplies run out, new ones are delivered. Any error in between can lead to food supply interruption. This is often why it's said that provisions should go before soldiers and horses. Now the rebel army outside the city is hungry, which is starting to cause chaos among the troops. A forced siege at this time might lead to significant losses. Good, good. Cao Fan hurriedly asked, is it a great victory in the northwest? Have the Vermilion Bird Camp and White Tiger Camp broken through? No, wait, then why would they go northwest for supplies? Could it be Sword Gate Canyon? Impossible to be so quick. It is indeed strange. Ming State has 2 granaries in total, one large and one small. The largest is Golden Spring Manor, followed by Mingdi Prefecture in the northwest, which is the smaller granary and doesn't have much food. Sha Wenlong, looking at the map, said logically, the food and forage for the rebel army outside the city should be supplied from Golden Spring Manor. Why run to the northwest, could it be? Golden Spring Manor's supply line has been raided. Impossible. There's no way our forces would appear at this location. General Zhao. Cao Fan's eyes lit up. General Shah, is it possible that General Zhao has used some clever strategy outside Wudong Prefecture, devoured the pursuing forces, and then turned back to Golden Spring Manor? That's the only possibility. Sha Wenlong thoughtfully nodded. If so, General Zhao has made an enormous contribution. After the granaries of Golden Spring Manor were torched, the granary of Mingdi Prefecture is simply not enough to supply Kai Mei, the rebel army, and West Chi's armies all at once. At most, it's only to avoid immediate demoralization. If they plan on a protracted war, they must transport food from outside the Great Wall, and that cost would be astronomical. This will be of great help in the overall war situation. Chiu. While the two were discussing, a high donking flew in against the setting sun. Princely air, look, it's Chen Sansi's bird. I suspect it's probably dead. From now on, this high donking can be yours to use. There's intelligence on it. Sha Wenlong removed the note, and after reading it, his body shook and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. General Shah. Cao Fan stood up. He's not dead. Far from it, far from dead. Sha Wenlong's hands were slightly trembling. On their journey eastward and southward, they suddenly turned around, leaving tens of thousands of our troops grasping at straws. Then they marched westward. They are the ones who burned the supply line, and by now they may have taken Golden Spring Manor. Based on their current route, they are likely to continue westward and meet up with Zhao Wuji soon to attack Wudong Prefecture. If that's the case, Wudong Prefecture might hold out even longer than us. This youngster, how did he come up with this? He sure has a lot of nerve. Doesn't he fear encountering a large enemy force after crossing the river? Intelligence must be shared, and it must be real. That is the rule in the military, an ironclad rule. Even if there were previous disagreements, they still needed to keep each other informed, otherwise, it would be tantamount to murdering the right army. If it leads to severe consequences, it would be considered as treason, a betrayal of the nation, and exterminating one's entire family wouldn't be out of the question. After hearing all this, Cao Fan clenched his fists. He started desperately searching the map for dead routes, and after racking his brain, he finally found a flaw. It's too late. Even if previously ignored, following the burning of the food and forage, West Qi Kingdom will definitely send troops southward to encircle General Zhao. If we join forces now, we would directly run into West Qi's large army, still a dead end. Wudong Prefecture, they can't take it. Princely heir, you truly have a thorough understanding of military books. Even I overlooked this. You're right, they're still doomed. Sha Wenlong nodded satisfactorily. The difference is, before they die, they've relieved some of our pressure. That guy. Even Cao Fan began to feel a sense of regret. If he could go back to before selected points started, instead of waiting for the other party to court his favor and not simply regarding him as a dog that needed an owner, was there a possibility to make him his own? Grandpa really had foresight, having seen this person's extraordinariness a long time ago. But now it was too late to say anything. It would be best for this person to die near Wudong Prefecture. Otherwise, if he managed to survive to the end, there would be big trouble. Outside the city, Central Army tent. So soon, couldn't stop them after all. Dongan closed his eyes, feeling an inexplicable suffocation. He had really been outplayed by a greenhorn. Every disciple of Sun Xiangzong deserves to die, all of them. Dongan nearly smashed the map. Encircle them to death. Encircle them to death behind Golden Spring Manor. I want their heads. I want to see a head surnamed Chen. Do you understand? Yes. On the border of Yan State, the camp of West Qi Kingdom's large troops. Marshal St. Zhang Wuxin, looking at the report of the granary being burned, his face darkened, then all his emotions settled into a cold laugh. If I had known that Dongan was such a failure, I would never have agreed to his shutting the door to hit the dog strategy. Now look what's happened. We've lost our provisions. It might actually be better to let Liang Jai come out and command. Maybe there'd be some improvement. Commander, what should we do next? The Deputy General asked. Our own supplies in Duchy still need 20 more days to arrive. Regarding the gap, let's retreat. Zhang Wuxin said, leave 2/10 of the troops to defend. If they can hold, they hold. If not, they retreat. The rest will pull back 200 miles in advance to Jing'an Prefecture to regroup and wait for the supply recovery. This task is yours. I must personally go to Sword Gate Canyon to meet with Jai. You needn't worry. This battle is merely increasing our costs, and even if we can't defeat the Shang dynasty quickly, as long as Liang Jinyan is here, and the Miracle Soldier's heavenly book is with us, the right time, place, and people are still on our side. Because this is a signal. A scholar blessed by the Immortals stabilizes the foundation in Ming State, which is akin to announcing to the whole world that the Shang dynasty's time is running out. Those who want to rebel, are hesitant about rebelling, or have already rebelled, let them all go crazy together. In less than half a year, the Shang dynasty's interior will be completely plunged into chaos. Then the northern barbarians, Dongqing and Nansu country will swarm in, each getting a substantial share of the spoils. The Cao family, which has occupied the Central Plains for hundreds of years, should also give up their position. A battle for national fortune. This is a true battle for national fortune. Capital City, Longevity Palace, Dong and Haha. From atop the dragon chair, Emperor Longqing, holding a battle report, his lips curving into a strange arc with a smile, said, Dongan, who among you still remembers? He was the martial arts top scholar appointed by me. His betrothal was also granted by me. Even a few years ago, when his son had an incurable disease, it was I who personally found the treasure medicine to cure him. And yet, for a heavenly book he has never even seen, he turned around and stabbed me in the back. Interesting, really very interesting. Many officials in red robes knelt as one, including the chief minister Yan Liang. All of them pressed their heads against the ground, no one daring to raise their heads for another look. Only in a corner on a wheelchair sat a scholar with a calm face. When His Majesty is truly angry, he doesn't shout or scream, he speaks with a smile, just like now. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The army has long since set out to quell the rebellion. I believe that within half a year, the situation in Ming State can definitely be stabilized. Anyone whose trusted aid betrays them, especially causing such a significant impact, would probably find it hard to accept. Where his son Xiangzong, Emperor Longqing swung the wide sleeves of his Taoist robe to rest on the sides of the dragon chair. Ever since I approved his expansion of the army, he has disappeared. With such a major incident occurring, shouldn't he return personally? Fang Qingyun, don't feign ignorance, I'm specifically asking you. In response to your Majesty, Fang Qingyun spoke, I too do not know, I too was left in the capital city. Where he went, what he did, there must be some rough explanation, right? Emperor Longqing slightly narrowed his eyes. Did he go somewhere to heal? He can tell me he is my brother. Wouldn't I help him? Why waste his effort alone? Your Majesty, I truly do not know. Fang Qingyun sighed, the old man is not willing to tell me everything. Haha, all right, let him be then. Emperor Longqing did not continue to inquire. Fang Qingyun, tell me, how will the situation in Ming State develop next? Oh, Chen Aking is also involved. He's your junior. He died in there, don't you feel heartbroken? To die in battle is the fate of the 8 camps, there's nothing to grieve about, Fang Qingyun said leisurely. Moreover, further battle reports have not yet come back. Maybe it's not so bad. Oh, Emperor Longqing's mouth twitched into a smile. What, can the remaining 20,000 men still create a miracle for me? Who knows? Fang Qingyun concealed his deep anxiety. Until the dust settles, anything is possible. This, in fact, was his prayer. Fine, I'll only give Lu Jai, Zhang Yuanbo 3 months' time. If they cannot resolve it within 3 months, Emperor Longqing suddenly stood up. I will take the field myself. Golden Spring Manor. After trekking for over 2 months, the soldiers of the reserve camp finally had a day to breathe. Immediately, a new problem arose: where to go next. General Zhao has sent a letter. Yu Song, looking at the intelligence, said excitedly, he says if we attack from both front and rear, devour the small enemy force to the west, we can definitely take Wudong Prefecture. Hold out for another 2 months and reinforcements are sure to arrive. It's too late. General Zhao and his troops have wandered too long, giving the enemy ample time to react. In a few more days at most, the Qi country army from the northwest will descend to the south. Chen Sansi threw cold water on the plan. Going there now would definitely lead to a clash. What, General Chen, are you playing with us? Zai Sishu glared and said, brothers risked their lives fighting from Yingzui Mountain to Golden Spring Manor, and now you tell us we're not going to Wudong Prefecture. Chen Sansi countered, I only said we were coming to Golden Spring Manor. When did I say we were going to meet General Zhao? Everyone fell silent. Cough, cough, cough. The severely wounded Yu Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Quiet. General Chen, then tell us, where do we go next? If we can't go to Wudong Prefecture, why not stay here and defend the city? There's still food and supplies in Golden Spring Manor. If we mobilize the citizens to defend the city as well, perhaps we can hold out for a while. We can instead make General Zhao come to us, couldn't we? Yes. Yan Changqing followed, mobilize the citizens. We've been into the city several days without committing a single offense against the civilians. Our reputation is excellent, especially Brother Chen's reputation. When we entered Golden Spring Manor yesterday, many civilians came out to see, wanting to see which one was the Chen Sansi from Duhe. Brother Chen, if you speak, you can definitely mobilize many citizens. Chen Sansi said, we lack high-realm martial artists, even Vice Admiral Yu is injured. If a profound image realm arrives, how would we cope? This won't work, that won't work, Zai Sishu asked. Then what are you suggesting, General Chen? We surely can't just sit here and wait to die. Of course not so. Chen Sansi slapped his hand on the east side of the map, crossed the Hong's River again, crossed the Hong's River 3 times. Are you playing tricks? We have already crossed the river twice, and crossing again makes it 3 times. Are you addicted? Madman, truly a madman. With 50 to 60,000 soldiers chasing us, you still want to turn back and cross the river. Do you think you can make it? Besides, the journey back and forth will take another half-month. I can't walk any further. If you want to go, go without me, Zai Sishu said and sat down by himself. Lu Xiuhua hugged his sword, Vice Admiral Yu. I still suggest we go find General Zhao, or stay and defend the city. You are our general, and there is no need to listen to him in everything. Yu Song removed his helmet and grabbed his hair and thought, clearly very conflicted. General Chen, are you sure? If we go back, won't we encounter a large army? He did not quite understand this route. Yet the previous 2 river crossings had proven one thing. Chen Sansi wasn't making assumptions. He had his own logic and ideas. If everyone else could not understand, it only showed that they were not up to his level. Old Yu, his only notable trait was his willingness to take advice, and he knew when he was incompetent, it was time to step aside. There's a chance, but it's not large. Chen Sansi pointed out a route on the map. After leaving the city, we head toward the central region, then cross through Longyang County, skirting Yingzui Mountain and crossing the Hong's River again. Right now, all the pursuers are drawn to Golden Spring, leaving the central region extremely vulnerable. The only thing we need to be cautious of is the enemy forces in Yangchun Prefecture City. Try not to draw their attention. Yangchun Prefecture. Hearing this, Lu Xiuhua finally started to understand the intent. A spark of inspiration, I have a plan. If we really can get through Longyang County, wouldn't we be able to coordinate a pincer attack with the princely heir inside Yangchun Prefecture? No. Chen Sansi retorted, our military force is not enough, and by the time we reach Longyang County, Yangchun Prefecture will have likely received some information and be somewhat prepared. If we go, it's not only useless in lifting the siege on Yangchun Prefecture, but equivalent to delivering ourselves to death. So our primary objective is still to cross the river. You all need to understand, during this period, almost all of the large armies are now behind us. It's a time when Luotian Pass is vulnerable. We have a chance to slip through unexpectedly and escape to safety. All right, with a resolute heart, Yu Song declared, damn it, I'm listening to you this time. My life is in your hands. My 8 wives and 12 children are still waiting at home. I promise to personally train a few of my sons in martial arts after returning. Vice Admiral Yu. Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu were puzzled. They did not understand why, as the battle progressed, a 1,000 captain became a de facto commander, and a formidable vice admiral was willing to obediently follow orders. Even absolute obedience wasn't an exaggeration. But let me be clear first. Yu Song squeezed a smile out of his pale face. If we encounter Meridian Passage again, and I can't fight anymore, General Chen, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Chen Sansi internally calculated the time needed for the journey. If we set out immediately, we can cross the river before the rebel forces in Yangchun Prefecture react. Good. Yu Song abruptly stood up, almost falling due to his injuries, using his weapon as a crutch. Transmit my general orders. We leave Golden Spring before dawn and continue on our way. Yes, Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, and Yan Changqing, among others, naturally did not dare to disobey. Vice Admiral Yu, are you all right? Chen Sansi fumbled inside his coat and pulled out a porcelain bottle containing the healing treasure medicine given to him by his senior brother before they departed. This medicine is extremely precious. Yu Song wasn't shy. He took it and poured it into his mouth, feeling slightly better afterward. He looked towards the north in the direction of Yangchun Prefecture and suddenly spoke. Previously, General Sha and others insisted on following you eastward to cross the river. Were they trying to kill us? General Chen, did you know about this all along? Chen Sansi didn't speak, which amounted to a tacit acknowledgement. Heh. Yu Song scoffed, a departure from his usual composed demeanor, spitting curses, damn their pettiness. They lost as selected point and couldn't take it. Instead of settling it fair and square in the arena after returning, they resort to such dishonorable means on the battlefield, scheming against their comrades. To make it look unbiased, they even dragged me and my 3,000 brothers into their schemes. Among them, several have the body of Marshal Saint. They are the hope of the 8 camps and even the Northern Territory. This Cao Fan is still a princely heir. In the line of succession, he's the future emperor. Such a person, does he even deserve the vast lands of Dasheng? I'm from the Black Tortoise Camp, and I despise such people the most. Black Tortoise Camp. Chen Sansi curiously asked, Vice Admiral Yu, which year did you join the Black Tortoise Camp? Lonking 58. Yu Song recalled, saying, the person I admire the most is General Tang, who led from the front, dying on the city wall without taking a single step back, unlike these people who bring calamity upon their comrades. If the 8 camps fall into their hands, they'll be doomed within 10 years, 58 years, Chen Sansi pondered internally. The Black Tortoise Camp had been completely wiped out in Lonking 57, which meant that Yu Song had never seen Wang Zhai and didn't know that General Tang had always been with them, but due to his limited cultivation, he was only a captain of 100. General Chen, Yu Song said, you, young and highly skilled in cultivation, are clever. The Northern Territory truly depends on you in the future. Thus, no matter what, you all must survive and leave this forsaken place. As your main general, I have that responsibility. Vice Admiral Yu, you flatter me. Chen Sansi looked at the fish belly white rising in the east. We should set off. Yes, let's go. Yan State, old too, did you see it? Rong Yankyu rushed into the tent, excitedly saying grain and fodder. The little junior brother is still alive, not only alive, but also burned down the granary of Golden Spring Manor along with the supply path. When she saw the intelligence report, she almost thought it was fake. More than 3,000 people, after dividing their forces, not only did they not die under encirclement, but they also destroyed the enemy's most crucial grain supply. No matter how the situation in Ming State unfolds from here, it could definitely be considered a major accomplishment. Yes, Cheng Wei, while working his abacus, said, now that's good. The cost of this battle for the West Qi Kingdom will double. I bet Zhang Wuxin is pissed off. The junior brother's death was worth it. Death. Rong Yankyu, who had just been overjoyed, felt as though she had been doused with cold water. Old too, what do you mean? What do I mean? Do I need to say it? Ninth junior sister is not ignorant of military strategy, Cheng Wei said calmly. After this battle, where else could they go? Rong Yankyu fell silent. Is there enough time? Stop thinking about it. Whether it's us or the elder brother on the other side, it's too late to save them. Cheng Wei spoke calmly, but it doesn't matter. The little junior brother has saved us so much trouble. I will remember him. In the future, on every Memorial Day, I will not fail to burn paper offerings for him. I'll burn you. Rong Yankyu snatched the abacus directly. Old two, cut the crap. Tell me, how can the little junior brother survive? Cheng Wei said helplessly. Ninth junior sister, pressing me is useless. There really is no way unless they find the non-existent escape route themselves. Otherwise, no one coming would help. Start preparing the spirit money ahead of time. Bullshit. Rong Yankyu couldn't be bothered to ask any more and muttered, you can't find a way to survive, but can't the little junior brother find one? You didn't imagine the granary burning either. You just knock on that abacus all day long. Your brain is broken. It's true. Cheng Wei had to admit the little junior brother is comparable to Old Four. In this regard, I am not as good as him. Then let's hope he has a natural lucky aura. 400 li west of Golden Spring Manor, Zhao Wuji's remnant camp. They left. How could they leave? Zhao Wuji looked at the message brought back by Hai Donking, his features stiff. Without joining me, where could they go? Tong Prefecture is the best next stop. Commander, it's bad news. 200 li in the west, a West Qi army of 20,000 has been discovered, along with 2 mysterious phenomenon realm commanders. Did Chen Sansi know already? Zhao Wuji quickly summoned his scribe. Wait, can't I just join them? I'll defect to them. But it was probably too late. Even Hai Donking had a big delay. It was only today that he received the intelligence, but Yu Song had likely led his forces several days' journey away by now. Not to mention the pursuing forces from Golden Spring Manor. Even if they defeated that pursuing force, by the time they reached Golden Spring Manor, tens of thousands of enemy troops would probably have just arrived. This kid, Zhao Wuji, sat despondently on a rock. He's played us all. Even he, looking over the marching route of the reserve camp, had been utterly convinced at one point that they were coming to join him. Fine then. He didn't know if that kid could survive, but if he had the guts to use this kind of daring strategy, the 8 camps would likely see another Fang Qingyun emerge. No, perhaps even stronger than Fang Qingyun. If only I had known earlier. If Zhao Wuji had changed his strategy sooner, why would his Liangzhu troops have come to such a pass? All troops break out. Yangchun Prefecture, Rebel Army Camp. Dongan looked at the map hanging on the wall, his expression solemn. In front of him there was also a chessboard, a game he played with Chen Sansi, with himself playing black and the opponent white. But he could only see the opponent's last move, guessing how to respond to the current play. Every misjudgment led to irreparable consequences, and he had already miscalculated once he could not afford another mistake. For him, it was no longer about victory in battle. It was about the dignity of a commander. A general's incompetence spells disaster for his troops. That saying was fitting. Fang Qingyun was one thing. If he Dongan truly lost to a young man, what face would he have left to live? What face to challenge Fang Qingyun? That guy wasn't even into martial arts for more than a year. Click. Eventually, his fingers pressed the chess piece hard down on the board. Die. The original garrison forces of Golden Spring Manor hadn't sent back any news until now, which means no grain supply. Even Golden Spring Manor might well have fallen. Such fast speed. They were definitely unable to have horses when crossing the river back and forth unless the war horses could also march and fight, waiting by the river in advance. There must be a rare breed of treasured horse, and it's one of the most precious in the world. He, 1,000 captain, where could he get such an exotic beast? It's already illogical. So this defeat is still excusable. Dongan consoled himself internally. Fortunately, it ends here. All the calculations for marching and fighting, attrition, and even morale passed swiftly through his mind. This was his unique skill, born to wage war with his own mind, according to his estimation. The reserve camp, whether joining Zhao Wuji's remaining forces or staying to defend Golden Spring Manor, was on a path to death. A message would likely come in a day or two. Commander, the grain supplies have arrived. If they've arrived, then continue the siege. Is there a need to ask me? But Commander, you haven't paid attention to those people in Yangchun Prefecture City for a long time. Are you sure we don't need to devise a new siege strategy? Why fixate on those few thousand remnants of defeated soldiers? What do you know? Dongan scolded. What's imprisoned in the city are mere objects. What I fear most on the battlefield are variables. Now that the provisions have arrived, all you need to do is to continue the fierce attack. As long as the remnants of the reserve camp are not dead, I shall not leave the central army tent for a moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Commander, do you want to eat something? You haven't eaten for 5 days already. Where's the intelligence? The intelligence from the chasing army. Report. Golden Spring Manor reports. Upon hearing this, Dongan suddenly stood up. A soldier rushed into the tent in haste, knelt on one knee, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. What are you dawdling for? Dongan's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward, grabbed the soldier by the fabric under his armor, and lifted him almost into the air. Why aren't you speaking? Don't tell me they actually managed to meet up with Zhao Wuji and fought their way to Wutong Prefecture. The soldier stammered, that's not it. Dongan's suspended heart settled down, only to hear the soldier continue, but they were not annihilated either. We don't know where they went. The major army drew a blank. Dongan's eyelids twitched continuously. Say it again, make it clear. Commander, the forces sent for the chase not only included those from the east bank of the Hong's River, but also the large troops sent from north of the Wushui River in Meishan Prefecture, adding up to a total of 40 to 50,000. But by the time they arrived at Golden Spring Manor, they found it was an empty city. The remnants of the reserve camp had long since disappeared, vanished a second time. Dongan incredulously threw down the soldier, took 2 or 3 steps back to the maps, and scrutinizing the situation anew, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as if he had just fought a 300 rounds battle. The situation with the remnants of the reserve camp. With pursuers both ahead and behind, fleeing south over the Wushui River was impossible. That left only one path, heading north, passing through the central region. What were they planning? Rumble. Just at this moment, the sky, which had been clear just a short while ago, suddenly filled with dense clouds. After several flashes of lightning, a downpour began. Dongan suddenly realized they were planning a surprise attack. If they were indeed heading north, they would either be near Longyang County in 2 or 5 days. Then, together with Sha Wenlong and others besieged in Yangchun Prefecture, they would launch a pincer attack and catch us off guard, potentially breaking through. Then they would move to Sword Gate Canyon to assist the soon-to-arrive Jai Jai and others in opening up the situation. Good plan. Good plan. Too bad he had guessed it one step earlier. Pass my command. Dongan excitedly said, all troops on alert, and additionally dispatch 5,000 soldiers to Camp 50 Li to the south. Should the enemy attack the camp, they are only allowed to retreat in feigned defeat, luring the people from Yangchun Prefecture to attack our main camp. Then set up an ambush here, see it clearly. Once the garrison from the city rushes out, they are on a path to death. He finally saw through the young man's intent. Smartness has led to his own deceit. Initially, Sha Wenlong and his men hid in the city, and we couldn't take it down in a short time. Now this makes things much easier. Even if a small part of them manages to break through in the end, they won't be able to stir any trouble within Ming State and retake Yangchun Prefecture. We can gradually build a new, safer supply route. This young man has actually helped me. Young, still too young. Brilliant plan. The assistant generals also understood if it really happens this way, the Liangzhu army is completely finished. Inside the city, Chen Sansi didn't go to find Zhao Wuji and his men. Instead, he is coming this way. Sha Wenlong narrowed his eyes. He's got guts, but he actually managed to escape, and now he's already near Longyang County, coming here. Cao Fan was shocked. What are they planning to do? Come and help us break the siege. I don't know, but regardless of whether that's what they think, I will demand they do exactly that. Sha Wenlong said coldly. Given the heavy rain that might continue for several days, suddenly attacking with a surprise force will definitely disrupt the rebel army's formation. Then it will be our chance to break out. Is it feasible? Cao Fan pondered. Dong and is ultimately obsessed with war. Wouldn't he anticipate this? What if he does? Sha Wenlong looked around. Young master, in our breakout, it's not like all the soldiers are breaking out together. Out of 10,000 men, if just 1,000 can make it, isn't it better than being trapped longer? The general speaks sense. Cao Fan voiced his concern, but will Chen Sansi and his men do as told obediently? After all, even if we successfully break out, there might not be many of them left surviving, and afterwards, there's nowhere for them to escape. They have no choice but to follow orders. Military orders are like mountains. Sha Wenlong spoke sternly. Even if that Chen lad is unwilling, Yu Song must comply. That's the rule of the 8 camps. Even if it means their own demise, they must follow without any hesitation. Longyang County. Chen Sansi sheathed his long spear. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear. Hua Jin mastered. Progress 755, 1000. Since arriving in Ming State several months ago, he had slept not at all, spending any extra time he had to elevate his power. With Yu Song severely injured, facing another enemy general would mean relying solely on himself. Fortunately, resources were plentiful, and he used only the best, nearing the small achievement of Hua Jin. Once achieved, he could enhance his weapons with power, thus doubling his strength. Even if facing an opponent from the Meridian Passage realm, victory was not without chance. The west, the battle at Sword Gate Canyon has already begun. Chen Sansi didn't pause for a moment and hurried to the resting area of the enemy to deliver the vital intelligence. However, they still cannot break through. We cannot rely on reinforcements for the time being, so we must depend on ourselves. General Chen, what are our next steps? Yu Song asked. Do we proceed to cross the river directly? Before crossing the river, we need a feint, a pretense of attacking their camp. Chen Sansi explained, otherwise they'll quickly catch on, and when we're halfway across the river, Yangchun Prefecture could easily spare some of the troops besieging it to come at us. If the marching speed slows down, the army from behind will catch up too. All right, Yu Song said. Bai Tingjai, the task of the feint attack still falls to you. How about it? No problem. Bai Tingjai assured. Give me old Su to lead us. Be careful, Chen Sansi warned. This feint will be more dangerous than the last. I estimate that your losses will not be small. Rest assured, sir. Su Wenkai bowed with his hands folded. I will do everything possible to reduce casualties without arousing the suspicion of the enemy army. However, the feint attack might be delayed by half a day later than expected. I wonder if that's feasible. I plan to wait until the rain stops so that it will be easier to use fire. With not enough men, 1 fire, 2 drum beats, and 3 flags are the best way to confuse the enemy. Are you sure the rain is about to stop? Old Su, you understand heavenly phenomena as well. Chen Sansi agreed. No problem. You have a day's time to arrange it yourself. Yes, Su Wenkai went down to make arrangements. This younger brother is quite the talent. Yu Song teased, Brother Chen, to find such a treasure in a single county of Poyang. With no official position, it's really a waste of his abilities. Along the way, Su Wenkai's abilities had been clear for all to see. The only pity was that he possessed no cultivation. Yes, if we can return alive. Chen Sansi said, I will personally write a petition and see if I can ask His Majesty to grant Old Su an official post. This can't go on like this. In this world, the military is mostly dominated by martial artists. Even Fang Qingyun, he too was once a martial arts genius. Good, let us also prepare to depart. Vice Admiral Yu was about to order the remaining people to prepare to move on when he saw another Hai Donking flying in seemingly from the direction of Yangchun Prefecture. After General Chen obtained the intelligence, he fell into silence for a long time without speaking, prompting Yu Song to ask, what's going on? Chen Sansi answered, General Shah has ordered us to change direction and strike at the enemy camp from the side and rear, to assist them in breaking out, and ultimately to crush the rebel forces outside of Yangchun Prefecture. Isn't this the same as what I had in mind earlier? Lu Shuhua said, should we not give it a try? Try my ass. Yu Song cursed at this point. Do you still not trust General Chen's judgment? Without him, do you think we could have survived this far? Lu Shuhua remained silent. Yan Chengqing added, that's right, Brother Lu, Brother Zai, even I can see. This is an order for us to go and die, using our demise to pave their escape route. That's not the point. Yu Song's voice carried anger. If it were any other time, with Sha Wenlong as the commander, we would have no choice but to die if he ordered it. But have you forgotten what that Sha bastard did not long ago? To go against General Chen, he threw us out of Yangchun Prefecture as well, forcing us to cross the river to the east. Does such a man deserve our loyalty and service? Oh right, there's something else you might not know. Do you remember the incident with the Yu Yang sect? At that time, I was always with Sha Wenlong. Remember how he hesitated to help after hearing the arrow signal, concerned about luring the tiger from the mountain. It wasn't until later that I understood he wanted others to do his killing. He planned to use Huang Tianrong, the sect master of the Yu Yang sect, to kill General Chen, making way for Cao Fan to ascend. If I can survive this time, I will certainly petition against him to think of going with the brothers to save him. Do you think that's possible? But Vice Admiral Yu Zai Sishu said, what you're talking about is all speculative, there's no evidence, and military orders are inviolable, aren't they? Yes, military orders are inviolable. This was also why Chen Sansi was worried. If the commander demands assistance with the breakout and they refuse to go knowing the danger, it's more than a death penalty. Moreover, the responsibility for disobeying would normally fall on the highest-ranking officer, which was Yu Song. Afraid my ass. Yu Song swore if I say we aren't going, then we aren't going. As for disobedience, don't worry about it landing on you. Chen Sansi reminded Vice Admiral Yu that's a capital offense. Capital offense. We're not necessarily going to make it out alive anyway. Yu Song then laughed. If we do make it out alive, isn't there the merit of burning the granaries? With the merits offsetting our offenses, and General Chen has connections, a word from him on my behalf by then, wouldn't that settle it? Good, in light of the gravity of the situation, Chen Sansi couldn't afford to be concerned about the rest at the moment. If it really comes to it upon their return, he'll find a way to plead on their behalf. Let's move out, Yu Song issued the command. Proceed with the original plan. Bai Tingjai carries out the feint attack and everyone else cross the Hong's River 3 times. Inside Yangchun Prefecture City. It's almost time. Sha Wenlong said, according to my orders, they will launch the attack in 2 hours. Once there's chaos below, we'll launch a full assault, striving to break through the north and then head straight for Sword Gate Canyon. General Liu has already joined the battle there and has responded to us. As long as we can leave Yangchun Prefecture, he will make every effort to come to our aid. Okay, Cao Fan expressed his concern. The only uncertainty is whether they will follow through, as it effectively asks them to cover our breakout with their lives. Yu Song comes from Xunwu camp, he won't disobey orders, said Chen Sansi. Sha Wenlong said, of course, to be on the safe side, we can prepare within the city first, and it won't be too late to leave after there's activity outside the city. Midnight. Dark clouds hovered oppressively over the city as if ready to crush it. The surviving soldiers within the city quietly completed their preparations, ready to break out at any moment. It had been over 5 months. Since arriving in Ming State, almost half a year had inadvertently passed. During this time, having lived and fought alongside these soldiers, Cao Fan had gradually grown fond of them, a feeling he had never experienced while in the capital city or the imperial palace. I can truly consider myself a man who has led troops and fought battles now, he said feelingly. He reminisced, General Shah, speaking of tonight's breakout, we have at most 1,000 people left. Will the losses be too great? Wouldn't it be better to hold out a bit longer? Young master, you should know that the city has run out of food and supplies. Even the warhorses have been nearly all slaughtered. If we drag this out, they are destined to die anyway. If they grow too hungry, there might even be a mutiny. I've heard some are already restless. Sha Wenlong paused, then continued, their lives are not as valuable as the young master's life. Not to mention 10,000 people, even 20,000 or 50,000, as long as the young master can make it out alive, it would be worth it. Report. In the midst of the discussion, a severely wounded scout returned on a horse and collapsed to the ground, mustering his strength to report. Outside the city, the battle has begun. How is the fight progressing? Sha Wenlong pressed. Did they attack the enemy camp with all their might as ordered? The sky is ablaze with fire and the momentum is staggering. The scout replied, charge. The gates of Yangchun Prefecture swung wide open. 9,000 soldiers swarmed out, leaving 1,000 men behind to cover their retreat. Initially, everything went smoothly. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire. Until they reached 40 li outside the city, when suddenly, from all directions, dense ambush troops appeared. Don't panic. Sha Wenlong anticipated this. Hold on. They will soon turn back to deal with Yu Song's remnants. Their forces will quickly dwindle. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Instead of decreasing, the number of enemy troops encircling them grew even more numerous. How could this be? Sha Wenlong was momentarily stunned. They have over 3,000 troops, and it was a surprise attack. They should have dispersed 10,000 soldiers to encircle them. Could they have fled? Sha Wenlong, meet your end. In the chaos, the enemy's profound image realm general, Xiang Tian, led an elite squad charging towards them. We can't break out. Retreat, retreat. Sha Wenlong had no intention of lingering in battle, immediately leading his soldiers back the way they came. Young master, stay close to me. But while it was easy to leave the city, returning was difficult. After a night of fierce battle, fortunately, the 1,000 men left behind allowed them not to be completely wiped out. They managed to return to the city by dawn, but the losses were staggeringly heavy. Out of 10,000 men, only 3,000 remained. In his rage, Sha Wenlong roared and nearly killed the scout who had brought the news with a slash of his sword. Idiot, didn't you say you saw with your own eyes that they were fighting to the south, and the enemy forces were being defeated? General, it's true, I swear, I saw it with my own eyes, the scout said tearfully. I also don't know why they retreated so quickly. Sh8. Finally, the high donking that had been sent out returned. Idiot. Sha Wenlong's hands trembled as he held the report disobedience. That Chen, how dare he disobey? The attack was a feint. Their forces are moving past Yingzui Mountain towards the east, preparing to cross the Hong's River for the third time. Triple crossing, I knew it. Cao Fan wasn't too surprised. Chen Sansi would never be willing to risk his life for us. He's not even an assistant general. I had even assigned an assistant general to him before I sent him out. Fury uncontainable, Sha Wenlong exclaimed. How dare Yu Song disobey orders? Is he tired of living? I will kill him, and after we return, I will hang his head on the gates of Liangzhu City for all to see. We could have held out a while longer, but now only 3,000 men remained. The fall of our city is a matter of time. What are they doing crossing 3 times heading south? Cao Fan frowned, trying to flee. They can't run in their dreams. Sha Wenlong said there are still troops in Mei Mountain, and a large army is pursuing from the flank. Meanwhile, in the rebel army's camp. Drive. Dong Ankin spurred his horse furiously forward, followed by 5,000 elite troops. The fools of Yangchun Prefecture were basically taken care of. It wouldn't be long before the city fell and their people perished. His primary goal was to personally twist off Chen Sansi's head to relieve the hatred in his heart. Twice he had been made a fool. The remnants of the reserve camp, none higher than the Meridian Passage realm, wouldn't pose any threat with him personally in charge. Brothers, whoever chops off Chen Sansi's head will be rewarded with gold, and I will personally ensure his resources to reach the Meridian Passage. Attack. Hush you, what are you doing? Dongan looked at his subordinates, who should have been engaged in battle with the remnants of the reserve camp at this time, but were idly standing around. His heart sank. What are you doing here? Where are the people, sir? Theirs. No one, the soldiers stammered in reply. No one? Nonsense, there was such a commotion earlier, was it? A feint. If they aren't here to attack Yangchun Prefecture, where else could they be going, could it be? Dongan suddenly thought of something, and his vision darkened. His whole body rigidly fell from the horse. Commander, how are you? It was unknown how much time had passed before Dongan slowly opened his eyes. This moment seemed to age him by 10 years, 20 years from the spirited vigor at the start of the battle, turning into someone resembling an old man. Quick. He seemed to have received a grievous injury, his voice extremely weak. They must have crossed the Hong's River the third time. Quickly, notified Jia Laosi. If I remember correctly, after he pursued them to the east bank last time, did he stay on the east bank? Tell him he must block Chen Sansi. Also inform Liang Jinian from Mei Mountain. He must determine the troop deployments at Luotian Pass according to the situation. Absolutely do not let them escape the great wilderness. Otherwise, we'll never catch up. Yes, help me up, help me up. All those present couldn't understand how a prominent commander of the profound image realm could be so utterly deflated just because the enemy army had fled. It wasn't as if they had lost the battle. With help, Dongan stood up, laughing at himself 3 times. He tricked me 3 times. Every time I was just a half step slower than him, just a half step, and this half step was deadly. If someone could look down upon Ming State as one does upon the land, they would see that this time Chen Sansi and his men had nearly brushed past the edge of the large army, passing by shoulder to shoulder, just short of a face-to-face greeting. How could he have been played like this after a lifetime of warfare? Was this what Fang Qingyan taught him? No, even Fang Qingyan couldn't do this. When replaced by Fang Qingyan at most, he might have burned the provisions and then gone on to attack other cities. This young man, how could he utilize such tactics? Was he really born for warfare, or who did he learn from? He was leading tens of thousands of troops by the nose, 3,000 men toying with tens of thousands. Next, it was the last chance. If Luotian Pass fell, it would be like releasing the tiger back into the mountain. Hong's River. Chen Sansi led everyone to cross the river once again. Qian Zun and his subordinates found a place to hide. Discover hidden tales at my virtual library empire. Bai Thingzhai and Su Wenkai, who were in charge of the rear, also arrived on time. This time they suffered heavy losses. They set out with 900 men and returned with just over 600. Sir, gasping for breath, Su Wenkai said, Yangchun Prefecture can't hold any longer. The spies sent back news that last night Sha Wenlong and his men failed to break through and retreated back into the city, and at most, only 3,000 or 4,000 people are left. Few more fierce attacks, and either the city will fall and its people perish, or they will abandon the city and flee, being pursued until death. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, and Yan Chengqing all felt a sense of dread. It seemed Dongan really had laid down a net of heaven and earth early on, just waiting for them to fall into it, and it was fortunate they last heeded Chen Sansi's advice to cross the Hong's River 3 times, which allowed them to barely snatch a sliver of survival. At this moment, none of these three men dared to harbor the slightest arrogance. Throughout the journey, even the most obstinate person had to admit defeat to Chen Sansi's correct judgment time and again. Imperceptibly, he had effectively become the supreme commander. General Chen, we've crossed the river again, what now? Yes, a large force will soon be pursuing us from behind. We will all listen to you, guaranteed no objections. Rest in place for 3 days. Chen Sansi said after 3 days we'll head south first. There might be a tough battle in between, after which we'll make further plans. He had a rough plan in mind, but the war situation was changing in real time and it was useless to speak ahead of time. From Yingzui Mountain to now, another 20 days had gone by. The places on the map that didn't seem far when actually traversed were incredibly stretched, and this was why the pursuers had always been far behind, unable to catch up. They were resting in place for 3 days partly because everyone was nearly collapsing, and partly because he was on the verge of a breakthrough. No matter the future direction, someone had to stand up. Yu Song's body had been pierced by several knives previously, stopping just short of vital areas. It would take 2 more months to recover to full strength, and the one to carry the flag had to be Chen Sansi himself. Chen Sansi persevered through the fatigue, consuming the last of the spiritual rice medicine ointment, then started practicing his spear technique. 3 days later, with countless experiences of breaking through bottlenecks before, this time was exceptionally smooth. With each move he executed, he could distinctly feel the outer strength starting to become more consistent. From the initial ebbing and flowing like tides, it transformed into a continuous surge like ocean waves, and finally a tsunami, covering the sky and endlessly raging. Buzz. Finally, Chen Sansi's 5 Tigers soul-breaking spear started emitting a continuous buzzing sound, indicating that the power was circulating and enhancing within the profound iron, capable of unleashing immense force. Cultivation Technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Huajin's Small Achievement. Progress 0 2000. Utility, power stored in the weapon. Huajin's Small Achievement, Jinli Holding Weapon. Jinli Holding Weapon, overpowering with tremendous force and weight. Unlike the previous mere storage, now Chen Sansi could accumulate power inside his body just by holding the weapon and then unleash a force stronger with each instance. Similar to the moon-splitting saber technique from Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa, as long as his own power didn't exhaust, the force could continue increasing. Of course, there was a limit it couldn't increase indefinitely. After a brief experience, Chen Sansi was certain that if he encountered the likes of Su Kai again, he could easily defeat him within 5 rounds without needing tactics like the backward charge spear. As for the Meridian Passage, he wasn't actually in true combat with Meridian Passage before. The previous 2 encounters were purely annihilating the opponent, so he wasn't clear about the limits of the Meridian Passage realm, but what was certain was, he definitely wouldn't be unable to respond. That was enough. There were only a few in the Profound Image realm. Ming State's martial saint was only Zhang Wuxin from West Qi country. These people were far beyond reach. As long as he could handle Meridian Passage, no matter what situation arose, he could be much more composed. Let's go, head south. 3,000 soldiers fully equipped set off again. Liangzhu, June 27th. Bang, it's broken, it's all broken. Sun Buki rushed into the courtyard and said, the last time we received news was when Shanxi burned the granary, and then there was no movement at all. Keep it down. Sun Li glanced inside the room. Sister Lan is going to give birth in 2 or 3 months, don't let her hear. Sun Buki held a roll of maps in his hands, which he spread out directly on the ground. Sister, so much time has passed, and now the situation is that senior brother and senior sister 9 have all gone to war. Even the troops from the capital have entered the great wilderness, and in at most 1 more month, there definitely should be reinforcements entering the heart of Ming State. But the problem is, Shanxi has already lost contact. Sister, don't cry. I'm not saying Shanxi is definitely dead. He ended up having to comfort her in return. Last time Shanxi lost contact, it was for 2 months too, and in the end it was fine. This time it will definitely be fine as well. It's really exasperating. He had not seen his sister cry since their mother had died. The door was pushed open. Sun Li hurriedly wiped her tears. It's nothing, Sister Lan. As she spoke, she fiercely twisted Sun Buki's arm, even using her chi blood power. Hiss, Sun Buki grimaced in pain and hurriedly put away the map. Sister Lan, let's go back inside. Sun Li couldn't even manage a smile. I think the clothes I made for my disciple this time are quite pretty. Enough, I've heard it all. Gu Xinlin took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of the other's eye. There's trouble in Ming State, right? I noticed something was off last time, but it's okay. That scoundrel loves to play this disappearing act. He'll be back soon. As she spoke, she hugged Sun Li in comfort, patting her shoulder. To hell with this defiance. Sun Buki couldn't stand it any longer, grabbed the map and took off running. Ming State. Jiangku County. Daughter, Mr. C, I beg you, let my daughter go. To hell with you, Jia Lao Si impatiently drew a gleaming Yanling knife. Old man, if you want to die just say so. Behind him, a young maiden was forcibly tied up and thrown into a horse cart. Mr. C, have mercy, she's my only daughter. Putch. The flash of a knife, the old man was instantly cleaved in two. Next one, Mr. Gia sheathed his knife. Brothers, hurry up, I'll give you 2 more hours, loot what you want, kill whom you wish. After that, we're moving to the next city. Ha 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 ha, right, right, right. The Red Eyebrow Army pillaged from house to house. Mr. C, back when you attacked Jiangku County, it was we the common people who opened the gates for you. You even promised before to provide us with food, but everything has changed, everything has changed. When you needed us to open the gates, we were useful. Now we're good for nothing, just wasting food by being alive. Mr. Gia looked at the wailing populace on both sides, massacre the city. Damn it, I've been through 2 city slaughters recently and I was so tired. I planned to merely rob a bit here and leave, but since you don't appreciate kindness, I suppose I'll have to push myself more. Go wild, brothers. Blood slowly seeped through the cracks of the citizens' doors, gathering on the streets and forming a long crimson river. Mr. C, a Red Eyebrow Army general, emerged from an alley. It's about time we head to Luotian Pass. Dongan sent a messenger saying that the reserve camp survivors might flee to our location, urging us to be on our guard. Nonsense. Do you think I don't know military tactics? Mr. Gia said carelessly, they don't have wings. Didn't they just escape from here 2 months ago and even burned down Golden Spring Manor? How can they possibly get here so quickly? Mr. C, I think it's better to be cautious. The general advised, think about it, once you conquer the entire Ming state and even half the country, what does this momentary pleasure count for? You make sense. Mr. Gia, grinning, said, then let's hurry the brothers up to finish off here and then we can move on. Besides, what are you worried about? Isn't Luotian Pass still guarded by 3,000 men? Even if they do come, they won't be able to break through anytime soon. Mr. C, they're here. A Red Eyebrow Army foot soldier ran over frantically, shouting, we've spotted over 3,000 of the enemy outside the city. They really came, how did they manage it? The smile vanished from Mr. Gia's face and he said sternly, how far away are they? Right outside the city gates. What? Mr. Gia kicked him. What are you all good for? It's dark, we couldn't see, Mr. C. The Red Eyebrow Army foot soldier knelt on the ground pleading. Only when the dawn broke did we see that it was densely packed with people, emerging like ghosts from the hills, terrifying indeed. Useless. Mr. Gia, though unruffled, commanded, quick, gather everyone for the defense. There were still a few hundred soldiers on the city walls. Even though the enemy was already outside the walls, they could still hold them off for a while, giving them enough time to rally. The reserve camp's remnants amounted to no more than 3,000 people, and their rapid arrival implied they certainly lacked armaments and siege equipment. Even if the Red Eyebrow Army had only 2,000 men, they would still be enough to wear them down. After all, there should be tens of thousands of pursuers right behind them. The horns sounded. The Red Eyebrow Army, still in a frenzied animalistic state, instantly snapped to attention and rushed out of the houses, some pulling up their trousers, others stuffing silver into their clothes. Folks, let's fight them. Open the city gate. I heard him. It's Mr. Chen who was stationed in Jiangku County before. Upon hearing the situation, one by one, the townspeople near the city gate rushed out from their hiding places. They were definitely not afraid to resist. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone people. With knives at their necks, they certainly knew to fight for their lives. But unarmed as they were, how could they stand a chance against the Red Eyebrow Army? They could only flee. But it was different if someone outside the city was storming it. All they needed to do was open the city gate, and the people outside could naturally rush in. And it was said to be the reserve camp. That meant Mr. Chen and his troops had returned, the same Chen Sansi from the crossing of the river. And a few months ago, when the reserve camp was stationed in Jiangku County, they committed no offenses. If they could break in, everyone wouldn't have to die. Charge. For a moment, with hoes, bamboo rakes, sickles, and even kitchen knives, countless townspeople cried out as they rushed toward the city gate. What are you doing? Troublemakers. Damn, no wonder the imperial lords despised you. On the city wall, the Red Eyebrow Army was at a loss, hesitating between descending to kill the citizens or continuing to guard the wall. Near the city gate, there were only a dozen or so Red Eyebrow soldiers, all of whom were array soldiers with no real skill. The higher-ranked ones who had real power had long gone to loot and kill inside the city, as they would not bother with menial tasks like guarding a gate. After killing a few dozen civilians, the dozen Red Eyebrow soldiers were completely overwhelmed and turned into masses of flesh under the hoes and sickles. Stop it. Vile scum, vile scum. The Red Eyebrow soldiers inside the city, even if reacting quickly, needed time. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. They saw with their own eyes the city gates flung open, and thousands of elite soldiers clad in uniform armor rushing orderly into the city. Kill. Execute the rebels, pacify the Northwest. Don't let them form any formations, Chen Sansi noticed. This group of Red Eyebrow soldiers had a spirit far stronger than the last time he encountered them in Baigu County. If they were allowed to execute their formation, it would only lead to unnecessary losses. Mr. C, what should we do? Should we retreat? Retreat my ass, do you think there's still time? Besides, what are you panicking for? Jialao C, drawing his sword, said, the intelligence reported only one meridian passage, and I too am at the meridian passage. Kill them, leave not a single piece of armor. He's a meridian passage. After chopping down a red eyebrow soldier, Yu Song anxiously said, I've seen the portrait of this man. Before we set out for Ming State, we received portraits of the high-ranking red eyebrow officers. He's the former leader of Meishan Mountain Village. His real name is Jia Yushin, probably entry-level meridian passage. My realm is higher than his, but with severe injuries, I'm not his match alone. General Chen, shall we team up? I'll take the lead and you find a way to attack from behind. Vice Admiral Yu, you tackle the Hua Jin meridian passage. I'll go, bang. Before the opponent could react, Chen Sansi suddenly charged, his feet leaving a huge crater on the stone path, and in the blink of an eye, he was tens of yards away. Yu Song stood frozen in place for 2 breaths. Could he already be able to kill through the meridian passage? Unable to dwell on his shock, he dragged his injured body into the fray. Zai. Jia Laosi slashed to death a Dasheng soldier in front of him, then saw a young general carrying a long spear rushing towards him at a speed so fast it seemed like a mutated shadow leopard, leaving trails of afterimages in his vision. Young with a long spear, valiant. Chen Sansi, courting death. Jia Laosi's expression turned dark. The intelligence from Yangchun Prefecture had specifically emphasized that if he encountered Chen Sansi, he must kill him. He really walked right into the trap, like a pie falling from the sky. This guy, when he set out from Liangzhu, was only at refining internal organs perfection. This kid is audacious. Without Yu Song, what made him think he could confront him? Even if he had achieved Hua Jin, how could he possibly stand a chance against someone in the Meridian Passage realm? Perfect. After killing him, I'll exchange him for a chance to slaughter a larger city. The nearby counties are terribly poor, while the wealthier households in Prefecture City have tender wives. Shoo shoo shoo. While his opponent was running, arrows started flying, one after another without him noticing when they had been drawn. A 50-stone bow, Jia Laosi sneered as he effortlessly blocked the arrows, playing pretty tough, but this broken thing is useless against a martial artist above Hua Jin. When there were just a few dozen steps left, Chen Sansi's hand tightened around his long spear again. Blood explosion, storage, Xuan Yuan's internal organs, blood of dragon elephant, 9 dragon living veins, etc. All enhancements simultaneously bolstered his physical body, unleashing a terrifying force that fused with the soul-breaking spear, tearing through the air like a sea dragon breaking out of the ocean. Jia Laosi, having clawed his way up to the Meridian Passage realm from a bandit, naturally wasn't a simpleton. His hand wielding the Yan Ling knife daringly swooped up in a move called piercing the clouds to see the sun. The two forces collided, emitting a clang of metal striking against metal. Immediately afterward, both parties retreated dozens of steps. Neither gained the upper hand. What's going on? Jia Laosi couldn't believe it. He could feel that although the opponent was indeed at Hua Jin, the force he exploded with was in no way inferior to his own at the Meridian Passage. Buzz. Before Jia Laosi could figure it out, the long spear came attacking again. He swung his knife to block. Another collision. This round he was subtly falling behind, and his opponent's power was still increasing. Absurd. Jia Laosi even thought he had developed hysteria as he roared out loud, finally no longer holding back and fighting with his full strength. However, he soon realized that something was terribly wrong. The kid's attacks were more fierce each time, bursting out with even greater power as if there were no limits. Not only that, as time passed, his own saber technique seemed to be slowly getting decoded, and the opponent could always predict his next move with precise accuracy. You are at Hua Jin, and not even great success, just small achievement. How could you have such powerful force? Damn it, I'm done fighting. I can't die, I must become a marquis in the future to be above others. Jia Laosi's will to survive surged, unleashing unprecedented power. He desperately swung his blade to temporarily push back his opponent, but before he could escape, the silver spear would arrive at his heart again, forcing him to stop and continue the fierce battle. So it repeated. Every time he briefly gained some distance, he had to face even stronger attacks until he could no longer parry, his saber technique full of holes, his stance even more unstable. Puff. Jiao Long seized a moment to bite a bloody hole in his wrist. From then on, the victor was decided. Within 5 rounds, Jia Laosi's body was stabbed like a sieve, and finally, the martial soul-breaking spear pierced directly through his mouth and out the back of his head, completely ending his life. Chen Sansi pulled out the long spear, and before the body fell, he used the Zhenyu sword to sever his head, then leapt onto the roof to overlook the brutal fighting in the streets and alleys, shouting loudly, Jia Yushin is dead, you all might as well surrender. Mr. C is dead. The Red Eyebrow army all looked up, recognizing their leader, and exclaimed as they scattered and fled. Even though they were energized, they were ultimately a disorganized mob. Not to mention Chen Sansi's men who had the sinking formation death will. Even the regular soldiers of the reserve camp had stronger willpower. With their leader dead, the rest quickly dissipated. Moreover, they could not be allowed to escape if they did. There's no telling how many more civilians of other counties would suffer their wrath. Defeated troops are often 100 times more dangerous than bandits. Kill. With the enemy general beheaded, the morale of the reserve camp skyrocketed, and the battle essentially turned into a one-sided slaughter, lasting from dawn till dusk, leaving the streets piled with bodies. I'm exhausted. Zai Sishu discarded his weapon and lay directly among the corpses, breathing deeply and heavily. These days were simply inhuman. Every day was either spent in the open or in desperate battles without a moment's rest. The civilians of Jiangku County had also participated, but after they opened the city gates, they couldn't help much. Now, seeing the battle over, they came out to whip the corpses, then a lot of them knelt down. Mr. Chen, all of us here in Jiangku County bow down to you. Stand up, there's no need to kneel. Chen Sansi was also somewhat exhausted. He raised his hand and said, if anyone should be thanked, it should be you for desperately opening the city gates. Otherwise, taking it would have cost many lives. Lu Shuhua looked at Mr. Jia's head on the ground and kicked it with his foot. General Chen, how did you kill him? Nothing special. Yu Song, using the Mo blade as a cane, walked over leisurely. You can even kill someone by hitting their meridian points. It seems I should really give up my position as Assistant General to you. Vice Admiral Yu, stop joking and rest well, Chen Sansi replied. Chen Sansi also closed his eyes to rest. After dawn, we still have to continue traveling. Skill, commanding soldiers' small achievement. Progress 1555-2000. After months of fighting, the proficiency in commanding soldiers had skyrocketed by over 1,000, but reaching great success would still take some time. Yangchun Prefecture. General Shah, we can't hold it anymore. We only have 2,000 people left. No matter how many civilians we kill, they refuse to come and help us. What should we do? Why don't we open the gates and surrender? People outside said, as long as we surrender, they will allow us to join West Qi Kingdom, and you, General Shah, would still be a great general. What did you say, Pachai? With one slash, Shah Wenlong decapitated the soldier trying to persuade him to surrender. The head flew off far, and blood gushed out like a fountain from the carotid artery, splattering everywhere. His face ferociously twisted, he yelled at his men, anyone who dares to weaken the army's spirit will end up just like him. Whoosh. Cao Fan dropped the Azure Dragon Crescent blade and collapsed, sitting down with a look of despair. General, if you want to surrender, go ahead. I definitely won't blame you. Princely heir, what nonsense are you talking? Sha Wenlong quickly knelt on one knee. I, Sha Wenlong, know I am no virtuous man, but I also know gratitude in paying back kindness. Generations of my family have received the Emperor's grace, and even young Master Yin is willing to go through fire and water for you. How could I not do the same? It's over. Cao Fan smiled bitterly and his expression grew numb. We can't hold it anymore. There's absolutely no food left, not even horses to slaughter. The soldiers have no will to defend the city, so how can we continue? Then we won't defend. Sha Wenlong violently ripped off his eye mask, revealing his terrifyingly scarred blind eye first. We gather all the civilians inside the city and distribute weapons to them. Then all of us will dress as civilians. Let the civilians go in front while you and I won't follow the army but will blend with the fleeing people. Once we're 50 miles out of the city and into the deep mountains and forests, no one will be able to find us. And don't forget, General Liu has been fighting long enough that, with his courage, he is bound to break through at Sword Gate Canyon. Then, it'll be time for our rescue. To put it bluntly, it means abandoning everyone. 2 people running away have the highest chance of survival. Time reveals a person's heart. Adversity reveals true feelings. Cao Fan sighed. Who would have thought my Cao family in the Northern Territory would have such a loyal minister and capable general like you? By the way, does General Shah have any hope of breaking through to Marshal Saint? There is, but it's slim. Then there's a chance. Cao Fan said, as long as I can make it back alive, I will beg my father to train you with all his might. A loyal minister and capable general is much stronger than a mere genius. Sha Wenlong immediately went to arrange for the civilians to rush out first. Outside the city, rebel army camp. Dongan didn't even wear his armor, dressed in casual clothes. His hair turned gray overnight, alarming the soldiers who couldn't comprehend the situation. What's the big deal about letting a few thousand people go? Why torment oneself to such an extent? Dongan was looking at a map and playing chess by himself. Report, Commander. The soldier rushed in to report something bad has happened. Yangchun Prefecture city gates are wide open. Roughly 100,000 civilians are fleeing in all directions, and we estimate the city's defenders are mixed among them. What should we do now? Dongan remained silent. General Dong, would you say something? Xiang Tian approached. I think there is absolutely no need to focus on the remnants of the reserve camp. Jia Laosi is still there, and Luotian Pass has military forces. They can't escape. What's urgent is to find a way to kill Sha Wenlong inside the city, and then capture Cao Fan alive. Dongan still did not speak. From time to time, he would pick up a pen and scribble on the map. He was replicating the previous battle, like reviewing a chess game, to see how the opponent had managed it. Report. The scout hastened back, panting, Commander. News from Dongan at Jiangku County. Jia Laosi. Finally, Dongan spoke, his voice hoarse. He should be dead by now, right? General, how did you know? The scout was surprised and then said the army that was in pursuit when it passed by Jiangku County. Mr. Jia and his men had all died, and there was no news of the reserve camp's remnants. They must have continued southwards, heading straight for Luotian Pass, which now has been left vulnerable. Tell Liang Jinian, Dongan said solemnly, block them at Luotian Pass and be careful with your troops, watch for their feints. In the last 2 instances, we were deceived by feints, don't fall for it again. Also here, we need to station heavy troops and stay put to prevent them from repeating their trick, launching a backward charge, returning by the same path. The flanks must also be heavily guarded by all means. They must be completely surrounded and killed. I previously underestimated them too much. Chen Sansi is smart, and this Yu Song isn't bad either. Don't forget, he's the main general of the remnants of the reserve camp. Golden Spring Manor's former defender was at Minor Meridian Passage, and so was Jia Laosi. Killing 2 Meridian Passages in succession, he undoubtedly stands out in his realm. So next to Chen Sansi, we must also pay close attention to Yu Song's movements. If he doesn't show up, it's highly likely a feint. Make this clear to Liang Jinian. Yes. The scout accepted the order and left. They were responsible for writing the orders on paper and then delivering them to the Black Hawk. Mr. Dong, Xiang Tian said anxiously, the arrangements are made over there. What about us here? You handle it. Dongan said indifferently, his gaze still not moving from the map. Handle it. Xiang Tian could no longer hold back. General Dong, why bother? Even if a few thousand people escaped, what difference does it make? Let them do what they want. Taking down Yangchun Prefecture is the top priority. What do you understand? Dongan gave a tiger-like glare and spoke fiercely. Xiang Tian, do you realize what the remnants of the reserve camp mean? There are 4 individuals with the body of Marshal Saint alone. Not to mention, there's Chen Sansi who far surpasses Fang Qingyun. He's not just good in warfare, but he will also achieve top-notch martial prowess. Don't forget the rumors from Liangzhu. Sun Xiangzong might very well pass the immortal law to him. If this man isn't taken down, it won't only be a problem for us, he might not even be good news for Dasheng. What are you standing around for? Can't you handle the 2,000 people in Yangchun Prefecture? Yes, I understand. Xiang Tian accepted the order and hurriedly left. If I can crush the Chen surname this time, it would prove that Fang Qingyun is no longer a match for me. Dong En's heart, the young general who had been playing a game with him for less than half a year, had long surpassed Fang Qingyun and became the enemy of his destiny. Some people live for money, some for power, some are fond of sensual pleasures, but what he was born to pursue is to become the #1 military master in the world, just like the master of war a millennium ago. After his death, when people learn military strategy, the military books they study will be the ones he left behind. So defeating this man was more important to him than anything else. If he could win this game, the previous losses would mean nothing, because everything would become experience, absorbed and converted into his own strength to be used on other battlefields in the future. He must win. This battle is larger than his life. Meishan Prefecture. It's still decreasing. Liang Jai paced anxiously in his room, acutely aware of the changes in his body. It must be because they've suffered another defeat, That's what's causing this. Report. The intelligence finally arrived. Liang Jai quickly opened it to take a look and didn't forget to collate it on a map and the sand table to replicate it. What a strategy, attacking Yangchun Prefecture openly and crossing Hong's river secretly. They've used this trick once already during their second crossing. Did Jia Laosi manage to stop them? Report. Update from the East Bank battle. Mr. Jia's forces were completely wiped out at Jiangku County. What? He's dead. How is this possible? How is it possible? Liang Jinian was somewhat frantic. The reserve camp has been on the march, weary to the bone, first slaying the Meridian Passage and Huajin Primary and deputy generals at Golden Spring Manor, and then again killed Mr. C in Jiangku County. It seems we have all underestimated Yu Song before. This man is bravely invincible, bound to achieve greatness in the future. Commander, the soldier said, what do we do next? We only have 2,000 defenders at Luotian Pass, including 1 Meridian Passage. Given this fighting power, they really might be able to break out. Should we call in additional forces from Meishan Prefecture? Liang Jinian did not rush to make a decision, but looked at the maps and sand table. Analyzing, their current location is most likely south of Jiangku County, nearly arriving at Zhao Luo County. According to common sense, if we want to stop them, we should indeed mobilize the troops there immediately. But don't forget, last time it was after they made a feint at the Great Luotian Pass and then turned to cross westward, making a fool of us, so this time do not rush. How many forces can we still draw together in Meishan Prefecture? reporting to the commander. According to the latest roster, there are 10,562 people. Good. If it's really a main attack on the Great Luotian Pass, then launch an all-out offensive. If it's a feint, remain in place, always ready to defend or surround from the north. This time they are surely doomed. A brilliant plan, Commander. An assistant general exclaimed, with such an arrangement, we can ensure they don't escape from the Great Luotian Pass and prevent them from crossing the Hong's River again, going around in circles within Ming State's territory. This Chen Sansi, with merely 3,000 men, holding out against us for such a long time, is indeed impressive. His abilities are not inferior even to mine. Liang Jinyan's mood lightened considerably. Putting down the abacus, he said, I've heard, he was also a scholar before, and he couldn't even pass the scholar examination. I actually feel quite a bit of empathy for him. Unfortunately, an enemy is an enemy. To kill him is also to show my respect for him. Let it be so. After his death, remember to leave an intact body, and then send it to Meishan to be peacefully buried. A humane and righteous commander. In the rebel army camp of Yangchun Prefecture City, Dongan, upon looking at the return messages, it felt as if a weight was lifted from his heart. Good, very good. Liang Jinyan, truly worthy of the one who acquired the heavenly book, no fool indeed. Such arrangements can be said to be foolproof. It's over. This time it really is the end. Hiss. He tried to stand but felt dizzy and nearly collapsed to the ground. Commander. The devoted attendant hurriedly helped. Over the past 7 or 8 days you've only had one bowl of porridge. Even an Iron Man can't hold up. As practitioners of martial arts, we need to consume more meat to replenish our strength. Really, have I not eaten for that long? Dongan laughed. I didn't even realize. Go on then, get some roasted meat for the commander, roast a sheep and bring some soup. Forget the wine, just soup will do. Understood. The attendant immediately went to happily carry out the command. The commander's happy mood indicated that the upcoming battle situation was going to turn completely in our favor. In Zio Luo County, we're back again. Chen Sansi looked at the dilapidated city gate and together with Yu Song, led his brothers into the city. Zio Luo County, now void of any army, only maintained by constables from the government office, were actually people of the great Sheng dynasty, who simply submitted previously due to the pressure from Kai Mei. Seeing them was akin to a welcoming parade. They even had food prepared in advance. Having eaten a warm meal and rested briefly for half a day, they continued southward, heading straight for Luotian Pass, stopping near the wilderness only 200 li away, waiting for the news from the scouts. Report. Zhao Kang ran until his shoes fell apart. He reported, Luotian Pass is indeed weak in troops. After our probing, they are at most 2,000 strong. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yan Changqing was overjoyed. We've survived. We all survived. That's right. Zai Sishu also swept away the fatigue from his body. The Imperial Army entered the Great Wilderness 3 days ago. As long as we break out, in a month we can join up with the Imperial Army, then return with the main force to take vengeance. Lu Xiuyu wasn't quick to express his position. Let's first see what General Chen has to say. Right, you already know what's best. Yu Song cast a glance. General Chen, everyone is waiting for your order. Get on with it. Back and forth so many times. They have completely submitted up and down. Who dares to make their own plans, speak nonsense. Each time before has proven with just over 3,000 men, death was just half a step away. Luotian Pass seems we cannot get out through there. Chen Sansi first threw cold water on them and then patiently explained, each time after we cross the river, we lack sufficient warhorses, leading to a drastic reduction in the marching speed. I was also trying it out, but now it seems indeed too late. After we arrived at Zio Luo County, probably both Dongan from Yangchun Prefecture and Liang Jinyan from Meishan Prefecture received the news and will certainly dispatch troops and horses to reinforce beforehand. Under these circumstances, to break through Luotian Pass, we need to act fast and decisively. But Luotian Pass is different from the likes of Jiayushan in Jiangsu County. They are responsible for defense and are always on alert. Moreover, the plan to lure the enemy into the pot, to trap the Liangzhu soldiers was already set. The defenses at Luotian Pass have been perfectly repaired. Last time, Su Wenkai and the others witnessed it themselves. Even if they only have 2,000 men, without siege equipment, which we will need to either find or make, it will take at least 20 days to have a chance of breaching it. Such a long time is not only enough for reinforcements to reach Luotian Pass, but also for the forces chasing us to catch up overwhelmingly. Therefore, if we continue south and forcefully attack Luotian Pass, we are certainly doomed. As the words were spoken, even those who were mentally prepared fell into a dead silence. Then, what do we do? After a long pause, Zai Sishu finally said, is this truly a dead end? Chen Sansi said indifferently, there is a way. If you have a way, General Chen, spit it out already. Do you want to scare us to death? Exactly, we've reached this point. We will definitely obey your command. You tell us to go east and we won't even consider west. Yes, General Chen. Yu Song, having recovered much of his injuries, looks significantly better. Do you have any concerns? It's okay, just speak your mind. Chen Sansi nodded and asked, "Everyone, what do you think has been the most critical moment in this battle so far, Sword Gate Canyon? As long as General Lu breaks through with his valor, all our problems will be solved." "That's not right, I think it's Yan State. The White Tiger Camp and Vermilion Bird Camp are facing the mighty army of the West Qi Kingdom. Further west is the Great Wall. If they win, it will put great pressure on the West Qi Kingdom." "It seems you're all wrong, and General Chen hasn't shown any agreement," Yu Song said with wry humor. "Then I guess it's the Imperial Army. Once the general breaks through from Luotian Pass, our great Shang dynasty will surpass the enemy army in terms of troops, and we can gradually gain the advantage." Chen Sansi still shook his head. "Old Su, what do you think?" Su Wenkai waved the feather fan in his hand, landing on the location of Meishan Prefecture. "My lord, could it be that you're referring to Liang Jinian?" "That's right." Chen Sansi continued, "The Red Eyebrow Army doesn't have many soldiers, but without the Red Eyebrow Army, there wouldn't be this chaos in Ming State. At the end of the day, it's not really Liang Jinian, but rather what he has in his hands. The heavenly book and strange weapon. Do you understand?" He paused. "Whether it's the West Qi Kingdom or the rebel Dong'an, they all came for the miracle soldier's heavenly book. You all only know military tactics, not realizing that ultimately, war is nothing but a battle for momentum. The hype of an immortal's gift, the heavenly book and strange weapon, is the biggest momentum. If things go as I have predicted, this chaos in Ming State will stir the whole world because people worship immortals. They believe the immortals are supporting the rebellion, which indicates that the great Shang dynasty's days are numbered, and they will desperately join the chaos. This is why the Red Eyebrow Army, which started with just a few thousand men, could cause the situation we see today. But on the contrary, if the rumors about the immortals are dispelled, then the enemy's momentum will self-destruct without being attacked. The subsequent war situation will see a reversal of offensive and defensive momentum, and the enemy army will no longer have any advantage of time, location, or people. They will fall into an extremely difficult war of attrition, so we must. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Sansi's finger, like a stabilizer, forcefully tapped on the west bank of the Hong's River. Each word he spoke resonated in their minds like thunder on a clear day. "Cross the Hongs 4 times and storm Meishan. To storm the dragon in its lair is to strike at the heart," and for their understanding, Chen Sansi replaced it with Meishan. 4 crossings. A brilliant move, no, a divine strategy. This is a divine strategy. Su Wenkai gasped, the first to come to his senses. He prided himself on mastering military tactics and had spent many years studying famous battles over 1,000 years. At the beginning of the Ming State upheaval, he could keep up with the Lord's pace, but after the 3rd crossing, he became somewhat perplexed, and now, even more lost, until he heard the words, 4 crossings, as if suddenly enlightened. He explained to the others who were still confused. "Currently, most of the troops are chasing us from behind, and only the main base of the Red Eyebrow Army, Meishan Prefecture, can send reinforcements quickly. But given the progress of the war, there won't be many troops left in Meishan Prefecture City, at most no more than 15,000, though it could be just a few thousand. Liang Jinian, just a scholar, not even as good as an array soldier, and without any high-realm martial artists around him. As long as we break through, he will only be left with death. Once Liang Jinian is dead and the heavenly book and strange weapon are in our hands, not only will we be saved, but it will also greatly aid the battle situation in Ming State. This is what the Lord intends. Cross the Hongs 4 times and storm Meishan." But Chen Sansi hadn't spoken earlier because there was another very serious issue that needed careful planning. 4 crossings of Hongs straight to Meishan Prefecture. The rest, under Su Wenkai's detailed explanation, also gradually came to realize. Their pupils trembled visibly to the naked eye. What does this mean? They're not planning to run anymore, and directly win the battle, originally. If these 3,000 men were to burn the forage, no matter what, as long as they did not defect, they would be at the forefront of the merit books at the end of this battle. And if they were to destroy the main camp of the Red Eyebrow Army and seize the legendary Miracle Soldier's heavenly book, then wouldn't that be heavenly merit, genuine heavenly merit, 3,000 men, influencing the direction of a huge battle involving 300,000 on both sides, every one of them heavenly merit. This isn't a pipe dream. Upon understanding, the others also felt that this plan was feasible. Then what are we waiting for? Lu Shuhua stood up. "General Chen, when do we set out?" "We'll set out tomorrow at 5 a.m. Chen Sansi pointed at the map and allocated. "This time, Vice Admiral Yu and I will lead 1,000 men to cover the rear. Then Su Wenkai, you take Brother Lu and the others to cross the Hongs River from the west, hide at the crossing of Hongs and Wushui, and once there is a signal of burning the mountains from our direction, immediately cross the Wushui River and head straight for Meishan Prefecture City. You must seize Liang Jinian as fast as possible and take the heavenly book. Brother Lu, Brother Zai, and Mr. Yan, if you trust me, follow Su Wenkai's command. All right." Lu Shuhua nodded forcefully. "General Chen, rest assured. We'll listen to you and entrust the command to Mr. Su, but there's something I don't understand. Zai Sishu took over the conversation and uttered the second half. Why do you and Vice Admiral Yu need to personally remain behind for this feint attack? You two are currently the highest in our martial arts realm. Isn't it a bit? It's all right. Chen Sansi said solemnly. The Red Eyebrow Army is originally composed of bandits. No matter how many people they have gathered in recent years, the number of high-realm martial artists has always been just a few. By the time they cross the river, the highest rank among the generals left in Meishan Prefecture will not exceed the Huajin stage. It's been almost half a year. Brother Lu, yesterday I saw you practicing martial arts. You're about to reach Huajin too, right? Exactly. Lu Shuhua didn't deny it, just a hair away. I should be able to break through tonight. Then there's no problem. Chen Sansi continued. If we encounter any Huajin generals, I'll leave them to you. General, why don't you let me cover the rear? Bai Thingzhai asked with confusion. You and Vice Admiral Yu, one is in charge of command while the other is the main general. What are you two doing staying behind? I have my arrangements. Chen Sansi stated. Get everything arranged quickly. There's no time for explanations anymore. After he finished speaking, he left carrying his long spear and soon disappeared without a trace. This, Lu Shuhua and the others looked at each other in dismay. Why does this feel so strange? Yeah, the two of them staying behind for the feint. Why, it's not necessary. Yu Song didn't speak, almost lying on the map, his movements somewhat clumsy as he carefully studied it. Mr. Su, do you know the reason for this arrangement? Because this is not a feint at all. Su Wenkai suddenly realized something and was overwhelmed with tears, muttering to himself such benevolence. Having such an enlightened ruler, I Su Wenkai have no regrets in this life. But we absolutely cannot do this. We cannot take such a big risk. What are you talking about? Lu Shuhua and the others were even more confused. I can't stop Mr. Wang. I must find someone who can. Su Wenkai looked around hastily and then rushed toward the area where the main force was resting. God damn it. Wang Zhai slapped Feng Yang on the head. Last time it was clearly me who killed more. Hand over the 10 taels of silver quickly. Don't think of stiffing me. Bullshit. Feng Yang retorted, not convinced. The ones I killed were all bone training level. One of them is worth 10 of yours. After the battle with Jia Yushin, the soldiers took advantage of the rest to settle their gambling debts with each other, making some bitter fun for themselves. After all, they just needed to follow orders. During this half-year, no matter how flustered the rest of the soldiers were, they were relatively calm. Mr. Wang, Su Wenkai interrupted them. May I speak with you in private? Is it something you can't say here? Wang Zhai looked at him and after a moment's hesitation still agreed okay. The two of them went to a secluded corner. Wang Zhai clenched a grass root in his mouth and began, Go ahead, Mr. Su, what's going on, Mr. Wang? Su Wenkai asked, You must be the former main general of Chunwu camp, Tang Ruoshan, correct? Wang Zhai was startled. Oh, Su Wenk explained, I overheard Mr. Wang calling you elder brother inadvertently last time, hence my conjecture. This matter is of great importance, so I implore Mr. Wang not to withhold any information. Wang Zhai replied seriously, Speak. Here's the thing. Su Wenkai recounted the whole situation in detail. Does this lad want to repeat my missteps? After hearing everything, Wang Zhai's brow furrowed into a Sichuan character, murmuring, I understand. I'll stake my life to stop him. Elsewhere, after spending a long time on the map, Yu Song finally understood. Cursing under his breath, he scooped up the map and set off in the direction Chen Sansi had left. Eventually, he found Chen Sansi sitting on a large rock by a stream, lost in thought. General Chen, how did you end up hiding here? Yu Song sat down beside him and stealthily reached into his chest to pull out a water bag, sniffing it after opening. Guess what this is? Alcohol? Chen Sansi didn't need to peer inside as soon as the stopper was removed. The potent scent of alcohol hit him. That's right. Su Wen boasted as he introduced, this alcohol is called Drunk Saint. They say even the martial saint would get drunk after a few sips. It's very expensive, you know, just this water bag costs several hundred taels of silver. I brought it from Liangzhu when I set off, planning to share it with the brothers after winning a victory, but who knew this battle would drag on for half a year, and there hasn't been a chance to have a taste until now. Want some? Sure. Chen Sansi didn't stand on ceremony and grabbed the water bag to take a gulp. The liquor was medicinal and steeped with an exotic beast, so after downing a swallow, his body felt fiery hot, and just one gulp made him slightly tipsy. This was indeed the first time he had drunk such a strong beverage. No wonder it was called Drunk Saint. Ha ha ha. Su Wen laughed as he snatched back the water bag and took a big swig, grimacing as he endured the harshness of the strong liquor while spreading the military map out in front of them. He pointed at the map, General Chen. I just took another good look at our entire marching route since arriving in Ming State, and you are brilliant. You don't realize until you look, but you've been leading a group of us toying with an army of more than 100,000 men. I bet they're all furious, especially Dong, and that man is well known. Losing a battle is worse for him than losing his life, let alone to us, who number just over 3,000. Chen Sansi said nothing. Why are you silent, boy? You look down on me. I've been in the army for so long and became an assistant general. I understand some tactics at least. Su Wen continued, gesturing with his hand this time. The reason you had us two stay behind to cover the rear is because feint attacks don't work anymore, right? Chen Sansi did not deny it. One may be cheated once or twice, but not forever. Use the same tactic too often, and even a pig would see through it, not to mention living, breathing men. Neither Dong'an nor Liang Jinyan of Meishan are fools if not. The Liang surname wouldn't have received an immortal's gift. Therefore, Su Wen emphasized, we can't feint anymore, only a real attack can attract more of their forces, causing Meishan Prefecture's defenses to thin. But how can we make the exceedingly clever Liang Jinyan and Dong'an believe that we're serious, not feigning? What's more convincing than the main general appearing at Luotian Pass? That's why you asked for the two of us to stay behind to cover the rear. How about that? Am I wrong in my analysis? I haven't been fighting these years for nothing, have I? Chen Sansi nodded. Vice Admiral Yu is spot on. Good, good. What does this mean? It means create an opportunity if none exists. Su Wen exclaimed, General Chen is indeed a mastermind, a rare talent in command throughout the ages. I always felt you would become one of the premier figures in the 8 camps. Surpassing General Lu is not impossible. The hope of the 8 camps lies with you. But at this point, Su Wen's tone shifted suddenly, and he lunged forward to fiercely grab Chen Sansi's lapels, hissing angrily, I was wrong, you son of a bitch are a coward, a coward. Vice Admiral Yu. Chen Sansi was somewhat bewildered by the other's abrupt change. Chen Sansi. Su Wen's eyes reddened as he bellowed, I ask you, what is the duty and responsibility of a qualified general, a person in command of soldiers? You won't say, fine, let me tell you. A general needs to achieve strategic goals while minimizing losses. It's that simple, just this one line is enough. And you, what are you doing? Vice Admiral Yu. Chen Sansi's gaze was complex, I don't understand what you mean, still pretending to be dumb with me. Su Wen shoved him to the ground, cursing without any courtesy, covering the rear. It's enough with just me alone, why did you have to follow along? Because your strategy requires my death to succeed, so you feel sorry, guilty, you think you've caused my death. Right, answer me. Yes, Chen Sansi admitted. Since joining the army, he had never intentionally exchanged his brother's lives for victory, especially not so many lives. Of course, he wasn't truly on a suicide mission, he had the abnormal fire and sword chi skill as trump cards, and there was still a chance of survival, albeit with great risk. Such cowardice, such misplaced mercy. Su Wen's eyes showed contempt. Do you think General Fang or Supervisor Sun would decide differently? They would leave me to cover the rear without hesitation, then lead the troops to attack Meishan Prefecture. If my death can bring victory in this battle, then my life as an assistant general is well spent. History has never seen such a bargain. I'm telling you, if our roles were reversed, I would have sent you to die, not waffle like a woman here. I ask you, if you stay with me and die here, can Lu Xiuhua and the others truly accomplish their mission? Are they really capable? Su Wenkai might be impressive, but at the end of the day, he's no better than an array soldier. The battlefield is unforgiving, and should he fall, who else could command? Are the rest up to the task? If chaos ensues and Meishan Prefecture isn't taken, wouldn't everyone have died in vain? Your strategy shows you understand this better than I do. How can you be so irresponsible? Do you know how valuable your life is? Even if you must die, it should be on the way to attack Meishan Prefecture, not at Luotian Pass. Chen Sansi closed his eyes, you're right. He understood all this well enough. The other's admonishment severed the last shackle in his heart. The battlefield was just like that. Without sacrifice, there could be no victory. Knowing I'm right is good. Yu Song looked at him, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, so put away your pathetic, cowardly sympathy and pity. Those who are benevolent don't handle money, and those who are kind don't command troops. On the battlefield, it has always been that for one general's success, thousands of bones lay dry, a timeless truth. But as long as they die a worthy death, the brothers will absolutely have no grievances. Don't talk anymore. He looked at the other, preparing to speak, but interrupted, you kid are talented, but your biggest flaw is still your youth, hence your heart is too soft towards our own people. I hope that after this battle you can transform, you can grow and become a true general, and in the future become a true commander. You don't have the right to refuse. I listened to you before because you were right, but this time you're wrong. And don't forget, I'm the assistant general of the reserve camp, and you're just 1,000 captain. Military orders are like mountains, you have no right to defy them. I understand. Chen Sansi wasn't being sentimental. When he reopened his eyes, his gaze had become resolute. After dawn, please Vice Admiral Yu select 1,000 cavalrymen to attack Luotian Pass. The more noise, the better, but for the first 2 days, try not to suffer too much loss. Drag it out as long as possible. Additionally, send someone to watch over southern Wilderness Mountain. Once you see from the west bank of Hong's River toward Meishan Prefecture a large army approaching, immediately set fire to the mountain to send a signal. Then I will seize the opportunity to cross Wushui River and head straight for Meishan Prefecture. Afterward, Vice Admiral Yu can try to break through on his own, if there's still a chance. Ha ha ha. After listening, Yu Song burst into hearty laughter. That's right. You should have arranged it like this from the start. In doing so, Meishan Prefecture is as good as gone. The unrest in Ming State, once the court's army arrives, won't take long to be quelled. Come, to celebrate our mighty feat, let's drink. I'll go catch a rabbit to roast. Chen Sansi picked up a bow and arrow and went into the forest ahead. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he returned with a wild rabbit. Then, using the Zhenyu sword, he butchered it cleanly and started a fire to roast the meat beside a stream. The two men ate the rabbit meat and drank wine, unknowingly passing from dusk deep into the night. All right. Yusong, with a hint of intoxication, said, I need to practice some martial arts to sober up. We still have to depart after daybreak. General Chen should also hurry and make preparations. Don't delay the military opportunity. Your subordinate obeys the order. Chen Sansi bowed with his fist, turned, walked a few steps, then stopped. Vice Admiral Yu, do you have any last requests for your subordinate to carry out? Calling it a request was really a euphemism for a final wish. Both understood it very well. I almost forgot about that. Yu Song, grinning, said, I do have something I'd like to ask General Chen to do. I have 3 sons at home who don't like studying but love martial arts. The oldest one has a decent constitution. There won't be a position for selected point under supervisor anymore, so please take some time to teach him a couple of moves when you have a moment, General Chen. You are the closed-door disciple of Lord Governor, and your teaching is no different from the Lord Governor himself. Haha, much better than me. I'm benefiting from a great bargain. I will provide for your son until his end. Chen Sansi promised and then bowed before departing. Outside the woods, Wang Zhai and Su Wenkai finally located them. Looks like there's no need for us to persuade anymore. Yes. Su Wenkai breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord is good in all things, ruthless enough to enemies, but only soft-hearted when it comes to our own people. But after this time, I guess the Lord will not be like this anymore. Senior brother. Chen Sansi stopped in front of Wang Zhai. You should meet with Vice Admiral Yu in another identity. Me. With the way I look, how could I face anyone? Wang Zhai forced a smile. Well, since you put it that way, I'll brave my shame and have a chat. Honestly, I could stay behind too. If I meet some internal refiners, I could still hold my own in a fight. Senior brother. Chen Sansi objected. You are needed, who knows, perhaps later on there might even be a chance to cure your old malady. Even an immortal might be repairable. The injury to a martial artist's meridians may yet have a chance of healing. All right then. Wang Zhai, carrying his sword, went forth. The next morning early, the troops split into 2 groups. Chen Sansi led 2,000 men to cross the river to the west, temporarily hiding near the junction of the Hongs and Wushui rivers. Kill, don't let a single one escape. Princely Heir Cao Fan and Sha Wenlong are among these civilians. Spare us, military lords. We're just commoners, not soldiers. Pu Kai. Outside Yangchun Prefecture, amidst barren hills and wild ridges, commoners were everywhere. The rebel army was in pursuit from behind, in the midst of the chaos. Disguised as civilians, Sha Wenlong and Cao Fan, having discarded even their weapons, ran desperately forward in a sorry state. I can't go on. Thud. Cao Fan, running, suddenly collapsed. He hadn't eaten for 10 days, and if not for the robust physique of a martial artist, he would have starved to death long ago. But precisely because of his martial arts training, his body's depletion was greater, making the hunger excruciatingly painful. Young master, please wait. Sha Wenlong leapt away and soon after snatched some dry food from the fleeing commoners. Please eat, young master. Once you're done, we'll continue on our journey. The two were dressed in tatters, their faces crudely disguised with disguise technique, looking nothing like a great general and princely heir, but rather like a pair of beggars. As for the others, they're probably mostly dead by now, buying them quite a bit of time. The lives of 2,000 men exchanged for their 2 lives was too good a deal. Princely heir, I just went to the forest and received a report from Hai Donking. Sha Wenlong said reassuringly, General Liu is about to break through Sword Gate Canyon to come to our aid. Truly, his valor is unmatched in history. We are saved. Princely heir, you're wounded. Cough, cough. Cao Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, collapsing to the ground. I was internally injured while defending the city. General Sha, you need not worry about me. Absurd, I am Sheng Chen. Sha Wenlong carried the princely heir on his back. Your Highness, please don't give up. Chen Sansi and others are indeed dead this time. Once we get out, if we follow General Liu Jai and achieve a few merits, upon your return to Liangzhu, you'll be the leading true inheritor. Liu Ocean Pass. Yu Song led over 1,000 men, camping on the plains 30 li outside the pass, using fabrics collected along the way as military flags and beating drums that shook heaven and earth, entirely appearing like a massive army about to storm the gate at any moment. Inside the pass's fortress, Liu Shaojiang, in charge of defending, stood at a high point, watching the fiercely advancing Great Sheng soldiers, his expression grave. General, what should we do? A subordinate asked frantically, with so many people, shouldn't we immediately notify Liang Dashui to gather all the troops from the West Bank here? What's the rush if it's just a feint to bluff us? Wouldn't it cause Meishan Prefecture to fall into danger? Liang Dashui has warned of this. Liu Xiaojiang said sternly, pass my order. For now maintain our defense and observe the enemy. Once they begin to storm the pass, send out 2 Hua Jin generals to probe their reality. Unless it is confirmed that their main general Yu Song is present, consider it merely a feint. 1 day later, report, General, just now the enemy attacked the city. Both Hua Jin generals we sent to break their formation were killed, and through reconnaissance it's confirmed that the one attacking is a general in the Meridian Passage realm. Besides Yu Song, who else could it be? Where are they now? They withdrew just before dawn, also suffering heavy losses. We roughly counted, and just the dead on their side are over 400 men, no doubt their main force. Oh yes, there was also a young general wielding a long spear. Hearing how they shouted, it seemed like that Chen Sansi. Good, Liu Xiaojiang rejoiced in that case, with Yu Song and Chen Sansi both present. Quickly write a letter. Tell Liang Dashui to immediately have the forces on the west bank cross the river to encircle them. The sooner the better, don't give them another chance to escape. The intelligence was swiftly written, tied to the leg of a black hawk, and flown toward the west in the direction of Meishan. This black hawk was incredibly swift. It was sent by the West Qi Kingdom after their alliance with the Red Eyebrow Army, incomparably precious, even more so than the high donking often used by the great Shang dynasty. Reserve campsite, in the darkness. The great village, having only 500 men left, was still brightly lit with torches all the soldiers patrolled. Not a single one rested, thus creating the illusion of substantial military strength. How was it, Kyan, playing Chen Sansi today? Was it exciting? Yu Song looked at the young refining internal beside him, joking, scaring the fools at Luotian Pass silly. Exciting, yes, but my cultivation is a bit low. I almost blew it a few times. Captain Kyan said a bit awkwardly. Luckily those they sent out to probe weren't too powerful, and with Vice Admiral Yu's help covering for me, I barely managed to bluff through. Kyan, do you feel wronged? Yu Song passed over the last of drunk saint. You're only 25 or 26 years old. It was I who insisted on following you, so what's there to feel wronged about? Captain Kyan smiled. Besides, if Mr. Chen and the others succeed, it would mean having accomplished a great feat by then. Our families will surely be richly rewarded. No need for us to worry about them. Yes, you're right. Yu Song stood up, a trace of excitement hidden in his eyes. We soldiers, who doesn't have the ambition to achieve heavenly merit, to fulfill those ambitions would mean dying without regrets. Moreover, after this, General Chen will truly have commanded a large-scale battle, accumulating rich experience. Once the commander retires, there's hope for the 8 camps. You and I, fortunate to take part in this battle, haven't lived in vain. Captain Kyan looked toward the fish-belly white of dawn in the east. Vice Admiral Yu, the problem is we can't hold out much longer. They ultimately only had a little more than 1,000 men. Now only half remained after several onslaughts. A couple more assaults would expose them. Estimating the time, it should be soon. Yu Song silently watched the empty wilderness ahead, falling into silence. Meishan Prefecture. Husband, please drink the medicine. Gao Peiwen held a spoon, urging, if your body collapses, how will you accomplish what you've planned? Liang Jinian said nothing, but stared at the map, muttering, I can't afford to lose any more. The effect of the immortal items is weakening. If I lose again. There should be news from Luotian Pass by now. Cheap. An acute screeching sound rang out. A dark figure flew directly through the window into the room, landing in front of the scholar. Liang Jinian quickly took the intelligence from the dark figure's leg, reading it before his face lit up with unabashed joy. Good. The presence of main General Yu Song at Luotian Pass is confirmed. They are doomed this time. Someone, pass down my commander's order. Let the entire army cross the river and march straight to Luotian Pass. After eradicating the reserve camp, stay at Luotian Pass and prepare to meet up with Dong An's troops arriving later, getting ready to face the forces coming from the great wilderness of the Shang dynasty capital. It's over, it's all over. As long as the reserve camp's remnants are successfully annihilated, we will be able to steady the situation in the southeast corner and then block the capital's troops coming from Shang dynasty. At worst, we will be entangled in a protracted war of attrition with Shang dynasty's forces. The grand scheme of Ming State is settled. Outside Luotian Pass, the eastern sky slowly welcomed a rising red sun. A fast horse galloped out of the morning glow. Its rider, a scout, bellowed in a loud voice, report. On the west bank of the Hong's River, in the direction of Meishan Prefecture, at least 7,000 troops are crossing the river. Based on their march, it will take them at most another day and a half to reach the Grand Luotian Pass. Good. Yu Song was overjoyed and with a wave of his hand, ordered, set fire, burn the mountain, break through, Wulian Mountain. This place is where Hong's River meets Wushui River. Chen Sansi had his men waiting here well in advance. General Chen. Lu Xiuhua counted the days. We've been hiding in this spot for 4 or 5 days. How come we've seen no signal from Vice Admiral Yu and his men? If this doesn't work, should we turn back? Wait a bit longer. Chen Sansi replied calmly. Vice Admiral Yu and his men are capable. Smoke. Fire, no sooner had he spoken, than everyone saw billowing black smoke rising in the southeast, like a black dragon ascending to the skies, spiraling above Luotian Pass, and ferociously devouring the momentum of the Red Eyebrow Army. Success, due to the distance between them to ensure rapid communication, setting the mountains on fire was used as the signal. Now that the wildfire had spread for 100 miles, it indicated that Vice Admiral Yu and his men successfully attracted the last of Red Eyebrow Army's elite forces, leaving their main stronghold, Meishan Prefecture, in an unprecedented state of vulnerability. Next, it is the final dance of this battle. Prepare the chariot, General. Convey my command. Chen Sansi's pupils gleamed resolutely in the sunlight, his voice as sonorous as a great bell, reverberated in the ears of 2,000 soldiers. After the entire army crosses the Hong's River, seize the bridge and cross the Wushui River, then march straight for Meishan Prefecture, capture Liang Jinian alive. Capture Liang Jinian alive. Capture Liang Jinian alive. 2,000 men shouted in unison, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. At this moment, in Chen Sansi's eyes, the phrase sinking formation death will surface once again. Even if individuals like Yan Changqing had different thoughts due to their status and positions, at this very moment, everyone shared one common goal in mind: kill the traitors. Who says I bear no clothes? With my brothers I share my robe. Brothers, cross the river. They were already well prepared, crossing the Hong's River for the fourth time within a mere 2 days. Kai Zun and other horses had long been waiting on the riverbank. The Wushui River, it has a bridge. Their horses could advance unobstructed, reaching Meishan Prefecture at lightning-fast speed, appearing like heavenly soldiers descending upon the earth. Breakthrough. The remnants of the reserve camp, led by Yu Song, the last 30 horsemen, riding on seized warhorses, set fire to the mountains on their return journey after failing to force their way through Luotian Pass, resolving to cross back over the Hong's River and re-enter the heart of Ming State. Unfortunately, they were surrounded on all sides by the enemy army, encircled as tightly as if in an iron barrel. In a valley, they were left with no room to retreat. How come there are only so few men? Liu Shaojiang reined in his horse, frowning at the mere 30-odd riders before them, and demanded loudly, Yu Song, where are the rest of your men? Tell us their whereabouts and you will be spared. They were the ones who had converged from all directions. Theoretically, no one should have been able to escape, but they had only managed to kill less than 1,000 enemies. The reserve camp's remnants clearly numbered more than 3,000. The answer they received was the sound of swords being drawn. Reserve camp, charge. Yu Song raised the Mo blade high. The last 30 or so riders of the reserve camp charged into the enemy army's formation of tens of thousands. In an instant, they were overwhelmed, disappearing without a trace like mud cows into the sea. Yangchun Prefecture, the rebel army's main camp. Dong'an, donning his full armor with the help of his attendants, took up a he miao long sword. He looked much better than he had in days, his eyes brimming with confidence. Report. Outside the city, about 50 miles away, we suspect we've discovered traces of Sha Wenlong and others. General Xiang is already in pursuit. Commander, do you wish to go see for yourself? Mino, once the battle report from Meishan Prefecture arrives, I will personally go there myself. Dong'an, holding a writing brush, sketched and planned on a map. But his focus wasn't on the movements of the reserve camp's remnants. Instead, he was strategizing the overall situation in Ming State. The reserve camp's men couldn't possibly still be alive. The arrangements at Luotian Pass were foolproof, and the feint they employed was no longer effective. That Chen kid has run out of tricks at last. Once the confirmation of the result matches his prediction, Dong'an will personally don his armor, first to pursue and kill Sha Wenlong, and then to assist Zhang Wuxin in the battle against Jai at Sword Gate Canyon. Report. Word from Luotian Pass, the reserve camp's remnants have been completely wiped out. Vice Admiral Yu Song's head is on its way here. Wait a second. Dong'an sensed something amiss. Only Yu Song. Where's Chen Sansi's head, Commander? The soldier bowed his head, not daring to meet his gaze. There's more important news. According to the battle report from Liu Anxing, they killed around 1,000 of the enemy. The whereabouts of the other 2,000 are unknown. Dong'an shouted angrily, nonsense. Speak clearly, Commander. I have told all there is to tell. The soldier's voice trembled slightly. It's just that we didn't find the person. Just 2,000 people missing, and you tell me it's just, bang. Dong'an kicked violently. The soldier spat out blood and died on the spot. Inside the tent, there was deadly silence. None of the soldiers dared to speak. Dong'an returned to the front of the map, picked up the brush again, and mumbled to himself as he analyzed, impossible. The reserve camp was surrounded by a large army from all 4 directions. After they attacked Luotian Pass, it was absolutely impossible for them to have time to retreat, unless these 2,000 men never really went to attack Luotian Pass but had hidden away early. That means, this attack on Luotian Pass was another diversion. No, all the main generals were there. Yu Song's head has already been cut off. This has been confirmed by multiple sources. There is no mistake. All the main generals were killed in battle. Absurd, how could there ever be an example of main generals letting their subordinates die to cover their escape? If it really was so, what were they trying to do? Where did the other 2,000 men escape to? Dongan spared no effort, brought in a brand new map, and replayed the course of the battle in Ming State from beginning to end, until midnight when a loud thunder sounded in the sky, and the brush in his hand dropped to the floor with a plop. Whoosh. Ming State was hit by a downpour again, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in his heart. It's all over, thump. Commander, the soldiers hurriedly came forward. This time, 2 hours later, Dongan finally opened his eyes again. He lay on the cot, his lips pale as if he had walked back from the brink of death. Go tell Liang Jinyan to run. Never mind, it's too late. Too late? What do you mean too late? The soldiers, confused by what they heard, felt an inexplicable panic as they looked at the commander. Commander. A deputy general leaned over the cot and earnestly asked, Commander, please explain clearly. You're a brilliant strategist. How could it be too late, even if it's just to minimize our losses? Dongan closed his eyes and said nothing more, as if he were a dying man. The men had no choice but to go inform Liang Jinyan. Meanwhile, Meishan Prefecture. Outrageous. Liang Jinyan angrily slammed the table. 2,000 men. How could Liu Anxing let so many people go and then tell me they're untraceable? Commander, where could they be? The last city guard general in Meishan Prefecture, He Xianliang, asked from the moment they attacked Luotian Pass. They shouldn't have had any chance to escape. Not good. Liang Jinyan paled in shock. They never even attacked Luotian Pass. How could that be possible? He Xianliang said, Commander, the head of Yu Song from the remnants of the reserve camp is undeniably real. Could the main general have stayed behind to cover our retreat with his life? It's exactly because of this that they fooled all of us. Deceitful villains. Liang Jinyan wanted to flip the table, but lacking the strength, he instead ended up falling to the ground, where he roared fiercely, How could this be? How could this be? Even if he is exceptional, he is still just 1,000 captain. 1,000 captain could command a main general to willingly die. There's no logic in this at all. How could Yu Song have consented? Someone come quickly. He Xianliang, how many men do we have left? He Xianliang answered, Commander's trusted aide plus the last of the city guard army. We still have over 200 men left. Is something the matter? Over 200 men, not enough to defend the city. Liang Jinyan grabbed the map. Wait, I remember. Aren't there still over 1,800 people slaughtering in Lin County? Yes, Commander. He Xianliang explained, these people are the original veterans of Meishan Mountain Village. After winning the Central Region's battles, they came back here as a reward from you, Commander, for slaughtering the city. There's still time. Liang Jinyan ordered, immediately summon them back to Meishan Prefecture, and be sure to intercept the remnants of the reserve camp on the road. What? Hearing this, He Xianliang finally understood why the commander was so panicked, and said incredulously, Commander, you mean to say? This can't be possible, right? Commander, it's terrible. A member of the Red Eyebrow Army burst into the hall, dripping with urine. 100 li outside the city, we found approximately 2,000 cavalry. It's unknown where they came from. They claim to be heavenly soldiers and generals, and they are here to reclaim the heavenly book bestowed to the commander by the Immortal. He Xianliang was in shock. The remains of the reserve camp indeed appeared just as the commander had said. What's the difference between this and real heavenly soldiers and generals? Nonsense, they are the remnants of the reserve camp. Where are any heavenly soldiers? Liang Jinyan angrily said, they are saying this merely to intimidate you. He knew if they succeeded, the rebel armies would collapse in an instant. Everyone across the world would think him devoid of virtue and capability. The heavenly book would return to Dasheng, signifying Dasheng's power is not yet exhausted, and it was all just an unremarkable rebellion. Fine, I will use the heavenly book and have a decisive battle to the death with you. Liang Jinyan removed several pages of golden paper from his person, flowing with mystical formation symbols. He Xianliang immediately knelt down. Please bestow the formation, Commander. Boom. A surge of mystical energy that mortals could not perceive entered He Xianliang's body. Go. Liang Jinyan swept his sleeve. After the bestowed formation, you all will have the strength for a battle. Rest assured, Commander. He Xianliang accepted the command, since Yu Song has died, even if it's that Chen Sansi leading men here. At his best, he has only just reached minor Hua Jin, while I at least have achieved minor meridian passage. Plus, with the formation bestowed by the commander, I swear on my life, I will definitely win this battle, and then bring back Chen's head to present to the commander. Quickly go. Liang Jinyan said nothing more, just watching his silhouette as he slowly closed his eyes and sighed. The Red Eyebrow Army's severe lack of high-ranking generals was their fatal flaw. But He Xianliang, having come from a major sect and achieved minor meridian passage, might not necessarily be inferior to that Chen Sansi. Nevertheless, if this battle succeeds, it's not yet too late. If this battle is lost, his life is over. Outside Meishan Prefecture, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled continuously. A fierce storm erupted, evil chi rising. More than 2,000 cavalry charged south from the north bank of Wushui, harboring a towering killing intent. Above the pitch-black heavenly dome, each flash of lightning illuminated the dense and uniformly arranged cavalry formation, truly as if the heavenly god was furious, a divine army descending. Along the way, passing county towns, none were without terror. "Kai may lack virtue, the heavenly generals come to collect." The deafening slogan quickly resonated along the north bank of Wushui, spreading among the people. "This is the momentum to kill. Report." Zhao Kang, riding his horse swiftly, arrived, sir. 10 miles ahead, an army formation appears on the essential road to Meishan Prefecture. It looks like they've hurried over from the nearby Lin County. General Chen, Lu Xiuhua asked, "What do you think we should do?" "Kill." Chen Sansi spat out a word. There isn't always a strategy available. When necessary, there's only one word: kill. Amidst thunder and lightning, the two armies encountered each other directly. Looking as far as the eye can see, the Red Eyebrow Army arrayed their formation, which isn't recorded in the military books, the Heavenly Book formation. Their formation was orderly, and vaguely it seemed they were utilizing the power of heaven and earth, with a stream of pure white Xuan Qi circling above them, from a distance appearing like a vast fog rising on a rainy night. "Brothers." He Xianliang, in the center of the formation, raised his spear high, his voice shaking the rain on his face. "The commander just granted us the formation. We are the real divine weapons descending. As said in the Heavenly Book, this battle is our destined victory for the commander to stabilize the heavens and earth." The troops ahead are nothing but remnants and defeated soldiers of the reserve camp, like rats scurrying through the state of Ming, leading them Chen Sansi, merely 1,000 captain. "I could take him down under my horse with just a snap of my fingers. So brothers, charge freely, ahead for an ounce of gold. Kill, 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 boom, boom, boom." The enemy's momentum was equally enormous. Heavenly Book. Chen Sansi, looking at the white Xuan Qi above their heads, gripped the 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear firmly in his hands with a determined gaze. He really wanted to see what treasure granted by the Immortal, because it was bestowed to the Red Eyebrow Army, the scourge that slaughters towns and people. If it is true, then this Immortal should also be killed. No more strategies. The reserve camp soldiers also arrayed into formation, charging with the one-line long snake formation, transitioning into the heaven and earth triadic formation, followed by the 4 gates capture formation to surround and attack, then assisted by the 5 tigers herding sheep formation, until at last the more than 2,000 men gradually fused into one, forming the 9 characters chain formation, ultimately transforming into the ambush from all sides formation. This is the 10 formations of the military family. In contrast, the Red Eyebrow Army's formation was more complex. Under the mist like Xuan Qi and leveraging the power of heaven and earth, they unleashed combat power far beyond their normal capacity, so much so that in the initial rounds of charges, both sides suffered equally. The young elites of the reserve camp gained no advantage. Chen Sansi, using the Qi observation skill among the waterfall-like rains, sought his target, and finally found their main general at the core of the enemy's formation, his aura foundation far stronger than Jia Lao Si, estimated to be around the realms of Minor Meridian Passage. Yet another tricky problem. This was why after Yu Song appeared at Luotian Pass, the enemy firmly believed that the reserve camp was truly attacking Luotian Pass with all their strength, thus lowering their guard as an essential reason. They had no senior generals left. Without the combat prowess of a Meridian Passage realm such as Yu Song, their threat was greatly diminished. Even if they truly appeared outside Meishan Prefecture, they still had to face a high-level general of Minor Meridian Passage. Chen Sansi quickly assessed the current situation in his mind. Beyond the suppression of realms, there was another key point. He noticed that all the white Xuan Qi originated from this enemy general. Just kill him. The Heavenly Book enhancement would naturally collapse. Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, one on each side, cover me. Chen Sansi gave the order, then spurred his horse forward with his spear in hand. Yes. Lu Xiuhua and the others acted as commanded, closely following his side, blocking attacks from all directions. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing and the thunder in the sky exploded simultaneously, the formidable impact scattering a burst of water in the air. Under the terrifying impact, Chen Sansi's Vajra body, fueled by the racing blood of the Jiaolong, began to vibrate. His man and horse reared up high, like a painting under the brilliance of the lightning. After all, it was a mastery of Meridian Passage. If not for the extraordinary white swan horse, his horse might not have withstood this strike. Minor Hua Jin, He Xianliang showed a look of astonishment. The intelligence was clear. It only marked him as refining internal organs perfection at the end of the selected point, before dispatching to Ming State at most at the entry level of Hua Jin. Just half a year and he's achieved Minor Hua Jin. What a speed. Fortunately, it was still Minor Hua Jin. He was at mastery of Meridian Passage, between them spanning 3 realms. After a single exchange, the 2 warhorses sprinted past each other, then immediately turned. initiating a second clash, long spear and long spear continually colliding, like two Jiao Long wrestling, both aiming to use this rainstorm to ascend into dragons. The prerequisite, however, was swallowing the other to empower themselves. The most distinctive aspect of the Meridian Passage realm was the formal use of the meridians. Flesh, chi, blood, and power, all maximized to the extreme, laying the groundwork for the next phase, the profound image realm. Just like the difference between blood refining and refining internal, the gap cannot be said to be small. These were indeed three distinct realms. Moreover, He Xianliang was a true sect genius with a solid foundation, not some ordinary bandit with a superficial cultivation. Every time Chen Sansi crossed blows, he had to endure severe pain. Fortunately, with the storage power and mystical yuan in his organs, he was able to hold on. However, as time passed, the mystical energy boost on the bodies of the Red Eyebrow army became increasingly apparent. The formation used by the enemy troops subtly matched the thunderstorm, possessing an indescribable magic. Even though the formation of the reserve camp was also practiced day and night, it gradually fell into disadvantage, then continued to widen the gap, and the number of casualties began to increase. The direct subordinates Chen Sansi brought from Poyang County, relying on their understanding, were doing fine, but the others under them were not so lucky. If this continued, their array soldiers would soon all be sacrificed, and the situation would then transform into the enemy's formation encircling and attacking our military officers one by one. With the addition of mystical energy, how long Lu Xiuhua and the others could hold on was hard to say. The increase in casualties could not continue. Enough people had died in this battle. Clang! Chen Sansi's long spear was once again knocked aside by a forceful blow. He did not counterattack, but instead took the opportunity to gallop away dragging his spear, and after continuously stabbing several intercepting Red Eyebrow rebel army soldiers, he dashed into the curtain of rain. Don't run. He Xianliang chased after him without any hesitation. When the distance between the two sides had closed to a certain extent, the five tigers' soul-breaking spear suddenly counterattacked. Backward charge, a mere trick. He Xianliang, already prepared, almost instantly blocked the long spear with his own spear, then flicked the long spear into the air, adjusting his position at a bizarre angle, and thrust directly towards the enemy general's heart. Crack. At that moment, a terrifying thunder resembling a spider web streaked across the dome above. Using the light from the electricity, He Xianliang saw that the enemy general, having lost his weapon and caught in an inevitable deadly situation, was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at him calmly as though he had been prepared for the backward charge and had anticipated it being blocked. Then why did he still use this move? In his rapidly dilating pupils, the following scene reflected. This young general, who had played rounds with a 300,000-strong army in Ming State using just 3,000 soldiers, at this critical moment of life and death, didn't think about how to dodge to save himself, but was forming hand seals, looking like some mindless Taoist. Immediately afterwards, He Xianliang witnessed a phantom image gathering on the opponent's fingertips, which looked like a small sword, only it was very tiny, almost like a sewing needle. What was this? Rumble. After the flash of lightning, a thunderous sound erupted, and the phantom in the young general's hand vanished. He Xianliang only felt a chill in his forehead, and then he could no longer see this world. Clearly, he fell straight from his horse into the mud, a trickle of blood emerging from his forehead and quickly being washed clean by the rain, blending into the mud. All of this happened in an instant. Chen Sansi reached out and caught the five tigers' soul-breaking spear previously flicked into the air, stabbed it down into the corpse's skull, creating a huge bloody hole to cover up the wound from the sword chi skill. The reason he had lured his opponent here was not to use the backward charge for a sneak attack. When the gap in realms was too large, small tricks were useless. It was solely to keep away from the main battlefield, to prevent others from discovering his use of spell. He Xianliang is dead. You rebels quickly surrender. Under the enhancement of chi blood, Chen Sansi's roar at times overwhelmed the thunder, deafening. He could see, after He Xianliang's death, the mist hovering over the Red Eyebrow army dispersed at a rapid pace, vanishing in a few breaths' time. The enemy soldiers, looking at the skull under the intermittently illuminated head with its terrifying visage, lost all their will to fight. One after another they turned and ran, and the previously exquisite formation naturally completely collapsed. The tide of the battle shifted in an instant, turning into a one-sided massacre. In Meishan Prefecture City, Commander. A member of the Red Eyebrow army stumbled in, covered in blood, and knelt on the ground, sobbing, "It's over, it's all over. General, he was decapitated by that Chen Sansi. Our brothers are mostly dead. The remaining people from the reserve camp are heading straight for the city. They will arrive in no more than half a day. So soon." Liang Jinian seemed as if he had been drained of strength, collapsing into a chair. Chen Sansi is only at Hua Jin. How could he kill He Xianliang in such a short time? Let alone, I even bestowed them with spell. It was a matter of life and death. He held nothing back. In this last battle, almost all the remaining immortal items were used up. We don't know either, Commander. Several Red Eyebrow Army soldiers who had fled earlier returned and knelt in a row. That Chen Sansi isn't human at all. Once he starts fighting, he disregards everything and charges straight at General He like a madman. Commander, what do we do, Commander? Enough noise. Liang Jinian was overwhelmed. How long until reinforcements get here at the fastest? Commander, it will take at least 15 days at the earliest. You first pack up the belongings, take the lady and some gold and silver coin, and then wait here for me. Liang Jinian unsteadily left the mansion, mounted a fast horse, and went straight to a nearby grove, kneeling down and imploring to the sky, Immortal, save me. Immortal, it is Liang Jinian who is incompetent. I have lost this battle and failed the treasure bestowed by the Immortal. I beg of you, Immortal, to lend me your aid once again. Grant me another chance, an opportunity to make a comeback. I cannot accept this, I cannot accept this. Why should these dog officials strut around while we live so meekly? Why should they look down on me? I want revenge. I want to kill all the scholars. Immortal, help me. Immortal. However, no matter how much he shouted, he received no response. Liang Jinian forced a bitter smile and gave a resounding kowtow. It seems that the Immortal has lost faith in me. I take my leave, back at the residence. The belongings were all packed. In total, there were 7 or 8 members of the Red Eyebrow Army, plus a woman and an old man in his 70s. However, as the Red Eyebrows gazed upon the gold, silver, and the beautiful lady, their eyes began to shift restlessly. What are you standing there for? Liang Jinian ordered, hurry up and leave. There might still be a sliver of hope. Commander, it's over. One of the Red Eyebrows with a beard said, even if we don't understand military tactics, we know that what comes next is almost certainly death, unless we abandon the burdens. Yes, Commander. Another chimed in, or perhaps, Commander could use a more powerful immortal law. Exactly, exactly. The others agreed, otherwise they're coming for you, and no matter where you go, you can't escape. Liang Jinian clenched his fist beneath his wide sleeves, but eventually suppressed the surge of anger and adopted a calm demeanor, speaking lightly, no need for immortal law. I have just consulted the heavenly book and once again received guidance from the Immortal. The Immortal told me to exit through the South City Gate and head towards May Mountain. There an Immortal will surely protect us. Really. The Red Eyebrows looked at each other, half believing, half doubting. Can the commander still meet with the Immortal? You impudent fools, how dare you? Liang Jinian narrowed his eyes. You dare to doubt me. Cut him down. The Red Eyebrows hesitated, but seeing the scholar's confidence, they dared not defy him. In the end, quite suddenly, one of them stabbed the man who had expressed doubt to death. Commander, they knelt down again. Just give the order. We will escort you and the lady out of the city. Liang Jinian commanded, you go ahead and bring the horses, only the black ones. Today, only by riding black horses can we meet the Immortal. Hurry. Yes, the Red Eyebrows scattered. Inside the hall, only the woman, the old man, and he remained. Uncle Wu, Liang Jinian stuffed all the gold and silver into their hands. You're the only one I can trust. You must take Pei Wen to West Qi. Prime Minister Zhang there will see to your well-being. Liang, this is after a defeat, no matter, don't be sad. Housekeeper Wu asked, somewhat confused, what's going on? Can't we leave together? Indeed, husband. Gao Peiwen gently took the scholar's hand. Aren't you going with me? No, Liang Jinian struggled to speak. The Dasheng soldiers are after me, the commander of the Red Eyebrows. As long as I am present, you will never escape. Only by separating from me do you stand a chance to live. Nian Lang, Gao Peiwen cried like a pear blossom battered by the rain, throwing herself into the scholar's arms. Uncle Wu, I entrust you with this task. Liang Jinian, having reassured her, forcibly pushed her away. If it hadn't been for you, sir, sneaking food and books to me from your residence back then, I probably wouldn't recognize a single character. I shall repay your kindness in my next life. As he spoke, he gave a deep bow and then resolutely turned and left. Liang, don't worry. Even if it costs me this old life, I will ensure your wife is safely escorted to West Qi. Husband. Bang. Housekeeper Wu knocked him out from behind with a stick, then called over 2 maids to join him as they left in a horse-drawn carriage through the back door. Quickly, go. Liang Jinian arrived at the front gate where several Red Eyebrow army soldiers indeed had gathered 7 black horses. They all mounted and headed straight for the East City Gate, but after escaping for 20 lei, a white horse leading over 1,000 men surrounded them, sealing off every direction completely. Commander, you. Liang, you deceived us. At that moment, several Red Eyebrow army soldiers realized the truth. Liang Jinian wasn't leading them to escape or to meet any immortal, he was purely leading them to their deaths, all to buy his family back home time to escape. Ha 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 ha. Liang Jinian laughed maniacally. That's right, you bandits, what is your death to me? Fuck your mother, I'll kill you, don't kill him, trade his life for ours. Bang, a Red Eyebrow army soldier with a whiskered beard kicked out. Liang Jinian was sent flying, tumbling over a dozen times before coming to a stop, coughing up blood continuously. Damn it. The Red Eyebrow army hastily mounted their horses, pressed down on him fiercely, and then knelt on the ground before the Dasheng soldiers. Mercy, my lord, we're all common folk, forced into joining the Red Eyebrow army. Right, we had no intention of rebelling. We are willing to offset our crimes with our merits. This man is Liang Jinian from Mei Mountain, the commander of the Red Eyebrow Army. We present him to you, my lord. Where's the heavenly book? Strip search him. The Red Eyebrow Army roughly searched him and finally found several golden yellow booklets, looking as though they were made from gold, hammered and forged into thin sheets of paper. This is the heavenly book. We offer it to Dasheng as well. We beg only for our lives to be spared. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The words had barely ended. The Sheng dynasty general astride the white horse offered no idle words. With the bowstring of his big bow twanging like thunder, one arrow after another followed in procession, piercing their hearts with deadly precision. 7 men lay dead in the blink of an eye. Chen Sansi reined in his horse, looking down upon the scholar and asked calmly, "Are you Liang Jinian?" "It's me." Liang Jinian, wiping the blood off his chin with a mud-caked sleeve, looked up and said, "Are you Chen Sansi, brother Chen? You and I have no grudges, why resort to this?" Chen Sansi remained silent. "Brother Chen." Struggling to his feet, Liang Jinian continued, "Dasheng is corrupt, its fate has run out. Why sacrifice your life for the cow family? With your talents and vision, why not join me in pursuit of great ambitions? The land might bear the name Chen one day." He got no response. Liang Jinian picked up a golden booklet and persisted, "Brother Chen, have you seen this? It's the heavenly book, a gift from the Immortal to me. If you kill me, the heavenly book is to be presented to the court, and you will gain nothing. But if you work with me, I can share the treasure with you." There was a deadly silence. He finally understood he had indeed reached the end of the road. "Fine then, go ahead." Liang Jinian closed his eyes, yet the expected death did not come. Opening his eyes, he demanded, "Chen, what are you waiting for? Do you intend to humiliate me?" Chen Sansi simply watched the southern sky, ignoring him. At last, a troop of cavalry approached from that direction. A woman and an old man were being brought over. Sir, Zhao Kang saluted and said, "We've caught his family. Killed 2 maidservants, and these are the only 2 left. My wife, damn you, Chen, I'll kill you." Liang Jinian picked up a war blade off the ground, ready to risk it all. "Kneel." Zhao Kang delivered a kick, snapping his right leg and leaving him writhing in the mud, a muddy mess. He struggled to crawl forward, his tone shifting from anger to pleading. "Chen Sansi, Mr. Chen, I beg of you, my wife is innocent. She had nothing to do with the rebellion. Do not bring calamity upon my family. Please release her. You may execute me even by Lingchai if it pleases you. Do not bring calamity upon the family." Chen Sansi finally spoke. He leaned forward ever so slightly, enunciating each word. "Liang Jinian, do you realize how many towns your men have slaughtered along the way? You have a family, don't their families matter too?" Liang Jinian was taken aback, speechless. "Say your proper goodbyes to your woman." Chen Sansi spoke gravely, "Otherwise she'll be taken away. From then on, whatever the wardens do, I cannot control." Liang Jinian screamed in agony, clutching his head. "Jinian, I don't blame you." Gao Peiwen picked up a blade from the ground. Before the scholar could react, she ended her own life. Following her lead was housekeeper Wu. "Do it," Chen Sansi ordered indifferently. Clack. The he meow blade flashed, and Liang Jinian's head hit the ground. Only then did Chen Sansi dismount. "General Chen, weren't we supposed to capture him alive?" Lu Shuhua asked, baffled. "The merit of capturing him alive is greater than that of killing him. We've got pursuers behind us. It's inconvenient to travel with a captive. We're not truly out of danger, yet it will take some time." Chen Sansi explained calmly, "With his head in the heavenly book, we can sufficiently crush the morale of all rebel armies. There's no need for excess baggage." "Makes sense," no one objected. Chen Sansi stepped forward and picked up the heavenly book. The feel of it in his hands was just like gold foil. He glanced at the others. "If you want to see it, come here." Yan Changqing was the first to lean in closer. Lu Shuhua and Zai Sishu also came nearer after getting permission. Bai Thingzhai, however, showed no interest and went to check the bodies to see if there were any survivors. "Sir, the characters in this book don't seem to belong to our central plains, nor do they resemble those of the surrounding 4 nations. Indeed, it must be written by an immortal." Chen Sansi gently turned the pages of the booklet. He recognized that the flowing golden script was the same as the one his 4th senior brother had translated into the dictionary, which contained the sword chi skill, and although it was unintelligible to others, Chen Sansi could understand it. It contained indeed some formations, not only military formations. There were also some genuine magic arrays, but those arrays required various immortal magic tools to construct. The other human-assembled formations included large-scale military formations and smaller ones. The smaller formations had a mix of everything from sword arrays, magic arrays, demon suppression arrays, evil extermination formation, and so on. He could understand every rune, but putting them all together was another story. These things required the collaboration of immortal cultivators to be effective for ordinary people. They were utterly useless. The same was true for the large-scale military formations. Indeed, formations could harness the power of heaven and earth, but the prerequisite was that the user of the formation needed cultivation as a foundation. Martial arts practitioners wouldn't suffice, and common array soldiers were even less capable. So how did the Red Eyebrow Army manage it? Energy. That white, smoke-like mystical energy, which could partially substitute for cultivation to form an array. However, there was no mention of this energy in the Heavenly Book. Mr. Yan, would you have any issue keeping the Heavenly Book safe? After having looked through it once, Chen Sansi, with his photographic memory, engraved everything he could and could not understand deep into his mind. The Heavenly Book itself had no particular use. Holding on to it would not only be pointless for him, but might also incur the court's suspicion without cause. Moreover, just after Liang Jinian had died, the term sinking formation death will still remained on the others, including Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu, these two who had initially been strongly dissatisfied with him, still willing to charge into battle. Instead, starting from Liangzhu, the two who seemed to be on good terms on the surface, and who had still somewhat supported him in Ming State, had the term disappear from them. He, after all, was a person sent by the court. The grandson of the chief minister, he represented the court, the interests of the emperor. After the great battle ended, the two were no longer comrades. Isn't that inappropriate? Yan Chengqing declined. I haven't reached Hua Jin. This matter is of great importance. It would be best for Brother Chen to keep it. All right, Chen Sansi said to everyone. Then I ask you brothers to bear witness. I will take charge of the item for now, and immediately hand it over to the court after the battle ends. General Chen, what do we do next? Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu, one on each side, drew up the map in front of the general. Wait. Chen Sansi pointed at the location of Luotian Pass. The troops at this place might not yet be aware of the situation in Meishan Prefecture. Let's wait another 10 days to half a month. By then the imperial army from the court should also be about to cross the great wilderness and attack Luotian Pass. What we need to do next is to wait and coordinate a pincer attack with the capital, seize Luotian Pass, and then use it as a foundation to stabilize our footing in the southern region of Ming State, and in coordination with other generals like Lu and Rong, gradually devour the rest of the rebel army and the troops of West Qi Kingdom. In these next few days, everyone can rest well in Meishan Prefecture. Remember our rules. Don't disturb or oppress the civilians. Otherwise I will kill anyone I see. Yes, sir. The army slowly entered the city. Chen Sansi had long since run out of spiritual rice medicine ointment, and by the end Qian Zun hadn't even gotten a taste. He only had the treasure medicine given by the court left. After taking it, he continued his cultivation without a moment's rest. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jin's small achievement. Progress 566, 2000. Until midnight, he did not ride a horse. He sneaked into the darkness on foot, confirming with the Qi observation skill that nobody was following him, and after leaving the city gate, he went dozens of miles outside the east city gate to a wilderness filled with piles of bodies. Chen Sansi found Liang Jinian's headless body, took out the Zhenyu sword, and cut open the stomach, searching for something inside. The reason he had killed Liang Jinian was not just because it was troublesome to keep a living person around, but also for other reasons. The surname Liang had hidden something. He hadn't told the truth. Heavenly Book was Heavenly Book, White Xuan Qi was Xuan Qi. The two supplemented each other, but they were actually two different things, two different items. Since meeting Liang Jinian, Chen Sansi had noticed the qi within him, guessing that if it wasn't for cultivation on his person, it was some treasure hidden within him. If the former, naturally, there was nothing to be done, but if the latter, then it could be taken out. Indeed. Before long, he fished out something round and icy to the touch from within the flesh. Taking it out, he found it was a bead similar to a crystal ball, but its surface flowed with intricate runes. A mist-like aura was contained within it. Only the qi inside the bead was already very weak, so weak it was nearly completely dissipated. This is it, Chen Sansi could be certain. Liang Jinian had only used the so-called Heavenly Book on troop formations to practice formation techniques. The truly powerful item was actually this bead. Only with the qi born within it could it exert part of the power of the surprise army formation. Now, it seems the Heavenly Book was likely fabricated by scholars, intended to deceive and thus protect the true treasure, the bead. Without the bead, even if others obtained the Heavenly Book, they couldn't understand it, and even if they could, it was useless. Over time, they would naturally think that Liang Jinian was the real chosen one, exceptional and unique. Only he could control the Heavenly Book, and thus they would submit. It's indeed a clever scheme. Don't know how to use the bead and how to accumulate the qi inside. When the Red Eyebrow Army initially started the war, they were said to be like heavenly soldiers, but then they grew weaker and weaker, surely because the qi inside the bead was used up. Then why didn't Liang Jinian accumulate qi? Seems he also had no good solution. Maybe even he hadn't figured out the purpose of the thing. Anyway, I'll put it away first. Chen Sansi found a muddy pit, used the accumulated water inside to wash the blood off the bead's surface, then tucked it into his chest. No matter where the item came from, what use it had, how to use it. In any case, it was his now. Did they really think he would work for the old emperor for free? Looking around, ensuring no one was there, Chen Sansi chose a minor road to return to the city. P. Have you made contact with those two deputy generals under Dongan's command? Lu Jai tapped his fingers on the desk. Tell them, this rebellion has nothing to do with them, it's all Dongan's responsibility. As long as they can abandon the dark and turn to the light, the court will not only refrain from pursuing their liabilities but will also promote them and reward them with resources. I've tried this before, Na Yuan said helplessly, but those people are Dongan's loyalists. Over the years, most of the court's resources have gone to the northwest 3 states, leaving the military officers of Ming State lacking in resources and harboring grievances. Their resolve to rebel is firm otherwise. The chaos in Ming State wouldn't have arisen. Getting them to turn their coats again is impossible unless Dongan dies violently. Otherwise, this war will last at least another year. I know, but we must try again. Even if just one of them is willing to turn, it would be of great help. Lu Jai mused, what about other movements? Zhao Wuji's remnants had only a few dozen people left last time they sent a message now. We don't know whether they are dead or alive. Na Yuan remarked, there's also our little junior brother, probably. Cheap. Before he could finish, a high donking flew into the tent and landed on the commander's sturdy arm. Isn't that the 1/9 junior sister gave to our little junior brother? Na Yuan said incredulously, after so long he's still alive. It's hard to imagine. Boss, take a look. Let's see where they have hidden themselves this time. Lu Jai took the message from the high donking's leg, opened it, and after reading it, the battle-hardened man known for his unparalleled bravery was struck as if by lightning, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Boss, Na Yuan asked puzzledly, what happened? Did our little junior brother devise some incredible strategy that played the enemy army for fools, playing them for fools? It's more than that. Lu Jai, with an expression that was no longer just astonishment, but a mix of excitement, shock, worry, and even a trace of displeasure blending into a look beyond description, said with a slightly trembling voice, our little junior brother not only survived the ordeal at the Great Pass, but after crossing the Hong's River 4 times, stormed the Wushui River and headed straight for Meishan Prefecture. He executed Liang Jinian and seized the Miracle Soldier's heavenly book. The situation in the south is settled. What did you say? Na Yuan snatched the message, scrutinizing it word by word repeatedly. West Qi Kingdom's military camp. At almost the same time, Marshal St. Zhang Wuxin received a message near Meishan Prefecture. He simply couldn't believe the content. Liang Jinian is dead. Who confirmed it? Even if they headed straight for Meishan Prefecture, there was only Chen Sansi left, a mere Hua Jin cultivator. Didn't Liang Jinian still hold the heavenly book? How could he die so easily? Absurd. Is this message real or fake? Commander, it's true. 10 days ago, the Great Pass received a distress letter from Liang Jinian, then no further messages. The scouts sent to the area around the Wushui River confirmed that Chen Sansi and his forces fought and decisively defeated the last of Meishan Prefecture's forces near Lin County. Now, Liang Jinian's head hangs on the walls of Meishan Prefecture City for public display. There's also a slogan, Kaimei has no virtue, heavenly soldiers are here to settle, that has almost spread across the north and south banks of the Wushui River, known to all the common people. So, it must be true. Zhang Wuxin's heart thundered, yet his face was as calm as a lake, his voice coldly saying, who would have thought my Qi strategized for 5 years, supposedly a guaranteed victory, would be ruined by a mere 1,000 captain of the Sheng dynasty, a disgrace so profound. Commander, what shall we do? Don't panic. Zhang Wuxin calmly said, we still have a foundation in Ming State. We just need to abandon the south and east, soon immediately dispatch orders to Dongan, commanding him to lead his troops to retreat westward swiftly. We will concentrate all our military forces on the western front of Ming State and endure a prolonged war with Sheng dynasty, able to attack Ming State, aiming for Liangzhu and Yan State, or retreat behind the Great Wall to the west. This war is not unwinnable, it's just that we must be prepared to pay a grievous price. Moreover, Dongan's 80,000 troops from Ming State must be preserved. Without these 80,000 troops, there is really no need to continue this battle. I heard that this guy has been utterly dispirited since Chen Sansi crossed the river for the 4th time. We must stabilize him. Yes, I will go and convey the orders to Dongan, Yangchun Prefecture, rebel army camp. For half a month, Dongan had barely left his bed, causing panic among the troops who didn't know what had happened. Report. A soldier entered the tent, knelt on one knee, opened his mouth, then hesitated and did not dare to speak. It's intelligence from Meishan Prefecture, isn't it? Dongan propped himself up to sit, read it. Yes, the soldier then read out the situation in detail, finally saying, Liang Jinian's head hangs on the city wall, and the Miracle Soldier's heavenly book most likely has also fallen into Chen Sansi's hands. He still remembered how horrible the death of the soldier who had reported after letting the enemy escape, following the previous major battle, had been as he spoke. He was sweating profusely, constantly swallowing saliva. Unexpectedly, after hearing the report, Dongan was unusually calm to the point of resembling a dead pool of water. He just took the intelligence in his hand and said in a hoarse, weak voice, "I understand, you may leave. Report." General Zhang Wuxin has sent a letter, saying he hopes the commander will lead us to retreat west immediately. You may leave as well. The two soldiers looked at each other and had no choice but to withdraw temporarily. He. Dongan looked at the letter in his hand, revealing a miserable smile that contained despair as well as resignation. He gently released the paper, letting it slowly drift down, then stood up and walked toward the general's sword hanging behind the commander's seat. What has happened to the commander? It must be that he's unable to get over the fact that a young newbie defeated him. Our commander is good in every way, just a bit obstinate. Go and persuade him. At this critical moment, who dares to go? But the West Qi Kingdom has ordered us to retreat west immediately. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. I'll go. In the end, it was a deputy general who mustered the courage to enter the tent. Commander. Then there was a startled shout. The crowds rushed into the tent. They saw Dongan, dressed in his undergarment, with disheveled hair sitting in the main seat, his head drooping lifelessly as he leaned on the general's sword, blood continuously dripping from his neck, pooling into a puddle of blood beneath his feet. Dongan had committed suicide. Meishan Prefecture, Cultivation Technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Huajin's Small Achievement. Progress 855, 2000. Atop the city wall, Chen Sansi put down his long spear. After the spiritual rice medicine ointment was used up, the pace of his cultivation slowed down significantly. It had been a full 10 days since the execution of the rebel Liang Jinian to the present. Chirp. Chen Sansi finally received a response from Hai Dongqing. This time it flew back from the southeast. Outside the great wilderness, it was a reply from the capital city army. Opening the intelligence report, Chen Sansi learned that the army was led by Marshal Saint Jiang Yuanbo, and they would arrive at the Great Wall within 10 more days at most. Setting off from Meishan Prefecture now would be just right. As long as they could join up with the main force, it would be equivalent to victory. Pass down my command. Move out, Sword Gate Canyon, West Qi Kingdom's military camp. Leave 10,000 troops to cover the rear in the canyon. The rest retreat silently. Zhang Wuxin commanded his soldiers in the darkness. Within 15 days, you must return to the northwest. Report. A soldier hurried back on a galloping horse, nearly tumbling off it. What's the matter? Zhang Wuxin asked hastily. Has Dongan's troops retreated? Commander, it's bad. The soldier said in a panic. Dongan, he committed suicide. Suicide? Are you joking with me? Zhang Wuxin could scarcely believe his ears and suspected he was hallucinating due to lack of rest. He grabbed the other party and demanded, "What's the reason?" "I don't know." The soldier replied, "The people from the Mingzhu army said that Dongan committed suicide shortly after seeing the death notice of Liang Jinian, without saying another word to them." Fool, Dongan is truly a fool. Even though Zhang Wuxin had deep schemes, upon receiving this news, he couldn't help but lose his composure and cursed. His death ruins the grand revival of our great Qi. After a moment of thought, he understood why Dong chose to take his own life. Firstly, the shock of losing to a young person around 17 or 18 was too great. Dongan was famously obsessed with military strategies. Since the age of 10, he had studied warfare and later considered Fang Qingyun to be his greatest nemesis in life. As such, he set winning against Fang Qingyun in military tactics as his biggest goal, which was also an important reason why he allied with West Qi. But as a result, before he could even defeat Fang Qingyun, another even more formidable Chen Sansi appeared. And the tactics used in the 4 crossings of the Hong's River were probably beyond what even Fang Qingyun could conceive. It was genius. No, it should be said that no one in the entire world could. There was not a single person capable of achieving such a feat. Going over the campaign again on the map made it clear just how terrifying it was. That was the true art of warfare, the true tactics. Chen Sansi didn't just command his own men, he directly commanded the enemy. It was terrifying. Even now, Zhang Wuxin still felt a deep reverence for that young man whose face he hadn't yet seen, whom he only knew by name. If that person lived, he could surpass Jai, even Sun Xiangzong. It wasn't impossible. This battle, if it had been concocted by a storyteller, that storyteller would surely be cursed to death, pelted with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables for fabricating lies. But by some fluke, the 4 crossings of the Hongs were real after this battle. The young man's name would surely echo throughout the land. From then on, known by all, recognized by all. How could Dongan endure such a tremendous blow? Secondly, of course, it was about the Heavenly Book. Unlike Liang Jinian's rebellion for power, Dongan rebelled purely for the Heavenly Book. Now that the Heavenly Book was in Chen Sansi's hands, he would never be able to obtain it again. For Dongan, this battle naturally lost all its meaning. With such a double blow, how could he not take his own life? But his life was of little consequence, yet it brought about disaster for the entire Qi. Damn it, Zhang Wuxin kept repeating the curse. If I had known earlier, who would have needed to employ the catching turtles in a jar strategy. Originally, the plan was for the armies of Great Qi to march directly into Ming state territory and engage the troops of the Great Sheng dynasty head-on. Liang Jinian and Dong had proposed the strategy together, claiming they had a way to first consume 4,000 troops of the Great Sheng dynasty along with a bunch of innate martial saints, seize the momentum, and then take advantage of Sun Xiangzong's absence to swiftly defeat Liangzhu and the Great Sheng. But in the end, it wasn't about catching turtles, but reaping the whirlwind, basically shooting themselves in the foot. If they had known this would happen, they could have fought a direct battle. Even if it came at a greater cost, they still had a 50% chance of winning. Now there was no chance at all. Commander, I haven't finished what I was saying. The soldier continued. Dong An's Deputy General Li Tiancheng and others seem to be converging towards us. They say that after losing their commander, they are unsure of what to do and hope to merge with us before making any further plans. No good. Zhang Wuxin immediately realized they are not coming to join forces. They have betrayed us to encircle us with Jai. Hurry, retreat, don't leave a single man behind. The whole army withdraws overnight. Head straight back west of the Great Wall. Doesn't that mean? A few deputy generals who had been listening by his side asked, "We're not fighting anymore. What's there to fight for?" Zhang Wuxin snapped angrily. With Dong An alive there was still a chance, but with his and Liang Jinian's deaths our momentum is completely lost. Continuing the fight is certain defeat. Even being slow to retreat won't do. Quick. Retreat. Chunwu Camp's military camp. Boss, good news, great news. Na Yuan burst into the tent with excitement, holding a sealed letter in his hand. Sansi, why are you becoming more impulsive? Just as Jai was putting on his armor and picking up his mighty heavenly halberd, he said, how good can the news be? Dong An is dead or something. Right, Dong An is dead. Is that so? Lu Jai asked anxiously. How did Dong An die? Did Li Tiancheng and others conspire to assassinate him? No. Na Yuan spoke deliberately, pausing with each word. He was angered to death by our junior brother. Lu Jai fell silent. From this moment he knew. Another kind of person would emerge within the 8 camps. Report. Lu Shiwai. Scouts report. Half a day ago, the main force of Zhang Wuxin's army began to retreat from Sword Gate Canyon. Then what are we waiting for? Chase them. Beat the drums, march. Outside Yangchun Prefecture in the wilderness. After Sha Wenlong barehandedly killed more than 30 riders pursuing them, he continued to flee with Cao Fan. It was at this moment that Hai Dongqing returned with intelligence from Sword Gate Canyon. General Lu says Sword Gate Canyon has fallen, tells us to just keep moving forward. General Lu is indeed formidable. Cao Fan's side, Sword Gate Canyon is easy to defend and hard to attack, yet he was able to in such a short time. But Sha Wenlong's expression changed uncertainly. It wasn't General Lu who took it down, but West Qi Kingdom voluntarily retreated because after Chen Sansi crossed the Hong's River for the 4th time, he went straight to Meishan Prefecture to execute the Liang traitor, then angering Dong An to death. What did you say? Hearing this, Cao Fan's wounds seemed to heal instantly, and he leapt up from the ground. General Sha, are you sure you haven't got it wrong? This isn't false information from the enemy. Princely heir, this is indeed true. Sha Wenlong sighed deeply. See for yourself. How did he do it? Cao Fan's hands trembled uncontrollably, his eyes nearly popping out as he spoke incoherently. The achievements after the 4th crossing directly caused the entire West Qi army to retreat, meaning this Ming state campaign has been subdued by Chen Sansi leading merely 3,000 men. One man settles one state. This is not just first merit, it's heavenly merit. It's among the top 10 heavenly merits in the over 300 years of the Great Sheng dynasty. Princely heir, General Sha, I can't compete with him anymore. Cao Fan had to admit, not just me, from now on, no one in the younger generation can compete with him. A towering tree invites the wind, which is not necessarily a good thing. He will have to face even more troubles in the future. Sha Wenlong persuaded, moreover, the princely heir, there will still be opportunities in the future. Once we return, after resting and regrouping for a year or so, we will campaign across the grassland to suppress the barbarian tribes. The merit from such a campaign is much greater than that from quelling this rebellion. General Sha. With gritted teeth, Cao Fan said, tell me why Yu Song would disobey orders. If he hadn't, the result would have been all of the Chen men dying on the way to attack Yangchun Prefecture. You and I leading over 1,000 cavalry to break through and attack the enemy from behind at Sword Gate Canyon, in coordination with General Lu, would have scored us a major victory. This heavenly merit, it should have been ours, it was meant to be ours. The princely heir is right, how dare an assistant general disobey orders? Clenching his fist so tightly it cracked, Sha Wenlong said, once we return I will personally list his crimes clearly. If all generals were to act as he did, I think we might as well not have fought this war at all. Everything would have been thrown into chaos. Luo Tian Pass. Liang Jinian is dead. You rebels, surrender quickly or face the eradication of your entire family, leaving not one alive. Chen Sansi's forces were reduced to barely 1,500 men, and wherever they went, all would surrender at the mere whiff of their presence. Not until they joined forces with the capital city guard army did they completely secure Luo Tian Pass and stabilize the situation in the south. At the same time, they also received news of Dong and taking his own life. This man was really one for splitting hairs. Chen Sansi knew. With Dong En's death, it meant the war had ended. General Chen. Lu Xiuhua and the others were ecstatic. You have led us to achieve such heavenly merit. Indeed. Zai Sishu continued, and not just merit, we have learned a lot by following you this time. More than that, Yan Chengqing said admiringly, when I return, I'm going to thoroughly review the entire sequence of the Ming State Rebellion campaign on a map, then document it. I believe it won't be long before everyone in the military family treats it like a treasured resource. General Chen. Marshal Jiang and his men brought some fine wine we shall drink to our fill tonight. Let's go, let's go. While the group was cheering and celebrating, Chen Sansi silently left, rode Qianzun in search of something near Luo Tian Pass, and eventually found over 30 bodies in a valley dozens of miles away. There were many wild wolves nearby. Many of the bodies were gnawed beyond recognition. Through the painstaking identification of a water bag that was once used to carry drunk saint, he recognized the decomposed and headless body of Yu Song. Qianzun. Chen Sansi patted the horse's head. Go, call Zhao Kang and the others over so we can take our brothers' bodies back for a proper burial. He turned around to gather local herbs to prevent the bodies from decomposing further, then planned to transport them all back to Liangzhu after the war had truly ended, so they could rest in their homeland. The overall situation was already settled. However, there would still be 2 to 3 months of cleanup to do. Fortunately, no further danger would arise in the aftermath, and Chen Sansi and his men would merely have to follow the capital army, pushing forward unopposed. In most cases, they wouldn't even need to engage in battle themselves. Simply observing from the sidelines would suffice. Capital City, inside Longevity Palace. All the senior officials had arrived at court, creating a solemn atmosphere. Due to the delay in news from the war in Ming State, the emperor was preparing to lead the expedition himself. Your Majesty, please consider carefully. Yan Liang and others knelt and pleaded. You possess the body of a true dragon, the sovereign of our nation. How can you lightly go to war? Indeed, Your Majesty. Minister of War Gao Bo emphatically said, Your Majesty is the stabilizer of our great Sheng dynasty and should not be moved lightly unless absolutely necessary. Father Emperor, your son is willing to go. The gray-haired regent crown prince, leaning on a cane, slowly made his way into the hall, set down his cane and knelt gently. Father Emperor, allow your son to lead the expedition. Rise first. The curtains parted and Emperor Longqing, with a ruddy complexion and full of vitality, approached the crown prince and personally helped him up. Haven't I already decreed that you need not kneel? You have difficulty with your legs, do not harm your body. Huang Hong, would you provide a seat for the crown prince? Yes. The chief eunuch, dressed in plain clothes, hurriedly brought over a small stool and then assisted the crown prince in sitting down. Emperor Longqing slightly squinted his eyes. Crown prince, what did you just say? Father Emperor, your son wishes to lead the expedition to Ming State. The crown prince spoke solemnly. Ming State to the north can spy on Yan State, to the east it oversees Liangzhu, southwards it crosses the Great Wilderness, and it can directly threaten the militarily depleted Feng State and others. It is truly the gateway of our great Sheng dynasty, a place where no mishap must occur. Father Emperor, allow your son to lead the troops to Ming State, and your son guarantees with his life that he will quell the rebellion within 3 months. Your Majesty, I concur. Minister of War Gao Bo followed up. Your humble servant wishes to accompany him with Jiang Yuanbo Lu Jai, along with the crown prince and myself. We will definitely not fail. Emperor Longqing did not answer them immediately, but swished his sleeve, turned, and sat down on the dragon chair. After a long while, he leisurely responded, the crown prince is frequently ill, and the journey to Ming State is far, so let me go myself. That is settled. The crown prince and Gao Bo exchanged a glance, both displaying a touch of disappointment on their faces. The emperor is wise. The previously dissenting Yan Liang, upon hearing that the crown prince wanted to go, also began to agree. Emperor Wan Shu personally leading the expedition to Ming State will definitely triumph magnificently. With the emperor arriving, the rebels will certainly lose their nerve upon hearing the news. Enough, you all need not flatter me so. Emperor Longqing spoke gravely. Do you think I want to go? I have no choice. They say our great Sheng dynasty is full of talented individuals, but when it comes down to it, how many can stand on their own? In the end, there are not enough capable people, nor enough loyal people. We are incompetent. Forgive us, Your Majesty. Fang Qingyun. Emperor Longqing looked toward the scholar in the corner. Come with me. Fang Qingyun slightly bowed his head. Your humble servant obeys the command. And then. Emperor Longqing was about to continue reviewing his troops and officers when suddenly loud shouts arose outside. Victory report. Great victory in Ming State. The battle reports were passed layer by layer into the palace. Inside the Great Hall, both civil and military officers heard it clearly, joy apparent on everyone's face. The chief eunuch Huang Hong immediately went out to greet them. Jiang Yuanbo truly is the foremost among the younger generation. Yes, in such a quick time, it must be Jai. You're right, siege warfare is Marquis Jai's specialty. Emperor Longking said, read it quickly, right in front of everyone, at your command. Huang Hong opened the petition and read aloud. However, the expressions of the high civil and military officials soon froze. Even the usually impassive face of Emperor Longking showed uncontrollable emotional fluctuations. Burning Golden Spring, 4 crossings of Hongs, directly breaking into Mei Mountain to the death of Dong En. Each of these feats, taken alone, was a tremendous achievement, yet they all ended up attributed to one man, General of Martial Virtue Chen Sansi. There were no clouds over the capital city, yet in everyone's ears, the rumbling of thunder was distinctly heard. For a moment, all was silent within Longevity Palace. There was not a single person who spoke. Everyone looked at each other, not even sure how to express their shock. Huang Hong. Finally, it was Emperor Longking on the dragon chair who brought everyone back from their dazed state. Pointing at the chief eunuch and commanding, you quickly sketched the entire process of the Ming State Rebellion suppression campaign for everyone to see. Have every civil and military officer memorize it, learn what it means to be a general, what it means to be a commander. The chief eunuch immediately gathered a few eunuchs, hung the map of Ming State in front of the many officers, and started to methodically replay the entire campaign. This seems too absurd. Every time just brushing past the enemy army. West Qi combined with the rebel army had over 100,000, yet this young man with just a few thousand brought them down. My unworthy grandson to be part of such a battle is truly a stroke of fortune. The chief minister Yan Liang said in his aged voice, it's fortune for the great Sheng dynasty to have such a young military talent, a blessing brought by your majesty's extensive merit. The crown prince, leaning on his cane, nearly pressing his face to the map, a divine general, a heaven-sent divine general. It seems neither his majesty nor his highness need to visit Ming State anymore. Gao Bo knelt and said, after this battle, I believe it will take at most another 3 to 5 months to completely settle the chaos in Ming State. Indeed it saves us, saves the court a lot of worry. Emperor Longking looked towards the corner and asked, Fang Qingyun, speak up, did you teach him these things? Your Majesty, it wasn't my strategy. I am ashamed to say that after the war in Ming State broke out, I had no contact with Chen Sansi. Fang Qingyun said, all of this, I'm afraid, was his own adaptation to the circumstances. He looked at the route drawn in vermilion on the map, fearing that even upon his own return, he would have to study it carefully before recording it. In this battle, even if he himself were to take charge, he could not possibly achieve such a feat. At most he would preserve his own life. 4 crossings of Hongs. These 4 words were destined to be recorded in history books, included in military books, for disciples of military families to study and admire for hundreds, even thousands of years to come. He was only 18 years old. How many famed generals throughout thousands of years of history were 18 years old? Adaptation to the circumstances. When the courtiers heard that it had nothing to do with Phoenix and was purely the result of Chen Sansi's independent command, they showed even more unimaginable surprise. Divine General, a heaven-sent divine general. The many officials bowed deeply. Congratulations to your majesty, felicitations to your majesty. Ah, good. Emperor Longking, who rarely showed his emotions, could not hide the joy in his eyes, and with a grand wave of his hand said, reward him, I want to reward him thoroughly. How about this, once the unrest in Ming State is completely settled, find a time to summon him to the capital. I wish to meet this 18-year-old general in person. Fang Qingyun hesitantly said, Your Majesty, this. What? Is there something inappropriate? Emperor Longking joked, could it be that Fang Aching is afraid that I will take away your 8 camps, man? Your Majesty's words make your servant tremble with fear. Fang Qingyun explained, whether it's the 8 camps or all under heaven, they are all your Majesty's subjects to begin with. There is no question of taking anyone away. Look how scared you've become, I was just teasing you. Emperor Longking leaned back in the dragon chair. Let's settle on this then. After the war is over, the rest will be rewarded as appropriate. But as for the general of martial virtue, Chen Sansi, let's wait until he comes to the capital. In the meantime, I shall contemplate what rewards to bestow upon him. Your Majesty is wise. Fang Qingyun bowed and saluted. He turned his head to look outside the grand hall, towards the northern heavenly dome. The unrest in Ming State was over, in the 73rd year of Longking's reign. On July 25th, the southern part of Ming State was pacified. On the 6th day of August, Zhang Wuxin, who was in the vicinity of Sword Gate Canyon, withdrew his troops, temporarily stabilizing the situation in Dingxi Prefecture. He dealt with forces from Yan State on one hand and orderly retreated on the other. On August 22nd, Vermilion Bird Camp and White Tiger Camp invaded the western part of Ming State, catching up with Zhang Wuxin's troops. The Westchi Kingdom's forces suffered an 80% loss, with 2 mysterious phenomenons killed, 20 meridian passages, and countless others. They retreated beyond the Great Wall, and after being supported by the troops within Westchi country's borders and losing another 2 engagements, they finally stabilized their position by leveraging the terrain. On September 12th, the main army cleared Ming State of the remaining rebels. On September 21st, Ming State was at peace. On September 28th, the Imperial Army returned to the capital in triumph. Other troops went back to their original posts, and the reserve camp returned in victory. Old Zhao, did we come here in January or February? I don't remember. This war's been going on for nearly a year. Yes, it seems our lord has become famous this time. And how that martial saint from the capital, what's his name, Jiang something, he'll have to give way to our lord by 3 points. Strange, why do they all look so shocked when they hear about the battle results? Exactly. Isn't winning battles with our lord very normal, very fitting, on the road back to Liangzhu? While the rest were still discussing the 4 crossings of Hongs, the brothers from Po Yang remained unusually calm, simply feeling a bit ashamed. Brothers, we need to push harder with our training once we're back. Yes, we were of too little use. By the way, have you seen our lord? Seems like he went to Baigu County. Baigu County. Under the remains of broken walls, what was left of the city's gate swung precariously in the autumn breeze. Chen Sansi rode slowly into the city on Zun. Not long ago, the Vermilion Bird Camp and the White Tiger Camp had been here. The corpses on the streets had all disappeared, presumably dealt with by the army, either burned or thrown into some desolate burial ground in the mountains. The county had become desolate, with only 1 or 2 numb-eyed survivors wandering about, apart from the occasional overpassing rat, turning the once thriving city into a ghost town. After this war, Westchi country had suffered greatly and would probably dare not have any designs for many years. But likewise, Ming State had also suffered a tremendous loss and would need 5 to 10 years of recuperation. Chen Sansi rode the white swan horse in and around the city, but in the end he couldn't find the figure he wished to see. Feeling a tinge of regret that perhaps it was not meant to be, he turned his horse, ready to leave. "Daddy." It was at this moment that a timid yet courageous childish voice rose. Chen Sansi turned back. A thin, frail figure emerged from a narrow, cramped alley. Her clothes full of patches were now tattered, holding a dead rat she had found somewhere, her big eyes clear and bright against her dirt-stained face. Heaven knows how she had managed to survive until now. "You just now." Chen Sansi bent down, called me what, Daddy? The little girl didn't dare come too close. Standing 7 or 8 steps away, she earnestly said, "Dad told me when he can no longer speak, I should go out, call men daddy and women mommy." "All right." Chen Sansi dismounted and reached out his hands, striving to make his voice as gentle as possible. "Daddy will take you home, through all the fighting." His body had long been tainted with an indescribable evil aura, but the hesitant little girl took only a moment before she walked over with small, quick steps. Chen Sansi scooped her up onto the horse's back. "Have you ever ridden a horse?" "No." "What's your name?" "I'm called Yunxi." "What's your last name?" "What's Daddy's last name?" "I'm a Chen." "Then I'll be called Chen Yunxi." "Yunxi, just throw away the mouse." "But Daddy has jerky and pancakes here for you." "Oh, Daddy, where are we going?" "Didn't I tell you we're going home?" "Yes, you do. By my calculations, you're about to become a big sister." October 22nd. War flames burning for 3 months, a family letter worth a fortune. Liangzhu, Chen Mansion. From within the bedroom came the sounds of agonizing struggle. Ya. Si Chin and Mo Hua were in a frantic state. What to do, what to do? "What are you all yelling for?" The best midwife in Liangzhu City said impatiently. "Everything was going well, you're giving me a headache. Out, all of you." "Miss Sun, you two out." "Oh, okay." Sun Lei, realizing the situation, led the 2 maidservants out of the room. Bang, bang, bang. Having moved from the inner courtyard to the front, it was only then that they heard someone knocking persistently at the door. When Sun Li opened the door, she found it was Sun Buki. "Sister, victory news, victory news." Sun Buki said with overflowing joy. "Sis, my brother-in-law, no, that's not right. Chen Sansi and the others have returned." "How to put it, see for yourself." Sun Li read through the message quickly, her eyes betraying a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. "It's incredible." "Just incredible." Sun Buki hopped around excitedly, crossing the 4 crossings of Hongs. "Do you understand?" "You don't. I've figured it out. I'll sketch it out for you later and explain it properly. This time, Chen Sansi's name won't just be famous in Liangzhu, but in all of Dashengno, in the entire world. Including Donking Bayman, everyone will remember this name." "Where are they?" Sun Li asked. "Have they come back?" "Soon. They will arrive today." Sun Buki pointed towards the South City Gate. "Everyone's waiting over there. Let's go have a look." Sun Li brought out the horses. On the way to the city gate, the siblings also came across a carriage from the Red Sleeve Tower. "Sister, isn't that a whore from the Red Sleeve Tower?" Sun Buki was furious. "Why is she coming to join in on the fun too?" Wilderness. After ascending a slope, a behemoth crouched in the midst of the wilderness finally came into view at the end of everyone's sight. Liangzhu City, we're back. As the leading contributor to this battle's success, Chen Sansi rode at the forefront of the troops on his white swan horse, with the drowsy Chen Yunxi cradled in his arms, not even wearing his armor for her comfort. Skill, horse control, small achievement. Progress 855 2000. Skill, archery, great success. Progress 1252,000. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jin, small achievement. Progress 145 2000. Having consumed all the treasure medicine he had with him, the good news was that reaching great success with Hua Jin was just a matter of the next couple of months, after which he would strive to break through to the Meridian Passage realm and make every effort to enter the Profound Image realm as soon as possible. Magic, Sword Chi skill entry level. Progress 135 500. With the Spirit Sand completely used up and barely any progress in proficiency, Chen Sansi was temporarily unable to use spells. Once things settled down, he needed to quickly secure the incense burner from Xia Yun Temple. The exploration deep in the Luotian mountain range had to continue. The trouble caused by the witch god sect in Ming State needed investigating, and he had to prepare the materials for arrows. These were personal matters, but in military affairs, it seemed that next year there would be another campaign against the grassland, a battle on a scale greater than the Ming State campaign, and even more perilous. After all, in the Ming State, he hadn't directly faced a high-realm martial artist, but if he were to attack an enemy's homeland, he would definitely encounter high-realm martial artists. Thus, he had to quickly increase his strength. Meridian Passage was not enough. It would be best to reach the Xuanxiang realm before the campaign against the grassland. It didn't seem too bad at first, but once tallied, there was a lot to do and not a moment to rest. "Daddy, have we arrived?" Chen Yunxi woke up and asked groggily. On the way back to Liangzhu, Chen Sansi made a special stop in Prefecture City for 2 days to give his adopted daughter a bath and change her into clean, nice clothes. The girl was clever and cute, though a bit skinny and dried out. "We have." Chen Sansi pointed ahead with his riding crop. "That's our home." "Daddy, what are they singing?" "The Song of Triumph." The army that quelled the Ming State rebellion was returning in triumph, having dealt a devastating loss to the West Qi Kingdom, and naturally there was cause for celebration. Officials big and small from Liangzhu City had already come out to welcome their return. From 20 miles away, one could see the ceremonial guards and banquet tables. Pei Tianan and Mr. Hu were naturally at the forefront. LV Jai and the others were in the rear, and it would take a few more days for them to return one after another. Chen Sansi was clearly not the commander, yet still became the sole focus of attention. "Mr. Chen." Mr. Hu approached with a cup of wine. "We've all heard of your deeds. The way you fought this battle is indeed unprecedented and unparalleled. I'm in awe." "Yes." Pei Tianan didn't say much. "Where are the young master and the others?" Cao Fan and Sha Wenlong, who were finally rescued near Sword Gate Canyon by LV Jai and his men in the last phase and had since achieved some minor merits with Xuanwu Camp. "The young master is in the rear," Chen Sansi said indifferently. He certainly hadn't forgotten how the other had repeatedly stabbed him in the back on the battlefield, and it was all done in the open as if everything was known, yet nothing could be done about it. At most, it could be chalked up to a command error. Ironically, the largest portion of blame fell on Dong En's shoulders. The court's intention was that all the failures of this campaign would not be attributed to the various generals, because even the Ministry of War had not anticipated Dong En's treason. Including the Mingzhu rebel army, after their surrender, not all of them would be killed either. At most, only a part would be executed. The rest would be scattered and then relocated to other places, to be absorbed and assimilated into other state armies. We're talking about 70 or 80,000 people. Mass executions would be a huge loss for Dasheng. Having received the news, Pei Tianan went to seek the princely heir. After drinking the wine provided by Mr. Hu, Chen Sansi continued riding on. Near the city gate was a dense crowd of common folk, looking to number at least 100,000 people, practically overflowing the mountains and fields endlessly. They listened to the victors' songs and music, each of them craning their necks and standing on tiptoe among the ranks, searching for their husbands, sons, or fathers. Some found that their family members had distinguished themselves and returned home, weeping with joy, while others did not see any familiar figures even after the troops had completely entered the city, only the carts of corpses at the very end. They couldn't hold back their emotions and started to wail and rushed forward to claim the bodies. For some families, it was a time of joy, for others, a time of sorrow. The autumn brought grief, each degree varying in its chill. For one man's triumph, a sea of bones was the cost. Bailiang's desolate graves added yet more. "Shanxi, little junior brother," the voices of men and women intermingled. "Sun Buki and Sun Li," exclaimed in unison. "Bu Qi, senior sister." Chen Sansi smiled and said, "You've come as well. You're too cruel." Sun Buki exclaimed admiringly, "Nearly a year's time, and we all thought you were dead." but look at you, not only are you alive, but you've also caused such a huge stir. Congratulations, little junior brother. Sun Li's usually cool tone warmed considerably. After this battle, you're truly going to shake the world. A. Sun Buki noticed the child in his arms. Shanchi, where did you pick up this little girl? Daddy, how should I address them? The little girl said, tugging gently at the man's sleeve, looking somewhat uneasy. Daddy, how long had it been? Sun Buki, Sun Li, they are both your grandmasters. Chen Sansi introduced, don't be afraid. Zixi has seen the grandmasters. Chen Yunxi called out softly. Good girl. Sun Li came to her senses and reached out to pat Chen Yunxi's head. They could understand with a bit of thought. Even though he had been away for a year, it wasn't enough time to have a child, let alone a child who looked to be 5 or 6 years old. It was very likely a homeless child picked up from some chaotic place, just like their great senior brother once was. Where is Sister Lan? Chen Sansi asked. How is she doing? You should hurry back. Sun Li said, counting the hours, my little nephew should be born by now, and besides, we hadn't had the chance to tell her you're safe and sound. Giddy up. Before they could finish speaking, Chen Sansi spurred Kyan Zun onwards and was gone in the blink of an eye. Chen Mansion. Wah. With a loud cry, a newborn baby came into the world. Gu Xinlin, pale-faced, held the child in her arms, her eyes tinged with red. Sniff. Si Qin Mohua also began to sob. The midwife let out a sigh. In these times of war and chaos, it said that several tens of thousands went to Ming State. But Mr. Chen is different from the rest. A lucky man has his own celestial favor. Madam need not worry. Sniff, madam. Unable to hold back, Si Qin wept sorrowfully. Rest assured, we will take good care of you. We will also take good care of the young master. What are you crying for? I'm not dead. The door burst open. A sturdy, upright figure appeared. Brother Shi, Mr. Chen. Chen Sansi hurriedly rushed to the bedside. Brother Shi, don't move. Without looking at the child, Chen Sansi asked the others, the medicine I left for my wife to recuperate, has it all been properly used? Stop worrying about me. Gu Xinlin strained to sit up. How are you? Are you hurt? I'm as strong as an ox, don't you know? Rest assured. You really scared me to death. Wah. While the two of them were talking, the baby cried again. Chen Sansi then realized, and he picked up the child, indeed a son, the name he wasn't chosen wrongly. Yunxi, this is your brother, and the woman in the bed is your mother. Mother. Chen Yunxi stammered. Good child. Gu Xinlin also guessed the cause and tenderly embraced the little girl. Si Qin Mohua, with keen eyesight, bowed and said, met the young miss, met the young master. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. The midwife said cheerily, just like that, you have both a son and a daughter. Here, you worked hard. Chen Sansi took out several bars of silver. Please take care of my wife and child for now. I have some military affairs that I haven't finished dealing with. After making sure that everything was fine, Chen Sansi immediately headed towards the military city. The troops had to regroup and recount the mission upon their return. He seized the opportunity to inquire about something urgent. At the military camp, don't get me started, in this year you all were gone, the witch god sect hasn't rested for a bit, and Li Qianzong said with a worried face just the other day, the 2 Taoists from Xia Yun Temple died. Chen Sansi pressed, I remember these 2 were not convicted. Did you later find evidence? That's not the case. Li Qianzong explained, after interrogating for almost half a year and still finding no substantial evidence, and with many major sects speaking in their favor and expressing dissatisfaction with the Liangzhu army privately, we were under pressure and were about to release them. Guess what happened then? The night before they were to be released, both of them died in the cell. Really? Chen Sansi had previously chatted with Li Qianzong for half an hour, casually bringing up Xia Yun Temple to avoid drawing attention, and he continued to ask, how did they die? Li Qianzong replied, suicide. Suicide. Chen Sansi pretended to be a simple bystander. How did they commit suicide? They smashed their own heads with a palm strike. Li Qianzong clicked his tongue. It's quite spooky. They were held in separate cells, so who knows why they wanted to commit suicide. Their deaths were easy for them, but now it's being said outside that the Liangzhu army is killing the innocent. Chen Sansi was clear in his heart. There must be something fishy about these suicides. He inquired, if I remember correctly, the 2 people who were captured, one was the temple master and the other was the supervisor. If both are dead, wouldn't Xia Yun Temple have to close its doors for good? What worried him the most was whether the incense burner was still there, or if someone had taken it away. Xia Yun Temple is doing just fine, and no issues were found with the other Taoists under them. Li Qianzong said, moreover, I've heard they have some kind of master's uncle planning to return and take over Xia Yun Temple soon. If you ask me, there will definitely be someone to take over. With just the incense money alone, they don't know how much they can make each year. It's simply a money tree. I can't understand what those martial saints are thinking, praying to immortals, thinking they themselves can become immortals. Ridiculous. Someone else is coming. Chen Sansi knew, if he wanted to act, he had to hurry. Uncle Master, the Xia Yun Temple indeed has many Taoists who wander outside, but coming back at this critical juncture, I'm afraid it's greatly connected to the immortal elixir and the incense burner, and it's quite possible that they are the masterminds behind everything. If we wait for them to return, grabbing the incense burner will become an extra hassle, and it's not impossible that the incense burner could be taken away directly. We can't delay any longer. We must take this opportunity while Yun Temple is unattended. Thousand Captain Lee is right. Chen Sansi didn't forget to respond. I've also been there twice. The old Taoist only spoke of grand but empty things. Exactly, that's what I said. Li Qianzong continued to talk about other recent events. For example, the witch god sect is causing a stir, with various sects becoming increasingly agitated and beginning to organize search teams privately to look for hiding spots of the sect followers. They even cursed the Liangzhu army as useless and the like. Among them, Manor Master Wenjai of Moon Splitting Mountain Villa lost 2 of his beloved disciples and has been patrolling all over the place like a madman, swearing to the heavens that he will expose the witch god sect followers no matter what. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Chen Sansi said his goodbyes. I still have some matters to attend to. Go ahead. Li Qianzong joked, General Chen, your military achievements this time are impressive. It's hard to say about your merit, but at the very least you should be promoted from 5th rank and at the very least become an assistant general in the army. The next time I see you, I'll have to address you as Vice General Chen. I hope so. Auspicious words from Thousand Captain Lee. Chen Sansi said with a fist salute, let's gather the brothers we know sometime soon. I'll treat everyone at the Immortal Crane Tower. Great, we'll definitely take the chance to feast at your expense then. See you then, see you then. After dealing with the military affairs, it was nearing midnight. When Chen Sansi returned to his bedroom, he saw Sister Lan breastfeeding the child, and there seemed to be no room for him on the bed because Yunxi was also sleeping in this room, apparently because Sister Lan was worried she would get scared. Daddy, Chen Yunxi called out. It's over a month's journey from Ming State to Liangzhu. Having spent a month together, they had grown quite familiar with each other. All right, then Yunxi can stay here and accompany your mother and brother, Chen Sansi said. You can go back to your own room after a while. I'll be staying in the backyard for the time being. It was convenient for him to do some things. Okay, Chen Yunxi nodded emphatically. Once in the backyard, Chen Sansi took a bath with the help of Si Chin, changed into clean clothes, then lay on the bed to rest while taking out the bead. This object could produce an unknown mystical energy that could enhance formations, so he temporarily named it Xuanzhu. On the journey, there were always too many people and too much attention. Only now did Chen Sansi have the opportunity to study it in detail. It's worth mentioning that since the Xuanzhu came into his possession, the mystical energy contained within began to increase continuously, from a weak stream at first to a small clump of white smoke now, which seemed to be still increasing gradually. He did not know the reason behind this. Chen Sansi held the Xuanzhu in his hand, closed his eyes, and tried to sense in the same state as when he was cultivating the sword chi skill. Before long, he established a special connection with the Xuanzhu and could then manipulate the energy inside to enhance himself. However, it seemed to be of no use as it did not enhance combat power for a single person. He also tried to use the Xuanzhu's energy to cultivate the sword chi skill, but that too failed. It seemed it could only be useful for army formations. Even so, it was absolutely a treasure. Or rather, it might be useless for a mere martial artist, but it was a supreme treasure for a commander. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, the energy stored in the Xuanzhu began to decrease, leading to a substantial weakening of the Red Eyebrow Army's combat effectiveness. Even so, his troops still struggled outside Meishan Prefecture. If he could accumulate enough mystical energy and then use it in one battle, he couldn't imagine the fighting power it would unleash. Just don't know how to accumulate it. It seems that the types of mystical energy are plentiful between heaven and earth, and we still know too little of it. Well, no need to use it for now, since it's slowly increasing. It's better to save it. As for the heavenly book, Chen Sansi planned to hand it over to Mr. Hu in a couple of days, to avoid being questioned again, which was annoying enough. With these thoughts, he began to meditate, waiting until after everyone had fallen into a deep sleep before getting up quietly, armed himself and headed straight for Yun Temple. There was no time to lose. The benefits of the sword chi skill were too significant. This was still only entry level. If he achieved even minor mastery, there should be no fear even when facing high realm experts. Spirit Mist Mountain was silent as death. There were no patrolling disciples in Yun Temple at night either. Chen Sansi had long ago rehearsed the infiltration route in his mind countless times, and he encountered no obstacles. With the help of concealing breath and hiding in sword chi skill, he was confident he wasn't exposed and smoothly made his way inside the main hall, looking at the incense burner shrouded in purple energy. Once again, he checked to make sure no one was following, then he slowly approached. Initially planning to simply pick it up and run, he noticed as he neared that there was a trace of red glow at the bottom of the incense burner. This was blood. Chen Sansi became alert. This blood glow was in a very peculiar position, surely the work of someone with intent, and it seemed very likely to be some sort of tracking mechanism to prevent the object from being stolen. As he pondered what to do next, the Xuanju in his bosom suddenly resonated with some kind of response. The Xuanju seemed to be able to store incense power. Chen Sansi immediately took out the Xuanju. Sure enough, drawn by some mysterious force, the purple incense power that had accumulated over a long time within the incense burner was all absorbed into the Xuanju, where it coexisted with the white mystical energy already present without interference. Moreover, there seemed to be a certain degree of shielding effect. If one did not hold it in hand, it was virtually impossible to sense the incense power inside. So this bead actually has this kind of use. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the purple incense power inside the burner had been completely cleansed, not a wisp remained. Having obtained the incense power, Chen Sansi had intended to turn around and leave, but he still felt it was a pity. The mystic iron furnace could not withstand the temperature of the abnormal fire, and since such items were rarely sold anywhere, constantly buying new ones to take home would certainly attract attention. He still lacked a container that could withstand the heat of the abnormal fire. Although the incense power in the incense burner was depleted, it would be a real waste to just leave it there. Taking it with him, however, he didn't know if the person behind the scenes had some way to track it. After brief contemplation, Chen Sansi quickly came up with an idea. In the end, he decided to take the incense burner with him. After leaving Xia Yun Temple, he headed straight for the Luotian mountain range, along the way gathering a large quantity of spiritual grain. He also did not go to his original secret base, but instead randomly found a tiger's cave, slaughtered the sleeping tiger, and then began to refine medicine on the spot with an immortal treasure. Since I can't keep these items for long, might as well refine enough at one go. Boom. A red fire dragon rose up and swiftly enveloped the incense burner. Under the torture of the fearsome temperatures, the burner did not warp or deform like the mystic iron furnace. This proved it was indeed not a mundane artifact. However, it seemed that the effectiveness of the refined spiritual grain was not much better than with the mystic iron furnace. Everything has its own purpose. The incense burner was meant to absorb incense power, and not for refining medicines. It was already good enough that it could be used as such. While maintaining the flames, Chen Sansi prepared pot after pot of spiritual grain medicine ointment, quickly filling up the water bags left by Vice Admiral Yu to the brim, and then filled up the medicine gourds he had prepared in advance. All of these together should be enough for half a year or even more. With that, keeping the incense burner didn't serve much purpose. He certainly couldn't brazenly use it to snatch the incense power in temples. Keeping it in his possession was nothing but a curse. Of course, he wouldn't return it either, as it had other uses. After dealing with the scene, Chen Sansi hoisted the furnace and headed straight into town. He was responsible for patrolling the city and knew all too well about its inhabitants. This was the so-called threat from within, as he effortlessly arrived at a grand estate. Even though there was no signboard in front of the residence, it was clear that it housed a wealthy family. This place was Cao Fan's residence. Chen Sansi planned to give him the incense burner, marked with bloodlight, as a gift. That way, if the person behind the scenes were to search, they could only trace it to someone with the surname Cao. Had it not been for the concern that there was always a eunuch at his side in the mastery of Meridian Passage realm, Chen Sansi would have acted as a witch god sect follower and taken his life that very night. It was a pity that he had initially struggled against someone who had only minor Meridian Passage, let alone mastery of Meridian Passage. He would certainly have to wait until he himself had achieved Meridian Passage before taking action. As it happened, the old eunuch had not gone to war before since he was protected by Sha Wenlong, not having any actual duties and merely accompanying the princely heir as his attendant. If the owner of the incense burner came looking and they took their lives directly, it would save Chen Sansi a lot of trouble. Using this opportunity, Chen Sansi also wanted to see what kind of background the person collecting incense power had. He leaped onto the roof, located the eunuch's position using the Qi observation skill, confirmed that the other party was resting, and then made his way to the backyard. The mansion was large, and there was even a pond in the back garden. Chen Sansi gently sank the incense burner into the water, then left as quietly as he had arrived, making not a single sound. When he returned home, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to play with the Xuanju, but he didn't rashly start practicing the sword Qi skill. Based on sensation alone, the purple incense power's mystical energy could certainly replace spiritual energy to some extent, but the exact difference once absorbed into the body was still unknown. It was better not to act recklessly for now. If necessary, look for an opportunity to ask his fourth senior brother. The problem was they didn't know when they would return, and after the war, Hai Dongqing went off to find senior sister 9. Even with it in hand, he dared not use it to send messages about immortal law, especially not in the capital city where a slight mishap could land it in the emperor's hands, causing trouble. For the time being, he could try to coax some related knowledge out of seeking Immortal Tower, playing on their previous unfinished transaction. It was indeed time to make a visit. This incense power seems not as plentiful as it looks. Chen Sansi held the Xuanju, sensing the incense power inside, which was far less abundant than he had imagined. It felt as if someone had taken a stock from it once. That was normal, of course. Since some people were collecting, naturally others were using it. Let's wait and see. After a great battle, Chen Sansi finally had a few days to rest. Chen Sansi spent his free time practicing martial arts and accompanying his child. Yunxi was a child so sensible it hurt one's heart. On the second day at home, she woke up earlier than Si Chin and Mo Hua, went to the kitchen to cook porridge for everyone, or otherwise washed clothes and cleaned the house. To prevent her from working, they simply sent her to the governor mansion to begin her enlightenment and study. Time flew by. Another 10 days or so had passed. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Huajin's small achievement. Progress 1855-2000. In a little while, he would reach great success in Huajin, and then it would be time to attempt the Meridian Passage. After breakfast in the morning, someone came to notify them, asking them to gather at the military city. Kai Zun, what are you doing? Chen Sansi acutely sensed that the white horse between his legs was throwing a tantrum. All right, it's my fault. Once the main pet understood his intention, Chen Sansi quickly realized that Kai Zun was angry because he had broken his promise. He had agreed to give it some spiritual grain when they crossed the river, but he ended up eating it all himself. I'll give it to you tonight, okay? Stop being capricious now, let's get going. Chen Sansi urged on, and before the horse's hooves could even kick off, he saw another familiar face. Mr. Chen, Jiazhou said sarcastically, you really are forgetful of old friends, aren't you? You've been back for so many days and haven't even thought to visit my lady. I was just about to. Chen Sansi had promised to share intelligence with the other party, and had also asked for help in finding materials for bows and arrows. Not to mention the matter of the incense, he had been planning to visit anyway. He said, would you ask your lady to wait for me tonight? And you, girl, speak more respectfully to me from now on. Otherwise, be careful I leave a scar on your face again. You. Jiazhou initially wanted to retort, but remembering that this fellow really would do such a thing, she deflated immediately. Just you wait, I'll have my revenge sooner or later. She left a fierce remark and scurried away. Chen Sansi couldn't be bothered with her, and rode Kai Zun to the military camp to report. All the soldiers of the reserve camp had already assembled early at the martial arts arena. The cleanup operations in Ming State had also been thoroughly settled. Lu Jai and others returned on the same day. Today was the day for their recognition and reward ceremony. The chief eunuch Hu Bao stood atop the high platform, reading the imperial decree himself. Every surviving member of the remnants of the reserve camp received a reward. The last one called was Chen Sansi. Promote Chen Sansi to the third-ranked post of General Hu Yuan to hold the office of Assistant General. Is that all? The group of people kneeling below were murmuring in their hearts. Their lord had made great contributions. Why such meager rewards? Not even gold, silver treasures, or medals. Before they could find it strange, they heard Hu Bao continue. Additionally, assign Chen Sansi to await orders in Liangzhu and to choose a date to enter the capital for his investiture. To enter the capital for investiture. This, how grand must the reward be, to require a trip to the capital. Entering the capital for an audience with the emperor and receiving an edict for investiture were completely different concepts. Brother Chen, it seems you really might ascend to the heavens in one leap, Yan Chenking thought to himself with emotion. After the imperial decree had been read, everyone bowed their heads together. We thank Heavenly Grace, long live the emperor. Long live, may he live forever, Mr. Hu. Chen Sansi found a gap and spoke up. I want to ask about the rewards for Vice Admiral Yu Song and Captain Kaiyan Cheng. Yu Song, Mr. Hu thought for a moment and replied, that man disobeyed orders on the battlefield. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's heroic efforts, Ming State might have faced destruction. At that time, the situation was not suitable for attacking Yangchun Prefecture. It was definitely not deliberate disobedience. Chen Sansi explained, besides, this strategy was decided after our discussion. If someone has to be accused of disobedience, then we all share in that disobedience. Indeed, Lu Xiuhua was the first to corroborate Mr. Hu. What General Chen is saying is true. In fact, they had also disagreed with crossing the river at the time. It was purely under pressure that they disobeyed. But by now, they all deeply admired General Yu Song. Mr. Hu, General Yu was utterly loyal to Dasheng. He deserves a reward. Zai Sishu said, his family, wife, and children also need an explanation. Please clear General Yu's name. Those kneeling on the ground, if they had official positions, were essentially all advocating for Yu Song. Only Yan Chenking remained silent. Mr. Hu. Chen Sansi spoke earnestly. If it weren't for Vice Admiral Yu's decision to risk his life storming Luotian Pass and intimidating Langjai from Mei Mountain, we couldn't have achieved our ultimate victory. Our household is aware of this, Hu Bao said in his high-pitched voice. It is precisely for this reason that the court has decided not to punish him. Otherwise, disobedience merits decapitation, and if it led to serious consequences, even executing his entire family would not be too extreme. If Mr. Chen really cannot bear this, you could always give him some silver coins in private. Mr. Hu, Chen Sansi spoke earnestly again. This is not a matter of silver coins. Vice Admiral, you didn't go to Luotian Pass for material gains. Mr. Chen, I appreciate your sense of righteousness, but you must understand something. Disobedience is disobedience. It's a fatal rule. Though it didn't cause a negative outcome this time, what if everyone in the future follows suit, believing that disobeying orders might earn them great contributions? Wouldn't that throw the entire military into chaos during battles? Mr. Hu paused, then lowered his voice and continued, if it is as you say, Mr. Chen, and the strategy to disobey was decided by you, let me be blunt, if it weren't for Vice Admiral Yu taking the brunt of the blame, even you would be punished. Mr. Chen, do not speak further. Hu Bao interrupted, if you are truly unsatisfied, Mr. Chen, you may write a petition through the Ministry of Communication and then submit it to the cabinet. No matter how earnestly you appeal to me, I cannot make this decision for you. I understand. Chen Sansi felt a complex mix of emotions. Yu Song had disobeyed orders, yet nothing was mentioned about Sha Wenlong and Cao Fan, who had attempted to kill him. On the contrary, their act of splitting the forces was considered meritorious. As for why they didn't cross the river altogether, it was explained as a cautious military move, not daring to risk the entire army's annihilation. This is simply inverting black and white, yet there's no way to refute it because there is no evidence. Chen Sansi felt a nameless anger burning within him, one protected by a close ally who had achieved mastery of Meridian Passage, the other a general at the profound image realm. He was still too weak. As long as one has sufficient strength to wrap things up cleanly, what does the surname Cao matter? Previously he was powerless, but moving forward he would try. Mr. Hu, may I have a word with you? Chen Sansi gestured invitingly. Mr. Hu did not refuse, but as they walked, he said, Mr. Chen, if you still wish to discuss the matter of Vice Admiral Yu, there's no need. Please bother Mr. Hu to convey this to His Majesty on my behalf. Chen Sansi held several booklets resembling gold foil. Is this the heavenly book? Mr. Hu looked somewhat entranced. Our family was planning to ask about this matter in private, but Mr. Chen has taken the initiative to present it. Chen Sansi recited the excuse he had prepared well in advance. I dare not forget His Majesty's kindness for a moment, having gained something in battle. How dare I keep it to myself? Well done. Mr. Chen is truly a loyal minister and good general. No, a loyal minister and divine general. Mr. Hu inquired tentatively, Mr. Chen, have you ever studied this object? To be honest, I studied it for several days, but the text on it is like talisman painting, truly incomprehensible. It's indeed a heavenly book. Chen Sansi, who had been holding the item in his hand for months, would only be believed by a fool if he said he hadn't studied it. After meeting Jiang Yuanbo, the martial saint from Capital City, he planned to give it to him, but it turned out that it was best to pass it to Mr. Hu upon return, indicating this person was one of the innermost trusted by the old emperor. He paused, then continued, presumably, only the current emperor could understand it. This item will be temporarily in our family's custody, and someone from the palace will come for it later. Mr. Hu said, if it truly is the heavenly book, then Mr. Chen has made a great contribution. Tusk, you've only joined the military for a short time, and yet you have repeatedly done great services for the court. This must be heaven's blessings on our great Dasheng, a destiny that our state will flourish for tens of thousands of years. You flatter me, I am but an ordinary courtier, said Chen Sansi. Speaking of which, Mr. Hu, could you reveal a little about why His Majesty wishes to summon me to Capital City? What else could it be but a wonderfully good thing? Mr. Hu whispered, Mr. Chen is unaware, but His Majesty is extremely fond of you, praising you in front of the entire assembly of civil and military officials. You, my dear sir, are truly on the path to glory. Chen Sansi inquired, then did His Majesty mention when it would be? That has yet to be determined. Mr. Hu sighed. In recent years, with unrest on all sides, even the emperor has started to reduce his seclusion. Whenever there's a spare moment, he will surely summon you. Chen Sansi took out a silver note and passed it over. Mr. Chen, I mustn't accept this. Mr. Hu laughed while deckling, our family dares not take your silver again. If you truly wish to show appreciation, just look after our family in the future. That would be gratitude enough. In that case, I will take my leave first. Chen Sansi bowed and turned to leave. It was useless to speak of Yu Song's matter with this eunuch, better to go back and write a petition to try his luck. As for the heavenly book, they were even less likely to suspect anything. Because the heavenly book was indeed genuine, if the old emperor was truly cultivating immortality, he would recognize it at a glance. However, it was only half true, as the other half remained in his possession. and this, likely only immortals besides Liang Jinyan knew. Speaking of this, Chen Sansi began to become curious. Did Liang Jinyan truly meet an immortal? Where did he meet them? He was in a state of half-belief. But considering his fourth senior brother mentioned their master had met an immortal too, he felt it was indeed highly possible. If this were true, were immortals descending frequently? What were they trying to accomplish? It's a pity the master isn't here. Otherwise, I could have inquired thoroughly about Liang Jai's matter. Forget it, best to concentrate on cultivating for now. Chen Sansi stopped his wild thoughts. After watching Chen Sansi leave, Mr. Hu found Yan Chanking and took out the heavenly book. Young Master Yan, please take a close look. Is this item the same as the one previously in Liang Jai's possession? It cannot be mistaken. Yan Chanking affirmed confidently it is genuine. That's good. Mr. Hu clicked his tongue. It seems Mr. Chen really has no ulterior motives. The next day. After handling military affairs, Chen Sansi led a few brothers into the city. All along the way, many homes displayed white lanterns and the streets were littered with paper money. They stopped in front of a residence with 3 courtyards, and even before entering, they heard wailing from within. In the center of the courtyard, there was a coffin surrounded by women and half-grown children dressed in mourning, and occasionally, familiar faces from the Liangzhu army arrived to pay their respects. Chen Sansi entered the courtyard and silently began to burn paper money by the brazier. Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu followed suit. You must be Mr. Chen Sansi, right? A woman spoke up and upon acknowledgement led her whole family in a deep bow. She was the legal wife of Yu Song, Madam Song. Madam, my condolences. Chen Sansi was not good at comforting others, simply stating, if you need any help in Liangzhu City in the future, just send someone to find me. I reside in Qingquan Lane. Yes, Zai Sishu joined in. Whatever we can help with, we will do. Lu Xiuhua added, at any time, the Tongshuan sword sect will treat Madam with the highest honor. Wu, the concubine next to him, sobbed. Yes, when the master was alive, his greatest wish was to one day make a name for himself on the battlefield, and then become famous and honored. This time he's made such great achievements. The highest achievement belongs to Mr. Chen, and the next surely is the master's, fulfilling one of his lifelong desires. Mr. Chen, a 15 or 16-year-old boy earnestly asked, this time my father should be able to receive the loyal heroic tablet, right? Yes, the loyal heroic tablet, that was father's greatest aspiration. The youngest child said, Wu Ergu often brags to us about the tablets his family has. Chen Sansi looked at them and for a moment didn't know how to answer. Normally, if a military officer died in battle after achieving merit, announcing it to the whole world would be natural, and if the merit was significant, a posthumous title and noble rank might be granted, but Yu Song's position was neither high nor low, and he was not yet eligible for a title or a posthumous name. Even so, according to the customary practices of the great Sheng dynasty, it should first be announced to the world, then award a tablet similar to Loyal Heroic to be hung in front of his family home. If his descendants study martial arts, they would also receive martial arts resources, and once their realm was sufficient, they could inherit their father's position. But Vice Admiral Yu had none of these. Forsaking the rewards, he likely wouldn't even get a tablet. All because of so-called insubordination. Insubordination, what nonsense. Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, and others also felt ashamed. Not daring to stay any longer, they left one after another, having offered their condolences. Chen Sansi began to mentally draft a petition, pondering how to exonerate Vice Admiral Yu from the stigma of insubordination. I'll write it when I get home tonight. After leaving the Yu mansion, he made his way directly to Red Sleeve Tower and familiarly entered through the back door. Today, Chen Sansi went upstairs with a sword. With a slight push of his thumb, he revealed the cold gleam beneath the scabbard, signaling Ning Xiang not to throw herself at him. What a pretense. Ning Xiang covered her fragrant shoulders with a light gauze, pouted, and said, aren't you just worried that I have some immortal trick to trap you? Otherwise, wouldn't you take advantage if it were convenient? You're someone with lustful intentions but not the courage to follow through. You're just average. Chen Sansi, having been there several times and got acquainted, spoke while walking to the table and sitting down. After checking the wine pot, he saw no issues. He poured himself a cup. Average. Ning Xiang was stunned, then quickly asked, what do you mean? Just what it sounds like. Chen Sansi sipped the wine and picked up 2 cakes to eat. Fine then, you rotten man. Ning Xiang's pretty face showed a hint of anger. Sooner or later, I'll set you straight. Let's talk business. Chen Sansi bluntly said, the matter of the heavenly book is over. I have already submitted the object to the court. It seems it has nothing to do with the method to reach the immortal realm, only suitable for leading troops in battle. Their transaction had been for the method to reach the immortal realm and traces of immortals. Other details were naturally unnecessary. Speaking of this, Ning Xiang also turned serious. What about the others? The immortal who bestowed the immortal treasure to Liang Jinyan, have you seen him? Chen Sansi shook his head. All right. Ning Xiang appeared slightly disappointed. It's a pity I didn't have a chance to see the heavenly book myself. General Chen came back and didn't think to show it to me first. Show it to you? Careful, His Majesty might come after you. Chen Sansi changed the subject. What about the arrowhead material I asked you to find last time? Did you find anything? General Chen is in luck. I just inquired through the seeking Immortal Tower branches and found something that the general wants. Ning Xiang signaled with her eyes. Oh, Jiazhao reluctantly rummaged through a chest and finally took out a lump of iron from a chest full of corsets and placed it heavily on the table. Here, take it. This is. Chen Sansi picked up the black, shiny lump of iron. He hadn't seen it in books, and based on touch and appearance, it seemed similar to Mistern, but he could clearly tell it was different. This thing has no name, Ning Xiang introduced. If it must be labeled, it could be considered a type of Mistern. It was just born in a special location and nourished by peculiar mystical energies, giving rise to some unusual properties. Ordinary Mistern can only conduct force, but this can be used to store force. It's for a short duration, about a few breaths' time, and it's very rare. There's only so much, not even enough to make a spearhead. Chen Sansi focused his force, conducting it into the black iron, and indeed found it could briefly store force on its surface, though the duration was really short and the material was scant. But it was enough. It was perfect for arrowheads. With the ghost vein wood he saw in the 100 Herbs map before his expedition to Ming State, which could store force, he could craft arrows that maintained force after being fired. During the last venture into Ming State, bows and arrows were practically useless against high-realm martial artists, and were only able to clear out martial artists below the realm of refining internal. Last time, even the fierce monster in the Luotian mountain range couldn't be injured. No wonder few were fond of archery. As someone advanced higher, it became less effective, and most martial artists preferred close-range weapons for hunting exotic beasts rather than bows and arrows. But if they could store force, that'd be different. Don't forget, he could also store force. Miss Ning Xiang. Chen Sansi didn't rush to take the material, but gently placed it on the table. Let's talk. What do you need me to do? The exchange was agreed upon before heading to Ming State. After all, it was a transaction. And here I thought you'd want to freeload again. Ning Xiang gently stretched her slender legs under the table, removed her embroidered shoes and touched the other person, coquettishly saying, "It is simple to take it away, General. Just enjoy a delightful night with me. I would really like to try your Vajrabadi." All right then, Chen Sansi nodded, deliberately saying, although it's ordinary for the sake of Xuan iron, I can do it. Ning Xiang instantly lost interest and kicked him hard, saying irritably, "Do you really think I fancy you? Fine, I'll give you the iron. In exchange, you need to help me find a medicinal herb in the Luotian mountain range for treating external injuries called broken grass. It shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Broken grass." The corresponding functions emerged in Chen Sansi's mind. When combined with a few other invaluable herbs, it can be used to reattach severed limbs, but this thing is rare. He said, "I can't guarantee that for you." "Then please do your best, General." Ning Xiang said, "Even if you can't find it, the iron is still yours. I'll do my best then." Chen Sansi started packing up the iron. "Miss, do you have anything else to say? You could tell, huh?" Miss Ning Xiang said somberly, "General Chen, have you heard of the Incense Fire Divine Sect?" Incense Fire. Chen Sansi hadn't anticipated that she would bring up this topic before he could inquire about it. He seriously said, "I haven't heard of it. Tell me about it." There are countless ways to cultivate immortality in the world, and Incense Fire Divine Tao is one of them. Miss Ning Xiang explained, among them, there's a sect called the Incense God Sect. They have a special technique that allows them to steal the spiritual incense from deities for their own use, but due to their mysterious actions, little is known about their detailed whereabouts. It is only known that they prefer to hide in places within a state or mansion where the incense is most prosperous, though sometimes they might deliberately hide in places with poorer incense to conceal their identity. Incense can also be used for cultivation. Chen Sansi took the opportunity to inquire, is there any difference compared to the so-called cultivation of spiritual energy? Of course there are. Cultivation can be divided into entering the path and not entering the path. Ning Xiang patiently explained, if you're not on the path, you can use incense to some extent instead of spiritual energy, but if you enter the path, you can't change back, and it's said that cultivating with incense involves some costs, but I don't know what they specifically are. Entering the path. Chen Sansi was even more confused. Miss Ning Xiang, could you please explain clearly what it means to enter the path and what it means not to enter the path, entering the path? Ning Xiang explained, when you absorb energy through your spirit root and store it in your danshan, that is considered entering the path. The rest, if you simply use spiritual energy to practice some minor magic skills without being able to store it in the danshan and transform your body, do not count as entering the path. The same applies to incense. Chen Sansi understood. Since he was only practicing sword chi skill, he wasn't considered to have entered the path, so he didn't need to be concerned about any adverse effects from incense and could use it safely. Let me show you a small magic skill, General. Ning Xiang beckoned with her finger. Jiazhao, come here, me? I don't want to. Before Xiaozhao could finish speaking, she saw Ning Xiang's dark pupils turn pink under the influence of Qingshuan energy. After making eye contact, Xiaozhao became dazed and silly, drooling while hugging Ning Xiang's thigh. Chen Sansi watched this scene, which truly seemed like an illusion technique. No wonder rumors said that guests who had seen Ning Xiang couldn't return to their senses for 3 days. Perhaps they've really become foolish. Ning Xiang extended her delicate finger and gently tapped on Xiaozhao's forehead, after which the latter regained her normal demeanor. She smiled seductively. What do you think, General? Want to join the Seeking Immortal Tower? I can teach you. Not interested. Chen Sansi asked, by the way, you suddenly started discussing the incense god sect and incense with me. Could it be? General is truly astute. You knew what I wanted to say just by listening. According to reliable information, the incense god sect has a branch in Liangzhu. Ning Xiang looked towards the window. The 2 Taoists who died at Xi Yun Temple a while ago were most likely from the incense god sect. After they died, it is said that followers from near the capital are hurrying here, but their purpose is unclear. That implied it's probably that master uncle from Xi Yun Temple. Chen Sansi pondered. Xi Yun Temple has been around for a long time. They are people from the incense fire divine sect. Why didn't you know about this earlier? There were suspicions, but no proof. After all, we don't know how to use incense, nor would we rashly go to investigate. Besides, you didn't ask me before. Ning Xiang continued, I'm telling you now because they might be planning something big soon, so be alert. Something big? Chen Sansi asked curiously, concerning Liangzhu. No. Ning Xiang gently shook her head. It's about the capital. According to our sources, the people from the incense god sect have recently started collecting items from various places and sending them to the capital, most likely incense, but it's unclear what they intend to do with so much incense in the capital. Gathering incense for the capital. Chen Sansi subconsciously suspected it was related to the old emperor, similar to the previous witch god sect, but it was just a possibility. Miss Ning Xiang also said, we can track some of the movements of the incense god sect, but what people they interact with and what they do on a daily basis is completely unknown to us. Chen Sansi said, it had nothing to do with him, but it probably had something to do with Cao Fan. The incense burner from Xi Yun Temple was still soaking in a pond in the Cao family's backyard, and the incense within had been completely absorbed, leaving no clue how the incense god sect would react. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Chen Sansi bowed with his fists clasped and left with his long sword slung over his shoulder. But he did not return home instead. He changed directions and spent the night in another brothel. Since Cao Fan's residence was located in a bustling area, there happened to be a high-rise brothel nearby that offered a view of the house. Chen Sansi planned to see if the incense god sect was indeed able to find their way there. He spent his days practicing and his nights sleeping in the brothel. 2 days passed like this. Finally, on the 3rd night at midnight, Chen Sansi finally saw something happening. 2 figures flickered momentarily and leapt over the wall into Cao Fan's residence. 2 Taoists moved silently through the darkness, one following the other. Unexpectedly, those 2 people under Q Mingzi turned traitors, sneaking around with the witch god sect. We hadn't even gotten a chance to question them before they died in the prison. Squad leader, what is the witch god sect up to in Liangzhu? It's probably related to the depths of the Luotian mountain range, but let's not worry about it for now. Our primary task is to handle the important matters in the capital first, and then we can get involved in Liangzhu's affairs. And who had the audacity to steal the incense burner? In front of the air mansion, the 2 stopped. Squad leader, are we certain we're not mistaken? How did the incense burner end up here? The bloodlight technique, how could it be wrong? Their voices were as thin as mosquito wines. While discussing, they approached a rockery in the backyard. The leading old Taoist looked at the pond and spoke in a deep voice. The object is below. Good. The other person quietly dove into the water and in a few breaths re-emerged, carrying the incense burner. Squad leader, it's really here, and the incense is gone. What? The old Taoist picked up the incense burner, held it carefully in his hands, and his face immediately soured. Squad leader, the subordinate said, could the princely heir be responsible? I'll go question him right now. Don't move. The old Taoist frowned. This matter is a significant secret. Don't make a fuss about it. Whether it's Cao Fan or not, we just need to ask when we get back. Right. The subordinate confusedly said if it was Cao Fan, he wouldn't have hidden the object in the water. He could have directly told us. But within Liangzhu City, who else knows the incense technique? Seeking Immortal Tower. No, they don't even know how incense is collected. Sun Xiangzong. He hasn't much dealt with incense either, and he's not even in Liangzhu right now. The emperor himself doesn't know where he is, so who else could it be? After all this, Cao Fan is still the most likely. Creak. Noise of a door opening came from afar. The 2 Taoists did not linger, leaping up to the surrounding wall and then disappearing into the darkness once more. Inside the brothel, Chen Sansi was somewhat disappointed. No disturbance. He had thought there would be a great show to watch tonight, yet his days of vigil had been in vain. Such a large amount of incense was stolen, and the people of the incense god sect showed no anger at all. Were they afraid of the cows, or was there another hidden reason? Enough. Chen Sansi realized that if he wanted to avenge himself and Yu Song, he would need to take action himself. In the coming days, he planned to first break through to great success in Hua Jin, while simultaneously practicing the sword chi skill. Chen Mansion, the back courtyard. Buzz. Whoosh. Si Chin, holding food and drink, stopped at the entrance to the back courtyard, listening to the noises inside that frightened her so much she didn't dare to come any closer. There was just a door separating them, yet it sounded as if a gale was blowing inside. She didn't dare to make a sound to disturb, gently put the things down at the door, and slipped away. Another late autumn had come. The thick layer of fallen leaves in the courtyard gradually gathered together beneath the Jiao Long-like dance of the long spear, eventually forming a golden tornado that swept through, shattering one flower bed after another, with the sound of popping and cracking continuously erupting. Inside Chen Sansi's body, the blood of the dragon and elephant boiled, and surged. His Xuan Yuan's 5 organs were operating at full capacity, maintaining the blood explosion state while continuously generating powerful energy, which was then infused into the 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear without stop. The path of martial arts. One misstep leads to a cascade of more. Starting with Qi blood, if one is naturally inferior to others, as their realms climb higher, the gap between the same levels will grow wider and wider, eventually forming a chasm too great to cross. This was the very reason why Selected Point deemed the bone assessment stage so crucial. Only martial artists with a strong physique could cultivate a more solid foundation. Letter 1 D1B small cap H small cap IS. Letter 1 D04 small cap H. Letter 1 D00. Letter 1 D18. Letter 1 D1B. Letter 1 D07 small cap R. Small cap IS. Letter 1 D1C. Letter 1 D18. Letter 1 D05. Letter 1 D00. Letter 1 D1B. Letter 1 D07. Small cap B. Small cap Y. N0 VIF I RTEP E net. At this very moment, Chen Sansi continuously tested his limits to refine the purity and strength of his energy. With small achievement in Hua Jin, it meant to enhance one's weapon with energy. And with great success, one could externalize the energy to form a layer of force around the weapon, achieving a terrifying offensive power. Even without the weapon's blade making contact with the opponent, it could still inflict damage. If one were unarmed, using only hands, they could still block a sharp blade with pure energy, provided their energy is indeed more powerful than the opponent's, and they wouldn't hurt themselves. Every time Chen Sansi thrust his long spear, he felt the energy infused on the gun tip grew stronger gradually. It began to spill over the tip and then spread outward. He kept pushing himself deliberately, exhausting every bit of energy until he was worn out and had drained the last whiff of energy from his body. Then came a qualitative change. After the extreme pain, his body ascended once more. The energy born from his qi blood and internal organs became more refined. When added to a mystical weapon, it was like an extendable sharp sword, expanding around it. Upon reaching the gun tip, it formed an invisible force wrapping around the blade. Breakthrough. Hua Jin had achieved great success. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear. Hua Jin great success. Progress 00. Utility, True Dragon Strength. True Dragon Strength, the energy rampages, akin to a true dragon. The energy of a common person can be simply described as adding another invisible blade around the weapon's edge. It's static, with only the differences in strength and no special qualities. But the energy of the true dragon strength is alive. Buzz. Chen Sansi gripped the spear shaft with both hands, enhancing it with energy. The 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear trembled incessantly, especially the buzzing from the gun tip, as if several small dragons were circling around the blade. He didn't use any moves or let the spear tip actually touch any object, just slowly pushed the long spear with true dragon strength, and when he was still more than an inch away from a potted plant, the ceramic pot burst open with a bang. Such a weak reference object still couldn't manifest the full extent of the power. If he had to describe it, Chen Sansi felt that the true dragon's strength outside his spear tip was like a chainsaw that could attack twice upon contact with an enemy, bound to be highly effective in real combat. Done. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. Next, it's time to hit the Meridian Passage, the cultivation technique for the Meridian Passage realm. Shortly after returning to Liangzhu, Sun Li brought it to him, still the National Guardian Dragon Spear, complete with the techniques up to the Xuanxiang realm, including annotations and insights. She hadn't given it to him all at once before because she must have added these things later, speaking of which. His master had vanished since he went to the capital city, an ordinary man gone without a trace nearly a year, including the chaos in Ming State where it was rumored that the emperor himself almost took to the field. Chen Sansi guessed there must have been something more important for him to attend to. But honestly, even his master's presence didn't have much significance for his cultivation anymore. As the saying goes, the master guides you through the entry, but your progress depends on yourself. He had the cultivation technique, and the supply of treasure medicine had never been interrupted. What remained was solely reliant on his own effort. Speaking of which, Chen Sansi had been anything but frugal with the treasure medicine, devouring it continuously as long as he could digest it. After Hua Jin, each pill could be worth thousands or even tens of thousands of taels, a cost that most officials would find unaffordable. Originally, his master demanded that he reach Martial Saint within 3 years. Now a year had passed, and 2 major realms remained, Meridian Passage, Profound Image Realm, and finally Martial Saint. With enough resources, perhaps, one can only do one's best and leave the rest to fate. After a brief rest, Chen Sansi ate the food left at the door and then went back inside to lock the room. He took out a xuanju filled with white xuan qi and purple incense, starting to practice the sword qi skill. Once certain that the practice of magic would not be affected by the incense, he could confidently and boldly use it. Chen Sansi sat cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing on meditation. He held the xuanju in his hand and, under the pull of his spirit root, continuously drew the energy from the incense into his body before circulating it within his meridians according to the pathways of the sword qi skill. Magic, sword qi skill entry level. Progress 435,500. During this period, I trained in martial arts by day, studied spells by night, and my proficiency with the sword qi skill continued to improve. I was close to a breakthrough. Unfortunately, the incense offerings were not plentiful, and it was uncertain how long they would last. Moreover, following this incident, the Xiayun Temple would likely be on guard. Attempting another strike would not be so easy. Speaking of which, Chen Sansi couldn't help but recall what Ning Xiang had said. Trouble is brewing in the capital city. Does the incense god sect dare cause chaos in the capital city? Damn. Chen Sansi thought that he might soon be summoned to the capital city. He hoped it wouldn't coincide with any such disturbances. But upon further contemplation, he felt that it might be an unnecessary worry. The court alone boasted 8 martial saints, 8 generals, with 2 presently stationed in the capital. This was without taking into account the eunuchs within the imperial palace. Those eunuchs were not to be underestimated. Selected from the depths of the imperial palace and granted resources, each possessed a superior constitution. Plus, there was Emperor Longking, whose strength was a mystery. For the incense god sect to stir trouble in the capital city would likely not be easy. Before he knew it, another night had passed. Almost at the 3rd watch of the night, Chen Sansi finally lay down to rest. When he woke up the next morning, he saw Si Kin Mohua busily attending the household, either changing diapers or cooking for his wife. Chen Yunxi was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, reading and learning characters. Indeed, it felt like a lively family home. How's it going? Chen Sansi sat down beside his daughter. How many characters can Yunxi recognize now? Are you happy staying at the governor mansion? Has anyone bullied you? Chen Yunxi shook her head. Pretty uncle teacher buys me candied hawthorn sticks every day. He said he'll make me a floral dress in a few days. The brothers and sisters there like to play with me too, and there's a teacher who teaches me characters. Mr. Zhuang was once a scholarly gentleman. Chen Sansi said he disdained the court's ethos and chose to teach privately in the governor mansion. He's impressive, you should learn well from him. But Daddy, I wasn't talking about Mr. Zhuang. Chen Yunxi shook her head. I was talking about another teacher. Another teacher? Chen Sansi asked Mr. Li. Chen Yunxi shook her head again. A young teacher. Chen Sansi had been to the governor mansion often, but he had never seen a young teacher in the private school. He asked, are you sure he's from the governor mansion? Yes. Chen Yunxi nodded. He also asked Yunxi what I want to do when I grow up. What did you say? I said I want to help Daddy. What could you help me with? I don't know. Chen Sansi did not dwell on it much. Having a young man of talent in the governor mansion was, after all, quite normal. After patting his daughter's head, he set out for the military camp. Now that he had some downtime, he planned to learn about the power-quenching medicine to see its effects and potentially improve some proficiency. If possible, it would be great to enhance the strengths of his brothers in arms. Zhao Kang and the others were all commendable, but their realms were lacking. Beyond that, Jai and others had gradually returned. Zhao Wuji was also alive, albeit in a sorry state. His entire army was lost, leaving him the sole survivor to escape on horseback, narrowly sparing his life. Jai and his peers were likewise rewarded for their merits. Moreover, it was heard that the East was also embroiled in war, which only began recently. Calculating the time, it coincided with the collapse of Ming State. The moment Dasheng began experiencing internal strife, Dongqing country seized the opportunity for a swift attack. Yet just as they made their move, the 4 crossings of Hangs concluded. Dongqing country was caught off guard, finding themselves compelled to proceed with the attack, left with no choice but to continue fighting reluctantly. All of this they had only just learned. The westernmost part of the 8 states in Dongqing was once the territory of the great Sheng dynasty. When the Sheng dynasty was founded, grand ancestor Kaozai was enshrined and crowned emperor on Ziwei Mountain within Dongqing. However, during Emperor Qing's reign, they suffered simultaneous attacks on all sides. Dongqing managed to bite off a piece of territory and then agreed to aid Sheng against Beiman and Nansu, with the provision that the 8 states' land be permanently conceded to Dongqing. Thereafter, Dongqing steadily secured its foothold in the 8 states and grew in power. At that time, it was a period of prosperity for the Sheng dynasty, and the loss of so much territory, including the imperial temple and Ziwei Mountain, dealt a heavy blow. From then on, the Sheng dynasty began its decline. The people of Sheng, from the rulers to the commoners, all felt an immense shame, and the incident became known as the disgrace of Emperor Qing. Mr. Hu revealed that the reason the emperor did not summon him to the capital was to wait until the conflict in the east concluded so that all the heroes could be gathered together for a grand bestowal of honors. Moreover, the current situation was highly favorable. Recapturing the entire 8 states was unlikely, but there was a real possibility of reclaiming Ziwei Mountain. If so, performing ancestral rites on Ziwei Mountain before bestowing honors would be a tremendous honor for both the imperial family and the servants. The state guardian soared. After roll call in the military camp, the morning was still devoted to routine drills. Chen Sansi, though titled assistant general, found that his reserve camp, having returned from Ming State, was reduced to just over 1,000 men, and further personnel expansion would have to wait until the enlargement of the forces was complete. Moreover, this military expansion will be quite special. According to the current information, 4 large camps will be expanded. Each regular camp has 4 sections front, back, left, and right with 4,000 people each, making 16,000 people per camp. Adding up 4 camps makes 64,000 people, and furthermore, during the Ming State campaign, both the Sky Wolf camp and the Cloud camp suffered heavy losses and need personnel replenishment. For the time being, it's simply impossible to gather so many people. If one wants to quickly build up combat power, the best method is to transfer people from the surrounding garrisons over, which also requires meticulous calculations to prevent creating too large a deficit all at once, leading to the problem of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Jiang Tailing, it's no bother, I was just about to concoct a furnace of medicine, but... Jiang Tailing looked Chen up and down. Mr. Chen has come to learn power-quenching medicine. Could it be that you have already achieved small achievement or even great success in Hua Jin? Chen Sansi didn't deny it. That was so quick. Jiang Tailing said incredulously, your cultivation speed is faster than even General Liu, and from what we see now, perhaps only Lord Governor when he was young and the third young master from back then could compare. I wouldn't dare to compare with master and third brother. Chen Sansi said, it's only because of the help of treasure medicine that I've barely caught up. I'm still far from being close. Mr. Chen, you're being overly modest. All right, let's start. Jiang Tailing sat down in front of the furnace. I will demonstrate 3 times. Please watch closely, Mr. Chen. Buzz. As he spoke, he began to channel the power within his body and enhance it in his palms, then transferring it through the specially made mystic iron furnace to the contents inside. Under the dual strengthening of fierce flames and power, the medicine's toxicity was refined, and the essence of the herbal ingredients was extracted. Alchemists in the world and the level of power-quenching medicine can generally be divided into 3 tiers. If one can't even produce outer strength, then that's the lowest tier. Second-tier alchemists can concoct supplemental medicine that can remove 60% of toxicity, leaving 40%. First-tier alchemists leave behind 20 to 30%. The top alchemists in the world are those who leave behind only 10%. These experts are basically all within the Imperial Hospital, and the treasure medicines Mr. Chen usually takes are from their hands. I am untalented, having taken a liking to medical practice since childhood. Later, when I learned that alchemy also needed power, I learned martial arts halfway through. Now, after cultivating daily for a major part of my life, I am but a first-tier alchemist, still far from becoming a top alchemist. The Imperial Hospital, Chen Sansi suddenly thought. If it was true that the medical officers of the Imperial Hospital were experts above the level of Hua Jin, wouldn't they be a terrifying force in critical moments? Are they physicians? Watch closely. Bang, buzz. Jiang Tailing's movements were dazzling, appearing to be a separate cultivation technique, but in fact that wasn't the case. He was purely using power, not any cultivation technique. The greatest difficulty lay in the amount of force used, the timing, and the coordination with the heat, and then the concoction of each type of supplemental medicine required a new adjustment. Thus, it was a task of technical skill and a test of endurance. Jiang Tailing, you are. Chen Sansi looked at the other's muscles, Vajra body. Exactly. Jiang Tailing's movements didn't stop. The Vajra force cultivated from the Vajra body is actually not suitable for medical practice. Otherwise, I might well have become an alchemy master. Soon, he completed the demonstration 3 times. A furnace of precious supplemental medicine for the refining internal realm of the 8 camps was produced. Then Jiang Tailing also demonstrated another set of supplemental medicine for each realm 3 times. Mr. Chen, it would be good if you have the heart to learn and the spare time to concoct medicines. Jiang Tailing sighed. After all, power-quenching medicine has its threshold, and there are only a few of us old guys in the pharmacy who can do it. With so many people in the troupe, how can I keep up? Even if it's not complete, the elite camp still has tens of thousands of people. Chen Sansi estimated that in the pharmacy, there were only about 4 to 5 people who understood power-quenching medicine. Therefore, these medicinal materials were essentially prepared for military officers above the refining internal realm. There were also many supplemental medicines for ordinary military officers, but those were concocted by ordinary people like Medical Officer Jiang and his team, with less effective results. Of course, this was all relative. Compared to Poyang County, the resources here could already be considered at the Cave Heaven-blessed land level. After learning power-quenching medicine, Chen Sansi decided to practice and just happened to concoct medicine for his subordinates, both improving his proficiency in medical skill and enhancing his subordinates' strength, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Having watched Jiang Tailing's demonstration, with the effects of Killen's heart combined with photographic memory, he firmly etched the method of concocting each type of supplemental medicine in his mind. Next, Chen Sansi took a room in the pharmacy as his future alchemy room and immediately began to practice power-quenching medicine. Once he started, it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Moreover, his true dragon strength seemed to be of great help to the concoction of medicine. It seemed that the purer the power, the better the effect of the medicine. But how many people in the world with the body of martial saint would be willing to become an alchemist? Hence, this led to the scarcity of alchemy masters. After practicing for several days, Chen Sansi mastered the process of concocting several kinds of supplemental medicine and then invited Jiang Tailing for evaluation. So soon, Jiang Tailing picked up a porcelain bowl, took a small sip at the edge of his lips. As the medicinal soup went down, shock appeared on his face, and his eyes widened. Mr. Chen, how did you manage to reach the level of a second-tier alchemist in just a few days? Really, is it true? The other alchemists who had come to join the fun also tasted it, then revealed the same expression. I've always said, those with the body of a martial saint are naturally born to be alchemists. I'm so envious. Disperse, disperse. Go back and cultivate diligently. If in the future you can reach the profound image realm and use Gang Qi to refine medicine, you still have a chance to break into the realm of an alchemy master. Sir, this is... Zhao Kang and the others were called over to look at the medicine furnace in front of them. I will often take time out to brew medicine for you. Chen Sansi personally served them the medicine soup. If we can hunt more exotic beasts on the mountain later on, I will share some with you too. Cultivate well and strive to have several breakthroughs in refining internal organs, and maybe 1 or 2 advancements in Hua Jin this year. Zhao Kang bowed with clasped fists. We will not let you down, sir. Feng Yang downed the medicine soup in 1 gulp, sir. The medicine you brew is almost comparable to that of a pharmacist, which we usually have to queue for, yet you can brew it yourself. That's what Chen Sansi said. But in reality, he knew that at most, only 1 person might advance to Hua Jin, though there was still Bai Thingzhai, Lu Shuhua, and a few other geniuses available. But even if these people were willing to follow him now, once the expansion was complete and duties were assigned, they would surely be divided. How could several with the body of a martial saint be under the command of 1 person? So in the end, he had to rely on his old brothers. If physical talent was lacking, then medicinal herbs must compensate. Skill, medical skill. Proficient master. Progress 895, 1000. The recent increase in proficiency was mainly from using power-quenching medicine, the effects of which he did not know yet until reaching small achievement. After finishing with the medicinal ingredients, Chen Sansi then took his bow and arrows to the archery field for practice. Skill, archery, great success. Progress 1552,000. The breakthrough in archery skills was also not very far away. Furthermore, it's worth mentioning that Sun Buki has been frequently practicing archery with him recently. His level had finally improved. Holding a 15-stone bow in his hands, he could basically hit targets within a 70 to 80 steps. After the morning training session ended, in the afternoon, Chen Sansi led a team to patrol the city. Passing by a martial arts training ground nearby, he saw Cao Fan, who seemed to have broken through to the mastery of the Hua Jing technique. Seeing this person, Chen Sansi's mind involuntarily recalled the events of several nights ago. The incense god sect, was it just going to be left at that? He heard that the elder from Xia Yun Temple had arrived in Liangzhu, and perhaps he could meet him during the routine inspections in the afternoon to see what he was really about. Huff, huff. Cao Fan put down the azure dragon crescent blade. His face was blood red, which also revealed an unnatural paleness. Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough. The sparring partner, Sha Wenlong, put down his blade. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Xiuhua and the others at most have only reached the entry level of the Hua Jing technique. Zai Sishu and Yan Chenking are still in the refining internal organs perfection stage. The young master has already surpassed them by 2 whole levels. What about Chen Sansi? Cao Fan, coughing, inquired, has he also achieved Hua Jing? Otherwise, how could he have possibly gone to Meishan Prefecture in the first place? This, Sha Wenlong hesitated and then answered, he indeed has achieved Hua Jing. Entry level, no, that's not right. Cao Fan furrowed his brow, it must be mastery, right? His heart was full of mixed feelings. Since the end of the selected point, to maintain his dominance in realm, he had not hesitated to sacrifice his lifespan by cultivating an extremely fierce cultivation technique to rapidly increase his strength, but now it had come to this. The honor was the other's, and in realms he probably had caught up and evened out. Young master, Sha Wenlong did not reply. Cao Fan's face stiffened, pressing further. What does that mean? He has not only just reached it. Young master, it doesn't matter. Sha Wenlong redirected the topic. If it really doesn't work out, we can return to the capital city. The rebels in the south and Donking country in the east both present opportunities to establish military exploits. There's no need to remain in the northern territory. Eunuch Feng, seeing him unwilling to speak, Cao Fan turned to his close companion. Tell me the truth, hasn't he broken through to small achievement? Young master, please brace yourself. Eunuch Feng said with a bitter smile, a few hours ago, I heard people in the pharmacy discussing that he seems to have reached small achievement in Hua Jing, or maybe even great success. Cao Fan felt something choking in his chest, his vision darkened as the world spun, and he fell backward, even spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Young master, Sha Wenlong hurriedly supported him. Oh dear young master. Eunuch Feng was so anxious that he even started to cry, while he used a handkerchief to wipe the blood and searched his body for healing treasure medicine. The very path of cultivation that the young master had chosen was already damaging to the body, and now compounded with the suffocating distress, both effects together had made him simply unable to cope, resulting in a collapse. Why? After a while, Cao Fan finally reopened his eyes. He's only been practicing martial arts for 2 years. How can the heavens be so unfair? I only sleep 2 hours a day, maintaining my energy through medicinal herbs. Is that still not enough? Am I not trying hard enough? Young master, Sha Wenlong said helplessly, this person is a demon, and the talents he has shown in various aspects are no less than those of Sun Xiangzong back then. Comparing yourself with him is truly unnecessary. Right, young master. Eunuch Feng agreed, you are a noble of the imperial family. Why bother competing with a commoner for a moment of bravery? No matter how strong he is, what does it matter? Supervisor Sun is considered the most accomplished martial artist under the heavens, and yet he is still a subject of the Cao family. Cao Fan struggled to breathe. The problem was, he was not the only heir. He was merely the highest in the line of succession officially. If he himself lacked outstanding achievements and extraordinary talents, he could be replaced by other brothers at any time. This point, it wasn't just him. Even his father, the king, was no exception. The crown prince had been the supervisor for 40 years, and wasn't it also a daily depletion of spirit and health? Which of his uncles wasn't secretly eyeing the position of the crown prince? Cao Fan had seen his father handling official duties until the early hours countless times, and on ordinary days, he had to deal with the overt and covert attacks from various forces, his health deteriorating day by day, especially after 10 days in Yunju. A very significant change had occurred in the court. Grandpa, who had been obsessed with cultivating the immortal path since 20 years ago, began significantly reducing the number of his closed-door cultivations and spent more time handling state affairs, seemingly ready to reorganize the realm. The problem was, his father had been the supervisor for 40 years. His influence spread throughout the court and fields. Cao Fan, who had been well-versed in history since childhood, naturally knew that there would be a bloody storm in the court. What was even more frightening was that Grandpa's health was said to be improving day by day, considering his age. Grandpa was 98 this year, a centenarian. In contrast, his father, after 40 years as supervisor, was already exhausted. To put it unpleasantly, it was uncertain who would outlast whom. Cao Fan had thought if he could achieve something in the Northern Territory, he would lay a foundation for himself while also relieving his father of some worries. But unfortunately, Chen Sansi had appeared. For decades, when had such a monster ever appeared in the entire world? It's just not fair at all. Eunuch Feng, let's go back to the capital city. Ultimately, Cao Fan said in a hoarse voice, let him stay here. In the future, let him compete with the martial saint and Jai. The princely heir can't compete anymore. Okay, Eunuch Feng said while wiping his tears, this wretched place, we're not staying here anymore, there's nothing good here. Cao Fan's gaze was somewhat empty first. Let's go back to the capital city to see my father, see if he needs me to go to Donking or stay in the court to assist. I'll write the resignation as soon as we get back. Eunuch Feng choked up. Let's first recuperate in Liangzhu. We won't practice the fierce saber technique anymore. Just the normal saber technique. Your health can't collapse. We're going home. Ci Yun Temple. Routine inspection. Chen Sansi and Li Qianzong, leading 20 or 30 people, ascended Spirit Mist Mountain. At the mountain gate, an old Taoist who seemed to be aged around 60 came out to greet them. I am Zio Yunzi, the new temple master of Ci Yun Temple. May I know what exactly the lords wish to inspect? What else could it be? Li Qianzong did not give a pleasant look. Move aside. Don't be too excessive. By the old Taoist's side, another comparatively younger middle-aged Taoist spoke indignantly. Isn't it enough that you forced 2 of my nephews to death? What more do you want? It wasn't just him. The other Taoists from Ci Yun Temple who were watching from a distance also cast resentful glances. This was the current situation in Liangzhu. Many sects were displeased with the actions of the Liangzhu army. Some suspected that the Liangzhu army was being perfunctory, hence their prolonged inability to find the person. Some simply said that it was Liangzhu itself who had done it, and that there was no such thing as the witch god sect in the world. Enough talk. Li Qianzong was not intimidated and scolded. We've come to help you figure out why Qiu Mingzi and the other guy committed suicide. Move it, you. The middle-aged Taoist wanted to talk, but Zio Yunzi interrupted. Junior brother, let the lords come in to investigate. Search. Li Qianzong waved his hand. Chen Sansi and the others immediately went in. After making a couple of rounds, he arrived at the grand hall and noticed that the incense burner was replaced. It was no longer the previous one that could plunder incense, but a common incense burner. Ci Yun Temple's newly arrived Zio Yunzi and the middle-aged Taoist were indeed from the incense fire divine sect, because Chen Sansi saw the purple incense mystical energy stored in their dantians. Incense fire divine Dao. The function of the Qi observation skill was similar to X-ray. These people's secrets were laid bare before him. He also indirectly inquired with Ning Xiang, asking if they could detect others cultivating spells or following the immortal path. The answer was no, unless someone specifically cultivated the detecting skill or the immortal realm way was extremely high. Otherwise, it was impossible to see through others' secrets with the naked eye. One could only feel it through physical contact or after a fight. And changing magic skills often required manipulating the mystical energy within one's body. This point was observable from the patterns seen through the sword Qi skill and Ning Xiang's charming technique. The purple incense inside Zio Yunzi and his companion remained dormant without any sign of manipulation, indicating that they also didn't possess the detecting magic skills. What Chen Sansi found interesting was, there were masters inside Ci Yun Temple. They were 2 Taoists who looked only 15 or 16 years old, but based on the energy hidden within them, they were probably also experts in the meridian passage method. These 2 persons he had seen before. Chen Sansi had a photographic memory, basically remembering every face in Ci Yun Temple. When he last saw these 2 young Taoists, they were just introducing blood refining. How could they have progressed directly to meridian passage in less than a year? It looked like they were replaced. As for why they looked the same, he guessed that most likely they used some disguise technique. The seemingly modest Ci Yun Temple turned out to be teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Not only that, while Zio Yunzi and the others did not notice him, it was these 2 who were covertly observing him, unsure of their origins, but it was certain that they were tied to the 2 Taoists who died in the dungeon. Qiu Mingzi had his eye on him while alive. He might have leaked the news to these 2 people. Which god sect? Until now, Chen Sansi had not figured out what exactly was added to the nourishing spirit soup, and whether the incense and nourishing spirit soup were 2 separate acts by different groups of people. It's also possible that Qiu Mingzi and his group were double agents, openly followers of the incense fire divine sect but secretly colluding with other forces. This trip today proved worthwhile. At least he knew who was watching him and could always be on guard, not completely in the dark until danger came knocking. Now he was the proactive one. However, it seemed he still needed to enhance his power swiftly. Hua Jin was far from enough, and the materials for the bow needed to be gathered quickly. By hunting down the fierce monster and finding ghost vein wood, theoretically, it should be possible to assemble 100 stone bow carrying true dragon strength. Sir, I didn't find anything. I haven't got much here either. Soon, a round of searches was completed. Yun Zai Ozi. Li Qianzong spoke emotionlessly. If you find anything unusual, please make sure to inform us. Certainly, certainly. Yun Zai Ozi performed a Taoist bow with clasped hands. Then I'll kindly see off the 2 officials. Squad leader. The middle-aged Taoist said in a low voice, I've inquired about the news. It was not the princely heir's doing. He knows nothing about our divine sect, just as I expected. Yun Zai Ozi's gaze darkened, yet someone has to cause trouble at this critical juncture, and it's troubling that there's no way to start the investigation. Moreover, this person has managed to absorb such a large amount of incense in such a short time. The background mustn't be small. Then, squad leader, shall we continue the investigation? No, let's stop. Missing the incense from one incense burner doesn't make much difference. What about the witch god sect? Are we going to drop that too? I heard that Qiu Mingzi and his group had constantly been organizing sermons, not sure what their purpose was. No, we'll leave that for later. Our immediate task is to handle the matters in Capital City. We'll be leaving in a few days. Yes, squad leader, I understand. Following me, Chen Sansi noticed movement behind him. It was two young Taoists from Si Yun Temple, but they did not follow all the way, retreating as they neared Chen Mansion, clearly unwilling to take action within the city. It's several days' journey to the mountain, and I really can't rest easy leaving the whole family in the mansion. Fortunately, Senior Sister Nine wrote that the Yan State Army's affairs have been settled, and she will soon return to Liangzhu. It would be perfect to ask her to be the bodyguard, master, daddy, godfather. As Chen Sansi entered, the courtyard burst into lively scenes. Si Qin Mohua goes without saying. The Sun Li siblings were also there, then Chen Yunxi, and finally Tong family holding a child. Yu Huan is here, come, let godfather hold you. Chen Sansi picked up the roughly 1-year-old girl whose first word after learning to speak was actually godfather, making it unclear how the Tong family had taught her. In the evening, a large table full of people and food. After the lively meal, they simply stayed overnight in the forecourt chambers, as it was all women and there was nothing inconvenient about it. This spared Chen Sansi the trouble of fussing over the child, allowing him to focus on cultivating in the backyard. Meridian Passage Realm. As the name implies, it involves opening up the body's acupoints, storing strength in the meridians like blood flowing in blood vessels, without having to induce it with qi blood after moving as in the Hua Jing realm. Also, it is critical for laying the foundation for the profound image realm, as only meridians tempered by strength are likely to generate gang qi, thereby stepping into the profound image realm. The pile work of the Meridian Passage realm is very complex, and the breathing skill had changed from the Heoran breathing skill to the Asking Dao breathing skill. Of course, for Chen Sansi, these things were hardly obstacles. In just 2 days, he had committed the Meridian Passage method to memory. Cultivation Technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Meridian Passage Uninitiated. Progress 5-100. His master's handwritten note stated that not only should he practice spear technique, but also every other cultivation technique given to him previously up to the Meridian Passage, for countless future benefits. Sword, spear, saber, and halberd, axe, hook, trident, and fork. Basically, every type of weapon was included. Chen Sansi spent 5 days bringing the Zhenyu swordsmanship, which he used frequently, to Hua Jing perfection. He would have to find time for the rest. After martial arts, he had to cultivate spells. He sat cross-legged, holding a xuanju in his hand, absorbing the incense mystical energy contained within. After circulating through the meridians inside his body and congregating at the fingertips through a special circulation, he was 1 step away from breakthrough mastery. Unlike the inevitable pain of cultivating martial arts, cultivating spells was an indescribable experience. Without any pain or itch, his right hand, which was forming seals, simply couldn't stop trembling. The small sword phantom above his fingertips kept dispersing and then reforming in a continuous cycle, consuming the incense at a rapid pace within the xuanju until he fully grasped its profound technique, marking his great achievement. Buzz, a purple small sword floated in the void. Sized like a miniature pendant, rather than the embroidery needle size it was upon initiation, it appeared much sturdier and not nearly as much a mere phantom as before. Magic skill, sword chi skill mastery. Progress 0-1000. Utility, cutting strength breaking gang. Cutting strength breaking gang. Chen Sansi, contemplating the effect term, fell into a deep thought. He had never exchanged hands with a martial artist in the profound image realm, unsure of what strength gang chi really held and what extent sword chi skill could counter gang chi, just based on feeling profound image realm initiation, uncertain. This wasn't something he could test. When Senior Sister 9 returned, he could use sparring as a pretext to experience gang chi and then have a clear idea. If he remembered correctly, Sha Wenlong was transferred from another state, with not a high realm, merely at the initiation of profound image realm cultivation technique. Thinking thus, Chen Sansi dissipated the sword chi from his fingertips. Not having entered the divine Dao, he couldn't store incense in his danshan, and each accumulation could only be used once, after which he had to accumulate again. It was an unavoidable situation. Not to mention the lack of a cultivation technique for the incense fire divine Dao. Even if there were one, he dared not practice it casually, unknown what kind of price he needed to pay. Especially since the incense was not his but stolen, it seemed unreliable to think about it. He would rather follow the orthodox initiation methods of his own master upon reaching a certain realm. Incense and sword chi skill, considering them as his current trump cards. The stages in developing martial arts and spells had been achieved. Next, it was time to go hunting in the mountains. I have already written Vice Admiral Yu's petition, and it was sent via the 6,000-li Divine Eagle Express from the Ministry of Communication, so it should arrive soon. I wonder if the Emperor will grant Vice Admiral Yu a proper recognition after reading the petition. In addition, I've also included Su Wenkai's contributions after the pacification of Ming State. Those who returned alive from the reserve camp received extensive rewards. Since Su Wenkai had no cultivation and was not even a military soldier, and only received some gold and silver, it was rather unfair the old scholar's dream was to be granted a genuine Walong title. However, with Fang Qingyun's outstanding reputation setting a precedent, such an equivalent title seemed difficult to obtain, but achieving a military or scholarly medal would be good too. One could only try one's best. Moreover, there was noteworthy news from the capital city. Just before they went to war, there was a new top scholar in the imperial examinations, his old acquaintance Tang Yink. Unexpectedly, that youngster really passed when he said he would take the exam. He truly had some ink in his belly. Capital city, Longevity Palace. All members of the cabinet gathered here. Joyous news. Since the war began with Dongqing Country, Marquis of Andong, Mengquiji, has rapidly captured the lands of 8 prefectures in just 2 months, now advancing deep into Lai State, with victories one after another, an unstoppable momentum. In desperation, Dongqing sect sent Prince Tang with 100,000 troops to station in Tongzhou. If Prince Tang of Dongqing is defeated next, we could recapture the territories of Lai, Tong, and Ling states in one fell swoop, which includes the fertile lands of 2 states and Ziwei Mountain. Excellent. Whatever Mengquiji needs, fulfill it. Gather grain if he lacks grain, allocate funds if he needs funds. As long as he retakes the 3 states, I shall promote him to State Duke. Emperor Longqing was greatly pleased. After the discussions concluded, he changed the subject. By the way, regarding Chen Sanxi's rewards, what suggestions do all my ministers have? Feel free to share. Yan Liang, Yan Maoxing, you father and son go first. In reply to your majesty, Yan Liang, sitting on a small stool, leisurely responded, Mr. Chen is too young, and his official rank is limited by his martial arts realm, so your majesty's grace can only be bestowed through a medal. Furthermore, after ferrying civilians across the river, Mr. Chen had already been conferred the 3rd rank title of Upper Guard, and now he has achieved such remarkable deeds in Ming State theoretically, he should directly skip the 2nd rank, being directly appointed to the standard 2nd rank Upper Guard. Additionally, he already possesses the best martial arts resources, so we can only reward him with some more gold and silver. Your Majesty, I agree. Yan Maoxing bowed deeply. An 18-year-old standard 2nd rank protector is extremely rare in our dynasty. The Minister of War, Gao Bo, concurred. I second the motion. Hess, too low, Emperor Longqing interrupted. I plan to directly grant him the title of standard 1st rank Upper Pillar Country. What do you think? A murmur of astonishment. Your Majesty, isn't that a bit too high? Yan Liang hesitated. He is only 18 and has only been serving in the army for just 2 years. Isn't this promotion too rapid? Yes, Your Majesty, Gao Bo spoke solemnly. If such heavy awards are granted at such a young age, he might become arrogant, perhaps start with 2nd rank protector, and then elevate to Upper Pillar Country in 3 to 5 years. I think nothing is inappropriate. The Minister of Rights, the father of Tang Yink, Tang Ran, spoke up. General Chen crossed Hong's River 4 times, and his tactics are now included in the military family's art of war. If not for his extraordinary achievements, the insurrection in Ming State wouldn't have been quelled in such a short time. Mr. Tang, public matters are public, and personal matters are personal. The Minister of Revenue hinted something cryptically, but did not elaborate. Back when a signed point happened, they had heard about it. It was said that Chen Sanxi harshly killed Wen Qiushi to avenge Tang Ran's son, Tang Yink, but the occasion was different and many statements needed to be nuanced. Not like in Liangzhu with Governor Liu and others, who directly argued with Mr. Hu. I am discussing public affairs. Tang Ran firmly stated, Your Majesty's decision is extremely wise. Upper Pillar Country is indeed appropriate. Crown Prince. Emperor Longqing drawled, What do you think? Father's imperial decision, why should your son interject? The Crown Prince, sitting on a stool, expressed his agreement. Officials below continued discussing. He is too young. Yes, even Sun Xiangzong at this time hadn't made a splash yet. What if he achieves more in the future? Wouldn't he be made an earl by the age of 20? According to the merit system of the Great Sheng Dynasty, beyond the 1st rank merit, the ranks ascended to superordinate ranks of earl, marquis, duke, and prince, each progressively scarcer, with only the Cao family eligible to be princes. Currently, there were merely 2 or 3 state dukes. Marquises were also scarce. Earls existed in some number, but they were veterans. Hence, a 1st rank Upper Pillar Country appeared very prominent, essentially at an equal status with many veteran old ministers. Who lets my favorite general be only 18 years old? Emperor Longqing took out several golden pages from his wide-sleeved Taoist robe and raised them high for everyone to see. Do you see what this is? Heavenly Book. Dongan did not hesitate to betray the great Sheng, and rebelled just to obtain the miracle soldier's heavenly book. But Chen Sansi, after obtaining it, showed no greed and immediately submitted it to the court, without any deceit or falsification. Such a loyal and good minister, can he not bear a first-rank title of upper pillar country? I intend to show the people of the world, letting him set an example for the young talents across the land. Many ministers fell silent. Your Majesty speaks wisely, but after a long pause, Yan Liang said hoarsely, Your Majesty, becoming upper pillar country does have strict requirements, at least one act of heavenly merit, in addition to numerous Class A military achievements. Mr. Chen has secured heavenly merit, but the number of Class A military achievements is insufficient. That's easy to fix. Emperor Longking, reclining in his dragon chair, spoke unhurriedly soon. I will send him to the eastern battlefield and give him another chance to distinguish himself. The East, Minister of War Gaobo mused, Your Majesty, Liangzhu is in the far west. To transfer troops from there to Lai State might be too distant. The cost of moving troops might be a bit too high. I had no plans to transfer troops from Liangzhu. Emperor Longking pondered, just draw 3,000 black armor troops from the personal guard camps around the capital. A capable general should have forces at his command, should he not? Your Majesty is wise. Very well, you all may leave, except for the Crown Prince and Fang Qingyun. The vast hall quickly emptied until only a few individuals remained. Crown Prince. Emperor Longking, his calm voice laced with authority, asked, Tell me, why did that Sha Wenlong refuse to heed Chen San's advice and cross the entire army over the Hong's River to the east? As a general, one must prioritize stability, the Crown Prince contemplated. Had the entire army crossed and encountered blockades, it could have led to irreversible consequences. So you say, should I reward them instead? Emperor Longking did not pursue further, shifting his tone. Fang Qingyun, why are you silent? What is your opinion on the matter of upper pillar country? I too find it somewhat inappropriate. Seated in his wheelchair, Fang Qingyun replied at a measured pace. He is, after all, still too young. The prestige that comes with the title of upper pillar country might be too high for him. Emperor Longking's mouth twitched imperceptibly, touching on the point briefly before changing the subject again. Chen San had written a petition to me, mentioning a man named Su Wenkai, hoping that I would bestow some form of recognition. What do you know of him, Fang Aching? Mr. Su is a talent of the highest caliber, surpassing me in every aspect. Had he not come from humble origins, he would have become a prominent scholarly general by now. Fang Qingyun answered, having been by Chen San's side, he must have also contributed significantly during the 4 crossings of Hongs. He indeed deserves recognition. Even you say so, it seems we have another talent at hand. Emperor Longking mused, he hopes that I grant Su Wenkai an official title, but how come I've heard that Mr. Su's greatest aspiration in life is to be honored with the title Wo Long? Why didn't Chen San tell me directly? Is he worried that I, being stingy, would not be willing to bestow it? Your Majesty knows all. Fang Qingyun spoke calmly. Mr. Su certainly is fixated on receiving a title. Emperor Longking spoke with a tinge of meaning. Wo Long, that title is on the same level as your phoenix. Do you object? My nickname was originally just a rumor in Jianghu, however. It simply became reality as it spread. Mr. Su is not less than me, why should there be an issue? Fang Qingyun said, the only concern is the corresponding pressure it brings. I wonder if he can withstand it. Under pressure, only with pressure can potential be inspired. I specifically want to bestow upon him the title of Wo Long. Emperor Longking said, if memory serves me right, there are still some small factions of the rebel army and bandits along the border of Yu State. Let the Wo Long lead the troops to eliminate them, also giving him an opportunity to independently earn his merits. That would be excellent. You should also join the upcoming battle in Lai State. Emperor Longking rose slowly, passing the heavenly book over. Take this as well. Why would your Majesty do this? Fang Qingyun did not accept it. This is the heavenly book, your servant. What are you pretending for? Emperor Longking narrowed his eyes. I know you can understand it. Memorize it and then return it to the court later. Once you're in the east, if you want to teach it to Chen Sansi, do so. I've approved it. Your servant obeys. Only then did Fang Qingyun accept the heavenly book. Emperor Longking left with a sweep of his sleeve, quickly vanishing behind the layers of curtains. Several eunuchs followed closely behind him. In the great hall, soon only the Crown Prince and Fang Qingyun were left. Tap, tap. The Crown Prince, leaning on a walking stick, stood up, tediously made his way to the scholar, handed over the stick. Then, grasping the handles of the wheelchair, pushed him forward. General Fang, let's go. Allow me to accompany you. At the doorway of the great hall, when the wheelchair proved too heavy to lift, he called over some young eunuchs from outside to help carry it out, and then continued pushing it forward at a leisurely pace. A gust of autumn wind blew through, causing both men to start coughing. General Fang, you must take care of your health. Your Highness should be more careful. You really should not push me any more. I can manage on my own. No matter, no matter. It is not often that you and I get to be together. To walk and talk together is fitting. Silence. Having left the Longevity Palace and reached the outer perimeter of the Imperial Palace, Fang Qingyun took the heavenly book from his bosom and offered it back. "Your Highness, would you like to see it?" "Heh, might as well take a look." The Crown Prince paused, flipping through the heavenly book. "I can't understand it. General Fang, after you translate it, please also make a copy for me. His Majesty is truly generous." Fang Qingyun took back the heavenly book. "The contents recorded here are genuine immortal realm formations, to be shared so openly with everyone. Do you know why they've been so generous with you lately?" The Crown Prince resumed pushing the wheelchair, slightly stooped, almost in the tone of telling a ghost story. "They could agree to the camp expansion and even share the heavenly book with you." Fang Qingyun glanced over his shoulder. "Your Highness, if you have something to say, why beat around the bush?" His supervisor's son nearing his end. It seemed like the Crown Prince wasn't continuing the previous topic. Expanding the troops will certainly strengthen Liangzhu's forces, but it will also mean a lot of new recruits, and quite a multitude at that. The implications of this need not be spelled out too explicitly, right? "General Fang, haven't you ever pondered the future of the 8 camps a few years from now? Naturally, we will be at His Majesty's disposal," Fang Qingyun stated matter-of-factly. Again, silence. "General Fang." The Crown Prince began again. "Speak your mind. What do you think of this palace? Your Highness has supervised the nation for 40 years, always exhausting your mind and body in diligent service." "It's an undeniable and uncontested fact," Fang Qingyun replied, with his body slightly tilted. "But now that His Majesty has ended his seclusion, it's about time you got some well-deserved rest and took care to recuperate," he added, intentionally stressing the latter part of the sentence. The Crown Prince's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In fact, it is Father Emperor who should be resting at his advanced age. The burden of the great Sheng dynasty should be borne by me, his son. "Don't you agree, General Fang? Is that so?" Fang Qingyun drew out his words. "I believe His Majesty is in the prime of life." "Yes, in the prime of life, cough, cough, cough. In the prime of life, that's good. I too am glad for Father Emperor, cough, cough, cough." Fang Qingyun, hearing the voice behind him growing fainter, strained to twist his body for a look, only to see that the person had quietly taken his cane and left, leaving him alone on the wheelchair, at the mercy of the autumn wind and falling leaves. He hurriedly called out, "Your Highness, what do you mean by this? The least you could do is leave me where there are people, Your Highness." From here to where there were people was at least a 5-mile distance. He would have to wheel himself the entire 5 miles. At the Chen mansion, Senior Sister 9, welcome back home. Chen Sansi gestured invitingly. "I've prepared a room for you in the second yard as you like. Let me know if there's anything else you need, or if there's anything I can prepare immediately. My family Zai Zai Du He, and even you Huan are very fond of Senior Sister. If you don't mind, you can stay with us when you come back to Liangzhu. Why are you being so scheming, boy?" Rong Yankyu, after tying the letter to Hai Donking's leg and releasing it, rolled her eyes and said, "You just want me to act as a watchdog and protector for your house, don't you? Dressing it up so nicely. Come give my shoulders a massage and tell me more about how you came up with the 4 crossings of Hong's River. If I'm pleased, I might agree to be your guard dog. Why does Senior Sister have to put it that way?" Chen Sansi stepped forward to massage. Not until he had served her satisfaction did he broach the main subject. "Senior Sister 9, could you tell me about the Xuanxiang realm? You want to know about mysterious phenomenon so soon. Could it be that you are about to achieve meridian passage?" Rong Yankyu was slightly surprised and then explained, "The profound image realm is about transforming strength into Gang Qi, and the entire realm revolves around enhancing the use of Gang Qi. With an entry-level understanding of the cultivation technique, you could think of it as turning the strength wielded in the weapon into Gang Qi. This Gang Qi is more substantial, not only used for offense but also for defense. Once proficient, you can send out Gang Qi, akin to a form of attack from afar, though usually not over great distances. With a small achievement, you can possess protective Gang Qi. As long as you don't exhaust yourself on the battlefield, it's nearly impossible for those below your realm to break through your defenses. Upon reaching great success, you can shape Gang Qi into forms and project it up to 10 feet away from your body, for example. Shua. She suddenly unleashed a palm strike, and a near-transparent Gang Qi materialized, transforming into the shape of a python and then shooting out explosively, hitting a potted plant in front of her and shattering it into pieces, startling Si Chin, who happened to be passing by, almost making her leap into the air in a scream, even if it was just a demonstration. Chen Sansi felt the terrifying power. He asked, "What about the Gang Qi of a beginner martial artist?" "Try stabbing me," Rong Yankyu invited as she sat still, gesturing him over with a beckoning hand. "Senior Sister, no offense." Chen Sansi did not hold back, grabbing the nearby 5 Tiger's soul-breaking spear, stacking various enhancements from within, and finally channeling true dragon strength into the long spear. With a humming sound, he fiercely thrust it forward. Rong Yankyu stood unflinching, her right hand with faintly purple nails resembling a blooming lotus as it met the thrust. Wrapped in gang chi, she incredibly caught the sharp gun blade with her bare hand. The moment she touched the blade, her languid demeanor vanished as she quickly pushed away the spear, and with a swallow's turn, dodged to the side, saying displeasedly, "You have true dragon strength. Why didn't you say so beforehand?" "Senior sister didn't ask me either," Chen Sansi retorted, shrugging his shoulders to show innocence. "Get out, I'm done playing with you." "The nail polish I just applied is split," Wrong Yankyu huffed, rising to enter her room, shutting the door behind her to tend to something. HSSS. Chen Sansi sheathed the long spear and flexed his numbed arm. Even with senior sister deliberately restraining her strength to the entry level of the Xuanxiang realm, was the disparity still so vast? The reason Wrong Yankyu dodged earlier was not that she couldn't handle it, but rather because she was indeed caught off guard by the secondary onslaught of the true dragon's strength, and because she did not want to invest more gang chi and risk injuring herself. But sword chi skill can. After experiencing it firsthand, Chen Sansi was certain that the sword chi skill would have no problem breaking through the gang chi of a mysterious phenomenon technique beginner martial artist. Cao Fan, the eunuch, and also Sha Wenlong, these three needed to be dealt with, might as well handle them all together. Sha Wenlong could resolve the situation with just one sword chi skill, so all he needed to do next was take care of the personal eunuch. With mastery of Meridian Passage, an individual handpicked from thousands within the Imperial Palace, even if physically impaired, his constitution was most likely that of a genius, incomparable by the Mingzhu rebel army or the Kaimei army an obvious reason. If it weren't for exceptional talent, why would the Imperial Palace cultivate him among so many eunuchs? Jinni Guard eunuchs, neither should be underestimated. For safety's sake, expertise in the Meridian Passage method is needed to ensure he could quickly neutralize the target. It's not that entry-level skills couldn't contend, but what Chen Sansi pursued was a swift kill, as becoming entangled in a fierce battle could lead to missed targets and exposure of his identity. The big bow needs upgrading. Senior Sister 9 is also staying at home. I can comfortably leave for a few days. Luotian Mountain Range. Cultivation Technique. National Guardian Dragon Spear. Meridian Passage not entered. Progress 68-100. Inside the cave, Meridian Passage is not far off. After a brief rest, Chen Sansi picked up his long spear and ventured into the forested mountains. After he left, two Taoists from Ci Yun Temple began to follow him. They were quickly shaken off after leaving the city and failed to pursue him into the Luotian Mountain Range, eventually giving up. Now it was certain. The ones who had poisoned the nourishing spirit soup were them, and they were not affiliated with the incense god sect. The two groups had completely different objectives, both simply using Ci Yun Temple as a cover. The most likely suspects were the people of the witch god sect. Their actions were highly likely centered around the evil Qi Deep within the Luotian Mountain Range, concealing something within. Zhang Huimin's ascent to prominence outside Dongyi City was vividly remembered to this day, but since that incident, similar cases had ceased to appear. Just constant death. This has brought some second-tier sects within Liangzhu City to the brink of collapse. If this continued, it could force them into rebellion. Now, I have reached Hua Jing perfection. Last time I reached the 8-layered mountain. Let's see how many layers I can reach this time. 2 days and nights of continuous travel later, Chen Sansi returned near the 8-layered mountain, entering the territory of the fierce monster once again. Bang bang, invisible yet audible. Sounds like rocks clashing. A roar erupted, and a mass of pitch-black evil chi descended from the sky. Buzz. The 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear turned into a jiaolong, emerging from the sea at the hum, colliding instantly with the shadow that had almost immediately arrived, causing a piercing metal screeching sound that alarmed the birds nearby. The sharpness of this beast's claws was comparable to metal. In raw strength, it matched a Hua Jing perfection martial artist bolstered by true strength, even slightly stronger due to its animalistic build. However, when they made contact, the continuous killing force on the spear blade was like a stationary weapon encountering a rotating chainsaw, producing a crackling sound as sparks flew. In the end, the fierce monster was outmatched. Its massive body was shot backward by the impact, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Before it could regain its footing, the silver jiaolong attacked again. The claws and blade of the poisonous beast clashed repeatedly, until after several exchanges, a snap was heard. The fierce monster's claws could no longer withstand the bite of true dragon's strength and shattered. It completely lost its ability to combat the martial artist, its robust body rapidly riddled with gaping wounds, and it suddenly fell to the ground lifeless. This beast is much stronger than an ordinary great success martial artist. Although Chen Sansi did not exert much effort, he still had to marvel at the horrors deep within the Luotian Mountain Range. There must be stronger poisonous beasts or exotic beasts ahead. No wonder only high-realm martial artists could breach it. He pulled out the Zhenyu sword, bending down to skin and debone the fierce monster. The elasticity and resilience of this poisonous beast's tendons were extremely impressive. Trying to break them with force, he found it difficult to do so in a short amount of time. No wonder its leaps covered tens of meters, appearing almost like flying if viewed from a distance. Using its tendons as the main material for a bowstring could effortlessly pull an iron core bow of 100 stones. The meat of the poisonous beast was inedible, its bones were hard, but not as useful as black iron, of little value to him now. He was going to keep moving forward, so he just collected the tendons and left the carcass behind. Jiazhong Mountain. Chen Sansi continued to explore further while searching for the items he wanted: ghost vein wood and broken grass. The former was material for arrow shafts. With it, he could assemble a complete big bow carrying true dragon strength. The latter was part of the trade promised to Miss Ning Xiang. Hiss. With one sword strike, Chen Sansi chopped off the head of an unknown poisonous beast, crossing another valley and entering the 10 Layers Mountain. The vegetation became denser, and upon his arrival he saw swarms of poisonous insects writhing towards him, those closest eagerly anticipating fresh flesh. There's miasma too. He was prepared, taking a medicine pill from his robe. He swallowed it and accelerated his pace. The chi between heaven and earth is changing. Chen Sansi noticed that amid the chaotic chi of the world, threads of dark black evil chi began to mix, albeit very thin, so sparse that even he had to observe carefully to detect it. Inside this mountain, perhaps there really are traces of immortals. Forget it, those are too far off. Let's find the ghost vein wood first. Ghost vein wood usually grows in dark places teeming with miasma and is accompanied by many poisonous insects. Hence, the tree itself is toxic. After it is used to revive a dying person one last time, the user often dies a gruesome death and must endure extreme pain. It's mentioned in the 100 Herbs map. The imperial family of the former Great Dayan had once employed this substance. Because the old emperor had not made clear whether the 2nd or 12th prince should succeed him, the princes had used ghost vein wood on him, forcing him back to life to make his decision clear, then dying in torment. There really is one. Chen Sansi quickly found his target in the woods ahead. The Luotian mountain range is truly rich in resources. The growth of ghost vein wood is extremely slow. The one he found was only as thick as a baby's fist, and a little over a person's height. It would yield only a few dozen arrow shafts at most. Let's look for more. After successively killing 4 or 5 poisonous beasts comparable to those with mastery of Meridian Passage, Chen Sansi finally entered the range of the 10 Layers Mountain, where the miasma was denser than before, and the evil chi between heaven and earth had increased noticeably. Ghost vein wood. Without going deeper, he saw a ghost vein wood that was as thick as a person can embrace, enveloped by miasma, and at least 800 years old. If the whole tree was felled, it would produce an inexhaustible supply of arrow shafts, but Chen Sansi did not approach recklessly. Because right next to the ghost vein wood, inside a hollow of another large tree, there was a mass of dense, pale blue mystical energy, which upon estimation might possess the strength of mastery of Meridian Passage or even the profound image realm. The appearance of an exotic beast in such a place indicated that not all animals would turn into poisonous beasts. Roar. A deep roar resounded, and a colossal figure slowly emerged from the tree hollow. It was a black bear. Moreover, it was draped in an ancient monk's robe, with Buddha beads around its neck and a crescent moon spade in its hand. Who knows how many years ago a hapless martial artist had encountered it and met their doom. If Chen Sansi hadn't known about Meng Guangxin's whereabouts, his 5th senior brother, he might have suspected it was his own senior brother who had met a tragic end. Roar. After coming out, the black bear first scratched itself against the tree trunk, then started patrolling its territory. Chen Sansi decisively retreated. His sword chi skill was limited, using it once would consume 1 set of incense. It was better to save it for preserving his life, and since the bear was an exotic beast, it would be best to leave it intact to use for food later. Thinking so, Chen Sansi turned back and chopped down the previously encountered ghost vein wood. Few dozen arrow shafts were enough to last him for a while. Moreover, the iron materials provided by the Seeking Immortal Tower were only enough to make about a dozen arrowheads. Cutting down so many trunks would have been wasteful. Fortunately, within a valley at the border between Jiazhong Mountain and 10 Layers Mountain, where there was no miasma at all, Chen Sansi not only hunted 3 exotic beasts but also found the broken grass that the Seeking Immortal Tower needed, reaping a bountiful harvest. Carrying all his finds, he returned to Liangzhu City several days later. Chen Sansi left 1 exotic beast at the military camp, which was of little help to high-realm martial artists, took all the others home for Seekin Mohua to handle, and then, armed with the iron core bow, the fierce monster tendon, and the ghost vein wood, he proceeded to the forge. High-level alchemists needed to have cultivation, and so did the craftsmen forging weapons. The person in charge of the forge was an old man with muscles all over his body. He was said to have been with Sun Dushi since his youth and was considered one of his trusted old comrades. With a cultivation at the realm of mastery of Meridian Passage, There was a chance he could even strike at the Xuanxiang realm in recent years. It was said that most of the main general's weapons from the 8 camps, including Lu Jai's heavenly halberd, were made by him. Do you want to learn to forge? Old Man Pang said with interest, I hear you were learning power-quenching medicine not so long ago, and now you're about to start forging. Young man, don't you ever get tired. Jack of all trades, Chen Sansi said with a cupped fist, please grant me your guidance, Senior Pang. He wasn't trying to hide the special nature of the materials because once used on the battlefield, everyone would eventually know, and since they weren't celestial objects and could be found in the mortal world, knowledge of them didn't matter much. But before then, he hoped to retain the opportunity for a striking debut, not alerting the opponents from the start. Also, the belief that having more skills does not burden one was genuinely how he felt, and it didn't contradict the other consideration. This old man is getting old. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't teach, but you I have to teach no matter what. Old Man Pang quickly brought a booklet from elsewhere. This is a set of hammer techniques. Go back and practice them and then come find me. Chen Sansi said, I've learned it already. After a quick mastery of swordsmanship, he had specifically taken time in the past few days to practice 2 weapons. One was the saber, and the other was the hammer. The techniques brought by the old senior were exactly what he had practiced. Oh, Old Man Pang said excitedly, then that's great, let's start right away. He went to the forging bench. In any of the 360 trades, it's the layman who watches the excitement, the insider who sees the skill. Take the forging of weapons, for example. They're divided into lower, middle, upper grades, and top grade. The 5 Tigers soul-breaking spear you're holding is upper grade, while the Zhenyu sword is top grade, good enough for you to use. Actually, there was no need for you to learn forging, but since you want to learn, watch closely. Forging isn't difficult, but there are many subtleties involved. For example, to what extent to heat it, what temperature to use, and the water temperature during quenching, and so on. After a busy session, Old Man Pang forged a Xuan Tai sword. This sword, a top-grade mystical weapon. How is it? Have you learned anything? You can start with ordinary iron materials. Almost. Chen Sansi immediately got to work and forged a treasure sword from ordinary iron materials that was considered supreme quality. Skill, forging. Mediocre, small achievement. Progress 0 2000. Utility, unfailing success. Unfailing success, weapons of the mundane, perfected in 1 attempt. Old Man Pang, he snatched the sword away, holding it up to scrutinize it closely, and upon confirming it was indeed of exceptional quality, couldn't help but gasp in shock repeatedly. You lad, are you even human? Even Chen Sansi himself was somewhat stunned. Was he at small achievement level just by picking it up? No need to go through the entry-level process at all. On second thought, it made sense. Keen intuition, photographic memory, Killen's heart. When all these advantages combined, it would indeed be idiotic not to learn. Moreover, it really wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. First off, he already knew the hammer technique for forging, and using true dragon power to forge, as well as the magical qualities of the quenching medicine, made learning a breeze. It really was learnable at a glance. Chen Sansi, seeing the word mediocre beside the skill entry, knew that there were probably not only immortals, but also divine weapons, which reminded him of the silver long spear that appeared in his master's hand when he killed Ning Chengquan. All right, I see there's nothing really left for me to teach you. Old Man Pang sighed with a sense of defeat, feeling like his life had somehow lost its meaning. He then brought out some books. The forging methods for different weapons are all recorded here, you can just follow them. Don't come looking for me anymore. Chen Sansi bowed with a cupped fist salute. He requested a separate room in the forge and spent the next 3 days and nights, successfully pushing his forging skill to the brink of great success, essentially able to refine away the impurities within the iron materials. Following that, he used the iron materials provided by the Seeking Immortal Tower and coupled them with ghost vein wood to create 12 arrows capable of storing power. Finally, with additional materials and focusing on fierce monster tendon, he crafted the bowstring for the iron core bow, signaling the completion of a great feat. Done. Chen Sansi, holding the iron core bow, returned to his home's backyard, locked the door, and brought out a stone target over half a person tall. The iron core bow itself far exceeded the weight of ordinary weapons. On both ends of its limbs were blades, capable of serving as melee weapons to kill enemies without any issue. He knocked an arrow and gently pulled the bowstring, 100 stone bow, about 15,000 jin, which was insignificant for a Hua Jing warrior, and this was also why many did not use bows and arrows. Even the heaviest bow couldn't phase high-realm martial artists without a special power boost. But from now on, from this iron core bow in his hands, everything was about to change. The bow and arrow would shine brilliantly on the battlefield. The blood of the dragon elephant within Chen Sansi began to boil as he slowly drew the bow with tens of thousands of pounds of force. The true dragon power stimulated by his chi blood gathered on his arms, then spread to the bow, eventually transferring to the arrow shaft made of ghost vein wood, then to the arrowhead, making the big bow seem like a poised divine beast, buzzing continuously, eager to break free. Boom. The moment he released his grip, a loud boom echoed. The black arrow made of Chuantai, carrying the vast and boundless true dragon power, turned into an unstoppable Jiaolong in the air and violently hit the huge stone target. Bang, the solid stone shattered instantly. This was no longer just an arrow, it was more like a cannon. If it hit an ordinary soldier under the boost of true dragon power, there would be a fist-sized hole, and it would be hard even to tell if it was caused by an arrow. Chen Sansi played with the iron core bow, unable to put it down. In future confrontations, as long as the enemy's power didn't surpass his own, regardless of their realm, he could take their life in an instant. For instance, at the moment, Chen Sansi against entry-level Hua Jing masters proficient in basics would be 1 arrow per person. For those with small achievements, it depended on their talent. If they were a genius, they might withstand 5 arrows. If they were mediocre or less, a maximum of 3 arrows. Within 3 arrows, he could definitely take an enemy general's life. 3 arrows might seem a lot, but don't forget, firing 3 arrows was an instant feat for him, requiring no time at all, and it would have unexpected effects on the battlefield. Against someone of the same realm, as long as he had enough arrows, he could also kill them. Unless their realm was higher, they wouldn't die directly from the arrows, and this was just at Hua Jing, once he reached Meridian Passage or even the Xuanxiang realm. As long as his arrow materials were strong enough and he could channel power or gang chi, even generals of the profound image realm would merely be souls fallen to his arrows. Moreover, his archery was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chen Sansi spent several more days using ordinary arrows, practicing at the range. Now his target practice involved moving targets. Sun Buki stood more than 300 steps away, shooting arrows randomly into the sky, and those were the targets for Chen Sansi, still hitting every single one without fail. Eventually, he felt as if there were no bow and arrows in his hand at all. By simply looking at the target with his eyes, the arrows would shoot by themselves. Finally, the long silent archery panel reappeared. Skill, Archery. Perfection, breaking the first rank. Progress 0 2000. Utility, the arrows launched cannot be dodged. Undodgeable, man and arrow as one, impossible to avoid. Within 300 steps, it automatically seeks the enemy and is undodgeable. Undodgeable, Chen Sansi could feel. With a bow in hand, no target within 300 steps could escape his arrows. That also meant everyone must take the impact head-on. Unless one's own power was formidable, or they had excellent armor, otherwise there was only one path: death. Chen Sansi noticed the annotation behind perfection, breaking the limit by 1 rank. It seemed that it could still be improved. The direction of improvement would most likely be the accuracy of the range and the speed of drawing and shooting the bow. Currently, it was unavoidable within 300 steps. That came to over 400 meters, nearly a mile. This distance, at any rate, ought to be sufficient. He stored away the bow and arrows. In the afternoon, Chen Sansi patrolled the city, and upon returning home in the evening, he received the court's approval carried back by the courier, endorsing Su Wenkai's suggestion. But Yu Song's matter was not even mentioned, totally ignored as if it were thin air. The contents didn't seem like the emperor had penned it himself. Most likely, it was handled by the cabinet or ritual supervision after their presentation. Is a plaque really that difficult? Did one have to wait until he arrived in the capital and said it in person? Fortunately, Su Wenkai's official position should have been secured, but the response was equally vague, without specifying what the rewards entailed. Military city. Barracks residential area. Within Liangzhu City, about half of the North City district was occupied by soldiers' families. The houses were no different from ordinary civilian residences, also divided according to military ranks. But even the humblest of these dwellings was enough for a family of 5 to live in, albeit a bit cramped. In a T-shaped dwelling in North Street Alley, a few Po Yang brothers off duty had laid out food and drinks in the courtyard, drinking wine and playing dice. I've got ahead, now I'm also a general. Feng Yang, with one foot on the stool, said, a secondary 5th-ranked general of military strategy. I'm a General Wu Yi, a rank above you. The silver bestowed by the family is not small either. After a while I plan to move out, not staying in this broken alley, get a proper large courtyard. My rewards were mainly supplemental medicine. I'm about to start refining internal too. Good, everyone has a bright future. Yes, if it weren't for him leading us to victory, where would we be today? Stuck in Po Yang County, that lousy place. Even if not dead, a promotion would have been out of reach for life. After the camp expands, we'll definitely continue to rise. Hey, old Su. Zhu Tong looked at the scholar eating peanuts. Why haven't I heard about your promotion? Seems like they just gave you some silver. What's the situation? Zhao Kang put down his chopsticks. Just because you lack cultivation and position, treating you as just an array soldier seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Indeed. Feng Yang said, I remember there were 2 times you covered the rear. Both times you went with General Bai next door. Almost didn't come back. It was dangerous. And after all you were commanding, why didn't they also appoint you as an official? Hey. Su Wenkai, slightly intoxicated, seemed carefree as he said, honestly, I don't mind. As long as there's a place for my talents to shine, I won't feel suffocated. Pretending are we? Zhu Tong bluntly stated, ever since you came back from Ming State, you old fellow have been sneakily drinking alone. Did you think I didn't notice? Su Wenkai remained silent. Everyone fell silent. Initially, when Chen Sansi appointed him to manage everyone, many were displeased, but as time passed, they gradually accepted him. Su Wenkai's hard work was understated, but everyone firmly remembered it. From daily training, duty arrangements, pre-combat strategic deployment, to ration management, compensation for families of the deceased, and other logistical duties for around 1,000 to 2,000 people, he was primarily responsible for overarching planning and management. Since Chen Sansi was often too busy, these trivial matters naturally had to be managed by someone, and thus all the burden naturally fell on Su Wenkai alone. In the military camp, they often got up in the middle of the night to relieve themselves and would see Su Wenkai dealing with official business. If this was to be rewarded with just some silver, it would have been rather unfair. Everyone, don't rush. Wang Zhai broke the silence. Aren't you all reassured by Sansi? He's busy with his cultivation, but still doesn't forget to simmer medicinal drinks for you. And a few days ago, he even got you an exotic beast to feast on. How could he possibly forget old Su's matters? Right. Stick with the superior and do a good job. That Walong title of yours is quite high, at the same level as the main general of the Azure Dragon Camp. Impossible to obtain at the moment, but a slightly lower official rank is definitely no problem. It's all but a false reputation, Su Wenkai stubbornly said. I, Su Wenkai, never care about such empty titles. Having or not having an official position doesn't matter. Whether there are rewards or not doesn't matter. All these are external matters. I focus solely on my duties, not aiming for. The imperial decree has arrived. A loud shout commanded everyone's utmost respect. Zhao Kang, covering his mouth, whispered softly, the highest rank living nearby is just 1,000, Captain. How could the imperial decree be directed here? Whose is it? Bang, bang, bang. The old wooden door was knocked heavily. Voices urging from outside came through. How bold. The imperial decree is here. What are you muttering about? Come out immediately to receive the decree. Ours. Everyone looked at each other, hastening to their feet. They went outside. In the middle of the alley, they saw an eunuch in a python robe, holding a golden-yellow imperial decree, followed by several sword-bearing guards. Aren't you kneeling down to receive the decree? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Not knowing what had happened, everyone hastily knelt down to listen to the proclamation, even secretly observing each other, suspecting whether someone among them had committed a serious offense, leading to their entire families being executed. Su Wenkai received the decree. Mr. Hu slowly unfolded the imperial decree and read clearly. The Emperor orders, under the mandate of heaven, Su Wenkai of the reserve camp, proficient in astronomy and geography, understanding of heavenly phenomena, skilled in military tactics, demonstrated bravery by repeatedly confronting the enemies during the pacification of Ming State, achieving indelible merits in the 4 crossings of Hongs and the conquest of Meishan Prefecture. We greatly appreciate and have decided to entrust a significant responsibility. Hence, we specially award the civil and military position, promote Su Wenkai to be the standard 3rd rank commander of Yu State Commanding Department, additionally appoint as the middle Zijiayin of standard 3rd rank, also bestowing the title, Mr. Wo Long, and command Su Wenkai to depart to Yu State to assist Commander Du Shiguang in suppressing the rebellion. He shall start the journey within 10 days. By our command. When the words by imperial command were inscribed, everyone was still savoring the content of the imperial edict, and for a moment they all forgot to kneel. What is this? What rank did the emperor grant Su Wenkai? 3rd rank. If they remembered correctly, General Chen was temporarily only the 3rd rank General Hu Yuan. Although everyone knew that Mr. Chen would soon be granted an audience with the emperor, and his rewards were definitely going to be greater, being only temporarily appointed to a position, even so, 3rd rank was too high, wasn't it? The commanding department of a state managed all the garrisons of the entire state, consisting of tens of thousands of people. In it, he was the commander, responsible for training, managing, and devising tactics. He was basically at the highest level, able to participate in the command during combat. It was a meteoric rise, and then the Walong title. What was going on? This was damn near making him on par with Fang Qingyun, wasn't it? Though it was just an honorary title without any real rank, could Su Wenkai really live up to it? Whose intercession brought about this? Was it Mr. Chen's doing? Such a significant favor, your servant. Su Wenkai, just as everyone was still coming to terms, Su Wenkai, while weeping bitterly, began to tremble and loudly cried out, I accept the decree and thank thee. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. 48, he was 48 years old this year. Since he was 16, he had taken the examinations, and his life had been but a scholar's. Today, he had finally made it. Only, there seemed to be something odd. Why did they move old Su away? Wang Zhai was the first to realize it. But it wasn't their place to interject. Under the gaze of the chief eunuch, everyone besides Su Wenkai discreetly left. Mr. Su. Mr. Hu personally stepped forward to help him up. Please don't kneel, get up quickly. Su Wenkai wiped his tears and rose, knowing the rules. He tremulously pulled out a silver note from his bosom. It was all he had earned from the Ming State campaign, totaling only 100 taels. This. Mr. Hu, without disdain, accepted it and then, holding his sleeve, led him into the courtyard, sighing, Mr. Su, you've had it tough, enduring 30 years of examinations without success, even to the point where your family was so poor that your own mother starved to death. Alas, fortunately, you have now made it. Yes, indeed. Su Wenkai invited the eunuch to sit, picked up a broken bowl, wiped it clean with his sleeve, then poured a bowl of wine. I am an unfilial son. I spent most of my early life buried in books. Once by chance I copied a few extraordinary books, became engrossed in them, and for several months did not look up. The pantry at home ran out. My mother did not breathe a word to me. She gave me the remaining food and starved. By the time I noticed, my mother had already passed away. Tusk. Mr. Hu, with palpable sympathy, said, Mr. Su has always been obsessed with the title, Walong, possibly related to your family, right? In my youth, I boasted that the whole world would call me Walong, and I would provide a better life for my father, my mother, and my sister, but Su Wenkai did not continue recounting the painful memories, and with a deep sigh he concluded, fortunately, now that I have received a legitimate reward, next year on the anniversary of their deaths, I can at least have the face to talk to them. A light boat has passed 10,000 heavy mountains. Mr. Hu gently patted his back. Mr. Su, your good days have started. Great man, are you referring to General Chen? Mr. Hu curled his lips. Mr. Chen did not mention the Walong title in the petition. It was completely the emperor's favor towards you. Do you understand our meaning, Mr. Su? The previously teary-eyed Su Wenkai, upon hearing this comment, suddenly had a clear gaze. He squinted slightly but soon adjusted back, showing no sign of anomaly, and promptly knelt down, gratefully bursting into tears. I, Su Wenkai, knock head in gratitude for the heavenly grace. You know what's important. Mr. Hu, holding the wine bowl, sniffed the aroma of the wine and with slight disdain put it down. As long as you always clearly understand your position, in the future you will naturally have the opportunity to realize your ambitions. Rest assured, Your Honor. Su Wenkai, beating his chest, then tentatively asked, could Your Honor reveal a bit of what Mr. Chen said about me in the petition? Well, he did not mention the title. Mr. Hu, pinching his shrill voice, said, after all, who wouldn't want a talent like Mr. Su to remain under their command forever? That's outrageous. Su Wenkai clenched his teeth, muttering under his breath, how could he treat me this way if it weren't for my sacrifice due to Bai Thingzhai's foolishness? His implication was clear. How could they limit his future? Oh, Mr. Hu's eyes briefly flashed with surprise, seemingly not expecting such a good outcome. Enough. After all, he has been kind to me. Su Wenkai sighed. In the future, I will still help him, to repay the kindness for taking me out of Po Yang back then, but I will no longer sell my life for him. It seems Mr. Su indeed values old affection. I admire that. Mr. Hu congratulated. Once you are in Yu State, it's like a fish entering the sea, a vast world where you can freely display your talents. I am already well aware of the situation in Yu State. Su Wenkai toyed with his feather fan. Tonight, I will devise a detailed plan to suppress bandits and pacify rebels. Good, however, I must remind you again, Mr. Hu said, with General Fang's precedent, to live up to the Walong title, you will likely need to endure great pressure. Mr. Su, strive to achieve deeds. Being standard third-rank commander is just the beginning. Once the expansion is completed in the future, who knows if you couldn't become a renowned military scholar in your own right. I understand this is a test of the sword. Su Wenkai held his feather fan and bowed with a fist. I shall exert all my effort and not let His Majesty down. Then, Mr. Su, you should prepare well. Once the day arrives, we will set off immediately. Moreover, being a scholar, it's imperative to have guards during warfare. Even General Fang needs a deputy general of the profound image realm as an aide. These 2 guards. Mr. Hu pointed towards the door where the sword-bearing guards were standing, have been selected from the Forbidden Army. Both are assistant generals of the Meridian Passage realm and will henceforth be Mr. Su's personal protectors. This subordinate pays respects to Mr. Su. The 2 guards stepped forward and gave a respectful salute. I still have some official matters to handle, so I won't stay much longer. The safety of Mr. Su is in your hands. After Mr. Hu gave his instructions, he left the estate. Su Wenkai sat on a long bench, gently swaying his feather fan, gazing at the 2 deeply respectful guards standing at the door, lost in thought. Bang, the door was kicked open. Zhu Tong walked in carelessly. Haha, you little kid have really made something of yourself, haven't you? Indeed, third rank. The rest of the people also squeezed in continuously, seeking excitement. You've really hit the big time. They even appointed you, Wolong. What's going on? Old Su, hurry up and tell us. Su Wenkai started speaking slowly. Call me Mr. Su or Mr. Wolong. Everyone was startled, but they didn't take it seriously, assuming it was a joke. Old fellow, you've really made it big. Yeah, now you've got to treat us to a big meal. Generals, you're really putting on airs. What position are you holding in private? Exactly, look at how pleased he is with himself. Third rank is indeed a high office. Let's go, we must get a good feast out of the old kid today. Inside the Immortal Crane Tower, a banquet was grandly set. However, everyone felt a bit displeased. Ever since they received the imperial decree, they felt like Su Wenkai became a different person, as if a thick barrier had been erected between them. The conversations and drinking no longer felt as joyous as before. Their mood for drinking was diminishing more and more. It was almost to the point of parting on unpleasant terms. In the end, his words were somewhat diplomatic, but anyone with a bit of sense could detect the estrangement in them. To translate, it was as if they were taking separate paths under the same sky from brothers to merely colleagues, signaling a cut from their past. Bang! Hearing this, Feng Yang slammed the table and stood up. Old Su, are you serious? Do you really think you're some high official now? You've only had the imperial decree for half a day and already you have this attitude. Who are you trying to show? What do you know? He's being transferred to you state, and who knows how high an official he will become. Does he need to stay under Mr. Chen's command anymore? You mean he doesn't plan to mix with Shanxi anymore and wants to be his own boss? Zhu Tong was the last to understand. Otherwise, what do you think he means? I've seen it for a long time that he has ambition. How many times in the night he would be lying there, looking at the entire map of Dasheng, if not to dream of commanding as a leader with free reign. We wouldn't have said anything if you wanted to be a commander, but did you have to cut ties with us? What, do we embarrass you now? Speaking in riddles, disgusting. Let's go. Who cares for his treat? Leave the money with him. People started pulling out silver coins from their waists, tossing them on the table, and one by one they left the banquet. A base fellow when in high position, contemptible. Zhu Tong finally found a couple of words to describe his feelings, spitting them out before grabbing his hammer and leaving. At the dining table, only Wang Zhai and Su Wenkai remained. Su Wenkai stared at the silver coins scattered across the table and the leftover feast, unable to speak for a long time. Wang Zhai stood up, sword in hand, his voice relatively calm. I'm about to leave. Do you have any message you want me to deliver to Shanxi? I trouble Mr. Wang to deliver this letter to Mr. Chen. Su Wenkai pulled out a letter he had written in the next room while everyone else was drinking. Well, farewell. Wang Zhai bowed and left. Military City, the small training field. Chen Sansi continued his arduous spear practice as always. With the dual reinforcements of treasure medicine and spiritual grain, his proficiency kept climbing. The Meridian Passage realm had 4 stages, each with different utilities. The entry realm was also known as Tong Kaio. After Tong Kaio, the Qi blood refined strength can flow within the body. While increasing the strength of the meridians in the physique, it also brings incredible explosive power. From then on, martial artists rely not only on their physical strength, but also on the dormant meridians within the body. The expert realm was known as opening veins. The human body has a total of 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, making 20 primary meridians, plus countless smaller ones. Opening the 12 main meridians constitutes the success of opening veins. After opening veins, strength can be stored in these 12 meridians. The amount that can be stored depends on how much the meridians have been widened and the number of smaller meridians that have been opened. The strength of a Hua Jing warrior is completely reliant on the consumption of Qi blood, and although the attack power far exceeds that of Qi blood alone, the depletion to one's Qi blood is also immensely substantial, almost equivalent to more than 3 times that of the refining internal realm. Once Qi blood is completely depleted, the strength can no longer be mustered, so many Hua Jing warriors on the battlefield will not use their strength unless it is time to fight desperately. Instead, they continue to use Qi blood to kill enemies until they meet an opponent of equal strength, and only then will they use their strength. It's just that Chen Sansi has such great endurance, he never had this concern. But for martial artists who reach the meridian opening realm, it's a different story. On a regular basis, they can store enough in the 12 meridians to last a long time in one depletion, taking many lives on the battlefield before they are exhausted. Minor Meridian Passage is about learning to let the strength circulate within the meridians in a circulation, and then open the 24 minor meridians to further enhance the strength and purity of the strength. The ultimate great achievement is the opening of the 8 extraordinary meridians. After reaching the great achievement realm, there is no longer a need to use Qi blood to generate strength, but instead, strength is continuously mustered through the 8 extraordinary meridians. The endurance and strength depend on how solid the previous foundation was, and it could also be said to be a matter of physique. Starting from the Meridian Passage realm, martial artists truly begin to advance towards the mysterious direction, rather than just relying on physical strength. Hum. Chen Sansi swung the long spear and distinctly felt something starting from the bottom of his feet, like mechanisms in his body being opened one by one clearly, the acupoints of the human body. The 720 acupoints aren't opened one by one, but rather they are honed continuously in daily life, and when a breakthrough of a bottleneck occurs, they all successfully open at once. Each acupoint's opening brings heart-wrenching, excruciating pain, enduring the torture of 720 occurrences. Finally, all acupoints in his body were opened, and streams of strength surged into the 12 major meridians. If one says before this point, martial artists treated strength as a kind of weapon to wield, then from this moment on, strength is fully integrated with the martial artist. The martial artist himself becomes the weapon. I've finally made a breakthrough. Cultivation Technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Meridian Passage Entry Level. Progress 0500. Utility: strength merges with the body, body merges with the weapon. The three become one, impregnable. Impregnable. Unless one is outright overpowered in terms of raw strength, no flaws appear merely by technique. Chen Sansi planted the spear into the ground. After Meridian Passage, I am truly worthy of the title of Assistant General. An Assistant General of the elite camp equates to the Meridian Passage realm, and he finally no longer predated his position, meeting the average standard. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the sensation of the Meridian Passage realm. The colorless and formless strength flowed within him, not interfering with the purple incense breath in the meridians. Human meridians are inherently existing. Anyone with a spirit root can absorb nature's spiritual energy into the meridians, but infusing strength into the meridians requires day after day of martial arts practice and tremendous effort. One relies on the spirit of heaven and earth. The other, the body of Immortal, goes against the heavens. This, perhaps, is the way of martial arts. Picking up the spear, Chen Sansi went to the pharmacy to practice alchemy. He mastered the routines of power-quenching medicine to the point that every attempt pushed his current realm to the limit, and muscle memory took over, requiring no further thought. Shortly, a batch of great nourishing medicine to enhance the cultivation of refining organ martial artists was refined. The fragrance of the medicine wafted from the cauldron and spread throughout the room. Skill, medical skill, mortal's small achievement. Progress 2000. Utility: Alchemy Master. Alchemy Master, the quenched medicine has only 1/10 of residual toxins. 1/10. The medicine prepared by Chen Sansi contained only 1/10 residual toxins, bypassing first rate and stepping into the realm of mastery. This meant ordinary martial artists who could drink only one bowl every 3 days due to residual toxins could now have 2 to 3 bowls. The speed of cultivation enhancement was obviously significant. My lord. Zhao Kang came in to take his medicine, and immediately felt something was wrong. My lord, the medicine you've prepared, why is it even more potent than that from Zhang Tiling and the rest, and the residual toxins seem even less? No need to make a fuss, call all those above bone training as well, I've prepared some for them too. Yes, soon, a dozen people gathered in the room, their expressions turned incredulous after drinking the medicine. Though it was ordinary supplemental medicine, the effect was beyond words. From today onward, you all must focus on your cultivation. Chen Sansi instructed, I will brew the medicine according to each person's highest digestive capability. If your own share isn't sufficient, I'll pay for the medicinal ingredients for you. Within 1 month, I want 5 more of you to reach refining internal. Within 6 months, at least one to achieve Hua Jin. Can you do it? Rest assured, my lord. Liu Jinkui assured, with this medicine, I will break through to refining internal at most within half a month. I can too, I'm almost there too. Many of them were already at bone forging perfection. These people were really a group of good-for-nothings, somehow sustained until now. Where else would superiors personally brew medicine and pay for their subordinates' medicinal ingredients? Why haven't I seen Su Wenkai these past few days? Chen Sansi had been busy breaking through to Meridian Passage and hadn't inquired. My lord, didn't you know? Zhao Kang frowned. Mr. Su transferred out a couple of days ago. They recounted the occurrences preceding this. My lord, it was already enough that Su Wenkai was putting on airs. Feng Yang stated he was about to leave and he didn't even come to inform you. Pa, Wu de cursed, this old thing. If not for my lord, what would he be? When he first enlisted, he was almost hauled off to build walls. He might as well have been buried in one. Chen Sansi didn't rush to respond. Instead, he analyzed the content he'd heard in his mind. Assistant General, plus the title of Wo Long. The imperial grant was indeed ruthless. It seemed the emperor truly intended to cultivate Su Wenkai as the next Fang Qingyun, and a more controllable Fang Qingyun at that. Currently being an assistant general was probably only the beginning. If he could indeed make achievements in Yu State, he would likely be promoted even higher afterward. I have indeed underestimated the court's intelligence capabilities. In the memorial, Chen Sansi had written in great detail about Su Wenkai's contributions since enlisting in the army, but since he didn't have credits earned independently, he dared not write outright the request for the title Wolong. He planned to secure an official position first, and then proceed slowly. After all, sometimes being raised too high too swiftly isn't a good thing, especially if you're staying in the 8 camps, where people from the other camps would create a commotion if they heard he had a Wolong under an assistant general, as it might diminish Fang Qingyun's status. Unexpectedly, the emperor not only knew Su Wenkai's lifelong ambitions, but also directly and decisively transferred him to partake in warfare in Yu State. If he couldn't establish meritorious deeds, it could well lead to his beheading. Of course, Chen Sansi believed Old Scholar still had that capability. As for why he didn't come to bid farewell, the reason was straightforward: severance. The emperor gave him this opportunity because he valued that he had no cultivation and no factional ties. If he continued to be deeply bound with me, it would be impossible for him to climb higher. This old chap is too infuriating. Feng Yang grumbled. He hasn't even made a name for himself yet, and he's already disregarding my lord. Imagine if he really does succeed, wouldn't he be looking down on everyone? Enough. Chen Sansi stopped them. Old Su has his own path to pursue, let's not bring this up again. He understood Old Scholar, the man was cunning but not a villain. The behavior of villains who achieve success isn't something Su Wenkai would do. He noticed Wang Zhai standing at the back of the crowd, signaling him with his eyes, so he drove the rest away. After closing the door, Chen Sansi inquired, "Sixth brother, something's up." "Yes." Wang Zhai pulled out a sealed letter from his robe. "This is from Old Su for you. I thought he was acting strange. He's not usually like that. There must be some hidden issue. These past few days you were training without even eating or drinking. I was watching by your side and didn't dare to disturb you. How is it, did you achieve Meridian Passage?" "Yes." Chen Sansi did not conceal the truth. After he opened the envelope and saw the neat script, he began to mentally recite it. The opening sentence alone flustered him. "I, a humble man, idle about in Po Yang, fortunate to not be abandoned by you." The latter part, however, began to describe grand ambitions. The summary of the meaning was that the severance was just for show, hoping not to take offense, and only by acting the part could he truly gain control of military forces. Being an assistant general was far from enough. He mentioned that he should be given a chance, promising to bring back 20,000 elite troops within a year. Why would I need so many troops? Chen Sansi's own goal had merely been to lead one camp, that is, just over 10,000 men. Here was Old Scholar talking about bringing him over 20,000 men, and that your servant term. Using it in their conversation, wasn't it a bit inappropriate? What was he up to? The last sentence of the letter went as follows: "Now as I leave far away, tears flowing down as I write, I'm at a loss for words." After reading it, Chen Sansi found himself momentarily unsure of how to judge the situation. "How is it?" Curiously, Wang Zhai asked. "What did Old Su say in the letter?" Chen Sansi apologized. "Please forgive me, brother. He asked me not to share it. By saying that, I understand, just knew there was something off about that old chap." Wang Zhai nodded knowingly, lowering his voice. "I estimate the emperor had the Jinni guard investigate Su Wenkai, and after confirming he could be controlled, decided to try and win him over. Moreover, you can't even talk about it. If you show discontent, you'll be seen as petty, as restricting your subordinates' prospects, and to put it seriously, can be labeled as forming cliques for personal gain. As for our emperor, he doesn't have many skills, but he is masterful in dividing and balancing power, just like it used to be. Just wait, after the expansion of the camps, at least half of the military officers will belong to the court rather than being from the 8 camps." Yes, Chen Sansi was well aware, but these issues weren't for him to worry about now. Even if distressed, he could not get involved. He dared not let a third person see Su Wenkai's letter. Many words inside were simply treasonous. If word got out, it could bring great trouble and turmoil. He immediately threw the letter into the furnace and turned it to ash. Wang Zhai was ready to leave. "Brother," Chen Sansi stopped him. "Wait for me. I believe there definitely must be a way to cure the meridians." Wang Zhai felt somewhat embarrassed. "Brother, you need not worry about me. I'm quite content, as is fewer people under me, less responsibility, and I sleep soundly." "Get real," Chen Sansi said. "Apart from you, everyone else is in such bad shape that I can only rely on you, elder brother." Wang Zhai held his knife, opening his mouth to speak, then hesitating. He had wanted to talk about the 8 taels of silver from before. In truth, he wasn't planning on taking it for nothing. Back then, people from Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy tried to trip him up, suggesting through their words that they wanted Chen Sansi's life. Wang Zhai took the silver and at first really didn't plan to teach the breathing skill, but he actually intended to save Chen Sansi's life once, 8 taels of silver in exchange for a life, which in his view was a good deal. He was greedy, but he never harmed a life. Most of what he coveted was the martial arts hall's silver. Yet some things, once their time has passed, seem to require no further explanation, and it seemed that Chen Sansi really held no grudge against him. After much thought, Wang Zhai finally decided to push the door open and leave. Chen Sansi got up and returned to the martial arts arena to practice his martial arts. In the evening, as he was packing up his things and calling for Kai and Zun to prepare to go home, the sound of thundering hoofs approached. All at once, they saw elder brother Zhai, riding a horse that was entirely red, constantly emitting white smoke, and from a distance, it looked as though it had burst out of flames. Whoa. Junior brother, I've just received your dispatch. He pulled his horse to a stop. The Ministry of War orders you to select 20 men to accompany you, then set off to Lai State to join the Eastern Expedition against Qing. Eastern Expedition? Chen Sansi asked in confusion. Just 20 men. The journey is long. Having too many people can be troublesome and slow. After you head south, you will go directly by water, reaching the Eastern Territory with the utmost speed, Zhai said solemnly. The Emperor has already prepared 3,000 black armor troops for you. As soon as you arrive, they will be completely at your command. Black armor troops. Chen Sansi had heard of them. They were the most elite troops among the Emperor's personal forces. Everyone wore black armor, and their horses were all top-grade war horses. Also, Zhai continued, the fourth brother is waiting for you at the destination. Get your things ready and set out quickly. As far as I know, this is an opportunity the Emperor has specially arranged for you to earn a higher title and reward. Chen Sansi asked, does elder brother know the current situation on the Eastern Front? All is going well. Zhai replied seriously, without any unexpected events, within a year, we should be able to reclaim the 3 states. At that time, the Emperor will hold a grand ceremony at Ziwei Mountain, and the meritorious will be rewarded at the old site of the temple. You beast, what are you doing? While they were talking, Zhai's fire horse slowly approached the white swan horse, and then it was promptly kicked away by Kai and Zun, who then turned its head away haughtily, refusing to give it another glance. The fire horse, a mix of grievance and anger in its whinny, tried to get close again. Smack. Without saying another word, Zhai smacked it on the head. You beast, have you got a death wish? Chen Sansi. Zhai said somewhat embarrassedly, this beast doesn't usually act like this. Sorry to make you laugh, junior brother. In any case, prepare well when you get back. In 3 days, your group will depart from Liangzhu. Chen Sansi nodded and spurred his horse away. I've only come back to rest for 2 months. Even Chen Sansi felt somewhat weary. But who isn't tired living in such chaotic times? He considered himself fortunate. Let's go home, Kai and Zun. This time you have another 3,000 cavalry to command. Chen Sansi gently stroked the horse's mane. Everyone says I've accomplished great deeds, but in truth, each time we go to war, you're the standout, indispensable. Do you think I'm stingy? That won't do. I need the ointment myself, but just wait. If you distinguish yourself again, you'll definitely be rewarded. The favored pair chatted like this as they arrived in front of the governor mansion. Daddy. Chen Yunxi waited for her father to pick her up under the care of a maid. Come, Yunxi. Chen Sansi lifted the girl onto the horseback and bought her a few strings of candied haws on the way. He had recently made a special trip to the governor mansion, but even Yunxi herself couldn't find the young gentleman she had seen before, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Here they come again, Chen Sansi noted. Not long after leaving the governor mansion, 2 Taoist priests from Ci Yun Temple began to follow from a distance again. He stopped subtly in front of Chen Mansion and said, you go home first, child. Winter is approaching, and I'm going to the mountains to hunt a tiger to make 2 blankets for you and your brother. We have seen the young miss. Si Chin reached out to take Chen Yunxi away. Chen Sansi then rode his horse out of the city. Those 2 were merely adept at meridian passage. Since his own breakthrough, he hadn't had a chance to spar with anyone. It was a good opportunity to test his arrows on these 2. Moreover, it was best to keep one alive. If they were from the witch god sect, he could try to find out what they were up to. Clip-clop. Twang. In the rhythmic sound of horse hooves, suddenly a thunderous bowstring note mingled in, 200 paces away. The trailing Taoist had no idea when the other party had drawn their bow, and by the time he realized it, the arrow was only a few steps away from his heart. He was initially shocked, then disdainfully tried to bat the arrow away with a palm strike, thinking, this kid is laughable. High-realm martial artists and arrows, of what use are they? However, the Taoist's palm imbued with 20% of his power froze on his face the moment it touched the arrowhead. What is this? Power, true dragon strength, an arrow. With power, boom. With no time for any further reaction, the arrowhead carrying a massive force pierced through the Taoist's palm used for defense, then ripped through his body, shredding the heart before flying out more than 10 yards, finally falling in a parabola to the ground, creating a large crater. 1 arrow, 1 life. Another Taoist, with eyes wide open, watched his companion fall straight down. His pupils trembled violently before suddenly constricting. Even if they were unprepared, they were still in the meridian passage realm. How could they die under the bow and arrow? This person's bow and arrow, why can they carry such force? What material is it made of? This time the arrow was coming for him. The Taoist dared not be careless anymore. Drawing the long sword from his waist, and with power surging through it, he slashed at the incoming arrow. The next moment he felt as though he was hacking at a sea-escaping Jiaolong, stunned by the terrifying impact. The blade vibrated away, and he himself staggered back repeatedly, barely stabilizing himself with the help of a big tree, only for the next arrow to follow closely behind. He didn't even have the chance to catch his breath before he had to deal with the arrow again. This time, the bow and arrow were imbued with an even more powerful force. It was just blocking an arrow, yet it felt as if he were fighting a martial artist, and a martial artist with no weaknesses at that, because what did it matter if he chopped the arrow in two? From such a great distance, he couldn't even scratch the person who fired the bow and arrow. The third arrow shot through the air. The soft sword in the Taoist's hand seemed to be enduring strangulation, twisting and deforming with crack-crack sounds, the arrowhead unstoppable as it pierced through his thigh and out with a huge see-through hole. He began to howl, activating the blood explosion state in an attempt to escape, but the white horse caught up in a moment of negligence. Chen Sansi didn't even use the long spear, just wielded the iron core bow in his hand as a weapon, smashing it hard onto the Taoist's chest. After spewing a mouthful of blood mist skyward and crashing to the ground, his blood explosion state was disrupted, struggling to crawl, no longer able to stand up. These two people's power is really weak. He dismounted, first using ordinary arrows to pin the Taoist's limbs to the ground, then approached to interrogate, "Who are you?" "I am a Taoist from the Ci Yun Temple." Slap. Chen Sansi delivered a powerful slap, knocking out half of his teeth, then searched his body and quickly found a Vajra pestle, witch god sect. "Chen Sansi, you can't escape. Sun Xiangzong can't escape. None of you people from Liangzhu can escape." The witch god sect follower kept cursing until he suddenly died violently. After prying open his mouth, Chen Sansi found a poisonous sac hidden inside for suicide. These witch god sect followers, are they all so tough-mouthed? Everyone can't escape such frightening words. What are they plotting? One thing was certain, the witch god sect followers came for him because he had seen through the secret in the nourishing spirit soup, yet in reality, he still hadn't figured out what had been added to the medicine. Moreover, since the deaths of Qiu Mingzi and the other, the preaching conference had also been halted, but the number of disciples from the sect dying was still on the rise, their blood. Chen Sansi played with the Vajra pestle. What is it used for? His intuition told him that it was probably related to the evil qi surging up from the deepest part of the Luotian mountain range. If that was the case, there were probably real masters of the witch god sect lurking in Liangzhu City, just not showing themselves yet. Where there's something abnormal, there's something spurious. The spurious in Liangzhu was deep within the Luotian mountain range. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in yet. Profound Image Realm. A war, at the very least, would take a year and a half. By the time he got back from the Eastern Territory, if not the Profound Image Realm, he would be at the great success of the Meridian Passage Realm and should be able to endure reaching to the last two heavy mountains. Chen Sansi began to collect arrows and found a booklet with the disguise technique applied to another witch god sect follower's body. He glanced through it briefly. The early stages were not complicated, merely using some materials to change one's appearance, but if one learned further, it could eventually enable bone shrinking and even more advanced stages to hide one's cultivation aura. A man can never have too many skills. He could try it out when he got back. After dealing with the scene, Chen Sansi carried the bodies into the Luotian mountain range, watching with his own eyes as they were devoured by wolves, then caught a tiger to carry down the mountain, making it back home before nightfall. At the dinner table, he spoke of having to set out on another military campaign. "Are you leaving again? How long have you been back? Daddy is going to war again. A soldier's life is not his own." Chen Sansi clasped his fists and said, "Senior Sister 9, I don't know when I'll be able to return after I leave this time, so please take good care of my family. Don't worry." Rong Yankyu pinched a piece of pastry. "Even if I have to go back to Yan State, I can take them to the Governor Mansion. It's much safer there." In the Governor Mansion, naturally, there was also protection from those in the High Realm. Chen Sansi nodded. "Yes, that works." That said, Rong Yankyu arched her eyebrows, asking, "Do you understand the situation in the East this time? I know roughly General Meng is very impressive. The battle is going beautifully. The only concern is that if we want to reclaim the 3 states, the manpower is still a bit tight." Chen Sansi simply used a wine cup and rice bowl as maps. The main problem of the Great Sheng dynasty is that pulling one hair moves the whole body currently. West Qi Kingdom has not recovered, but Nansu country and the grassland savages are still eyeing us threateningly. Especially Nansu, they border Dongqing just as well, and if this war continues, it's likely Nansu will send reinforcements. Because once the eastern border 3 states are lost, in the future the Great Sheng dynasty will be able to oversee Nansu. The principle that the loss of the lips could doom the teeth, they will not fail to understand. If the Eastern Territory continues to send more troops, wars will rise again in the north and south. "You're right." Rong Yankyu tapped the desktop with her slender fingernails. "The court also has these concerns. As far as I know, a month ago, Prince Zhen Nan went to war with Nansu country. Although they tied up their two martial saints in the south, Nansu country has been accumulating strength over the years. I fear they can still pull together many troops, just without the martial saints, which slightly reduces the pressure. As for the barbarians, our boss and I have stayed in the northern territory without any movement, so there shouldn't be any chaos. Be wary of the witch god sect. Chen San reminded her, the witch god sect and the barbarians are hand in glove. If they cause trouble, it might also aid the barbarians. I know that. Rong Yankyu said, junior brother must also be careful. Oh, last time in Ming State, everyone thought it would be a walkover, yet it turned out otherwise. Well, talking about this might be redundant. Your cunning mind is better than mine, and with number 4 around this time, there should be no problems. It'll be the same as last time. Achieve heavenly merit, then receive your title and rewards on Ziwei Mountain. Sun Buki also toasted. After drinking, everyone gradually dispersed. It's a pity that old Su isn't here, or we could chat a bit more. I guess it'll be a long time before we see him again. If Chen Sansi remembered correctly, to the east of Yu State, there were not only rebel armies and bandits, but also a neighboring Wei country located between Dongqing and Dasheng. It was a small state with only 2 provinces and did not even have a martial saint. The trouble there might also involve Wei country. That's it. There was plenty of time to think about military matters, even taking the water route. It would take 1 or 2 months to reach the destination. For the next couple of days, better spend some good time with the wife and kids. After seeing off his visitors, Chen Sansi entered the master bedroom in the second entry courtyard. On the bed, Gu Xinlin was holding their son, while Chen Yunxi was learning to sew. Brother Shi, you have to leave again. Gu Xinlin reluctantly said, by the time you return, our son will be able to talk. Cough, cough. Chen Sansi cleared his throat. Zixi, how about you and Do sleep in the next room tonight? Okay, Daddy will stay with Mommy. Chen Yunxi put down what was in her hands and somewhat strenuously took her little brother to find Si Kin Mohua. Wah wah wah. Chen Du seemed very reluctant and burst into loud crying. Smack. Chen Sansi eagerly got onto the bed. Brother Shi, what are you doing? What do you think? It's been a year. I've been a monk for a year. It had been almost 3 months since the birth, and her body had mostly recovered. Wait a moment. Gu Xinlin, her cheeks flushing, pointed at a locked chest and said, there's that unfinished garment you asked me to make last time. Late at night. Damn it, Chen Du's loud crying forced them to bring him back for nursing, and Chen Sansi had to roll up his bedding and retire to the backyard, only getting up to continue practicing the sword chi skill near dawn. Magic, sword chi skill expert. Progress 255, 1000. Still a long way to small achievement, but the incense is obviously running low. This journey to the Eastern Territory will pass through many states. Surely, there will also be plenty of temples and Taoist temples with thriving incense. I'll find an opportunity to gather some more, Chen Sansi thought, holding the Xuanju. If mastering sword chi skill can kill an entry-level profound image realm, then practicing up to small achievement, and even great success, is very necessary. It might have unexpected effects on the battlefield. Furthermore, the incense from the Incense Fire Divine sect was originally stolen from the deities. It wouldn't be a big deal for him to steal some more. It's just unknown what purposes the Incense God sect collects incense for. Miss Ning Xiang mentioned that significant events are about to occur in the capital city, but heading east, he likely won't be involved in those events anytime soon. Good. Too bad. If only the mystical energy in the Xuanju could be useful. Chen Sansi eyed the accumulating mystical energy inside and reminisced about the Red Eyebrow Army's formation. If used well, it would be an unexpected force. Unfortunately, pretending he couldn't understand the formation in the Heavenly Book, he was unable to practice it. He would have to improvise. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it really won't be his turn to do much. It seems the Eastern Territory alone has 2 martial saints, 4 or 5 in the profound image realm, and as many as 150,000 troops. With the eastern part being densely populated and additional people mobilized from the Central Plains area, it could be said to constitute 1/5 of Dasheng's power, with the remaining 4/5 having their uses and unable to be mobilized at will already the limit for the eastern parts. Early morning. Gu Xinlin pushed open the bedroom door, bringing a pure white robust robe as promised, wear the new war robe I made for you every time you go into battle. It fits well. Chen Sansi adjusted his robe. Sister Lan, let me comb your hair too. After a few more casual chats between the couple, Chen Sansi, donning armor and holding his spear, walked out of the courtyard, said quick farewells to everyone, and after reaching the doorway, he waved his hand. Kai Zun came understandingly to pick him up. He mounted his horse and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Mommy, Chen Yunxi whispered, is fighting really necessary? Mommy doesn't understand this either. Gu Xinlin, holding her daughter, said, no one wants to fight. Every time your daddy comes back from battle, he has to add many names to a register. Then Mommy is Qing country far away, Qing country. In Gu Zinlan's eyes, a faint and barely noticeable strangeness flashed as she gently stroked her daughter's head. Very far, military city. Zhao Kang Fengyang, Wu De Zhuangyi, your subordinate is here. You have half a day to say farewell to your families. As you command, Vice General Chen. Brother Chen, take us with you. Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, and Yan Changqing approached together. You three, Chen Sansi said, strictly speaking, from the perspective of position, you are not under my command. Back in Ming State, it was only temporary. Fighting alongside you is thrilling, said Lu Xiuhua, who usually didn't talk much, with simplicity and directness. Yes, Brother Chen, now that you are the assistant general and we're still 1,000 captains, you're considered our superior. Zai Sishu pleaded, please let us join you. With 20 people, you can't have that many military officers under your command, can you? Exactly, Brother Chen, added Yan Changqing. Following you would give me a chance to earn some achievements. General Chen, Bai Tingzhai, who had not been present just a moment before, rode over after hearing the news from somewhere. General, I'll be covering your rear. Chen Sansi surveyed them. Apart from Yan Changqing, the other three were still in the state of sinking formation death will, indeed a valuable addition. Since the transfer order did not restrict whom he could take with him, and after considering it for a moment, he nodded in agreement. All right, go and get ready. We depart this afternoon. The transfer order specified 3 days, but when it comes to war, the sooner the better. Not to mention, there were 3,000 soldiers of the Xuanjia army waiting for him to integrate and adapt to. Vice General Chen, you're leaving again, said Li Qianzong, who just happened to be passing by. I was hoping you'd join me on a visit to Xiaoyun Temple this afternoon. Oh, Chen Sansi asked, is there a problem? It's not good, replied Li Qianzong. It's about those 2 old Taoists from last time. They ran off, claiming they went wandering, but something feels off. They only returned a few days ago, right? It felt like they came back to grab something, then skipped town. Could it be evidence relating to the witch god sect? That's possible, said Chen Sansi, who knew they had come back for incense. I wish you a triumphant return, Vice General Chen. I'm off to patrol the city, said Li Qianzong as he bowed and left. Chen Sansi also mounted his white swan horse and headed towards seeking Immortal Tower. Through the back door, he took a familiar route to an incense-filled room and presented a box containing freshly preserved broken grass, sealed with a special clay, handing it over personally. I knew the general would be able to find it, said Ning Xiang upon opening the box. General, why have you come to me in armor today? And in such a hurry, too? Could it be that you are setting out on a campaign? With the current conflict in the east, could it be you're going to join the celebration? Chen Sansi did not deny. Miss Ning Xiang, if you come across iron material like last time, please help me collect some more. After all, it's not always possible to retrieve arrows. For an archer, arrows are like bullets to a gunman, the more, the better, never too many to carry. All right, I'll help you gather more information. Ning Xiang agreed as she accepted the broken grass. Coincidentally, General, where you're heading in the Eastern Territory is the most active area of the incense gods. Plus, given their recent unusual behavior, do be extra cautious. Incense God Sect. Chen Sansi inquired, could the lady know, does the incense God Sect possess any mystical skills? For instance, the lady can confuse people's minds with illusion techniques, so what mystical abilities might a disciple acquire after joining the sect? He had some connections with the incense God Sect already. It would be good to have some precautions in place if he encountered them in the future. Not everyone is capable of learning the ways of the sect, Ning Xiang explained. You might think collecting incense is easy, but actually its utility pales in comparison to spiritual energy. Gather it for a year or two, and it won't last long, since it is cultivated by forcing out of mortal flesh, and naturally cannot compare in quality to the spiritual energy naturally born from heaven and earth. Hence, the incense god sect gathers incense from all over, but the vast majority of their low-ranking followers do not qualify for training in their skills, just like Q something or other who died in prison. Chen Sansi nodded his head in understanding. He was well aware of the limited utility of incense. It burned at a rate many times faster than spirit sand, the incense power derived from mortals being too weak. Only by accumulating small amounts over time could it transform qualitatively. As for the rest, Ning Xiang reached out with a grape and brought it to the general's mouth. After confirming there was no issue, Chen Sansi opened his mouth and ate it. Again, our knowledge of the incense god sect is not comprehensive. We can be certain that the high-ranking members like the sect hierarch possess ways of initiation into the sect, but the rest, Ning Xiang played with his chin with her fingernail, are unworthy of the sect's ways. Over the centuries, Seeking Immortal Tower has had a few encounters with the higher-ups of the Incense Fire Divine sect. Those like squad leaders at most know a kind of body protection technique. How should I describe this technique? You could think of it as a protective gang chi. Some are not even as strong as true gang chi and might even be broken by the energy of a martial artist in the Meridian Passage realm, with the strength varying depending on how much incense they gather and their individual cultivation. Incense protection. Chen Sansi made a note of it in his mind. He pushed the woman's arm away. I have military duties to attend to, so I must take my leave. Seeking Immortal Tower was indeed useful. Many pieces of information were learned through their mouths. Moreover, if the incense god sect was rampant in the east, then it was likely he could collect quite an amount of incense along the way, which could be a good thing. Having quickly packed his belongings, Chen Sansi arrived at the gate of Liangzhu City. His 20 subordinates had long been waiting there. They needed to ride to Qing Prefecture under Liangzhu's administration and take the nearest grain transportation dock. Unlike the last departure, with its massive tens of thousands of soldiers and over 100,000 family members seeing them off, this time only a few dozen people came to send them off. Included among them was Marshal Saint Xiao Yujing, who had raised Lu Xiuhua like his own father. Goodbye then. Xiao Yujing's face looked grim. Recently more young martial artists have died in the city. Although you've enlisted, you are still part of our sect, and I'm quite worried about you. It might be better to accompany Mr. Chen on his journey for some experience. Master, Lu Xiuhua bowed. Take good care of yourself. Have you reached Meridian Passage? When Zhai suddenly appeared, looking at the young general with a cold voice, fine, you'd better die on the battlefield otherwise. With your current progress, it won't take you many years to reach Marshal Saint, and I will have to kill you. Then I'll try my best to come back and give Master Wen that opportunity, Chen Sansi said indifferently before leading the way into the wilderness, closely followed by the other 19 riders. Within moments, all that could be seen was a cloud of dust that looked like fog. Old Xiao, any clues lately? When Zhai's face was grim, these cultists are going too far. Xiao Yujing silently indicated his response. Where on earth are they hiding? When Zhai couldn't understand, even those who have reached Meridian Passage have started dying, which suggests their cultivation levels are not low and their numbers not few. How come we still can't find them? Plus, the city guard army has thousands patrolling and searching day and night, never stopping. Do you really think they want to find them? Xiao Yujing said slowly and deliberately. You. When Zhai was startled, do you mean the Liangzhu army is really in collusion with the witch god sect? I'm not certain whether they're colluding or not, Xiao Yujing narrowed his eyes, but I am certain that Sun Xiangzong knows something about the insider matters. That old fox, when Zhai cursed inwardly, we give him money when he asks for money, grain for grain, and most of the supplemental medicines come from us too. What more could he want that he doesn't care about our lives? Qing Prefecture. The dock. There was already a large ship moored here. The Tangshan River runs from south to north and is one of the great Shang dynasty's most important transportation routes. Chen Sansi led his subordinates aboard the ship. The destination didn't lack warhorses, so except for Kai and Zun, the rest of the horses were left at the post station in Qing Prefecture. Also, he encountered acquaintances. Cao Fan and Sha Wenlong were also there. Chen Sansi had heard that Cao Fan had submitted his resignation and was preparing to return to the capital city, but unexpectedly, he was also temporarily assigned to the Eastern Territory, leaving Chen a chance to take action. Furthermore, something was off. He noticed a strong presence of energy from the cabins where Cao Fan and others were, Marshal Saints, but this Marshal Saint was sneaking around, not showing his face openly. Pei Tianan, Chen Sansi silently speculated. There were only so many Marshal Saints in the north, unless his orders didn't include this assignment. Didn't we agree to return to the capital city? Cao Fan pondered. Why did the Ministry of War suddenly send us to the Eastern Territory? I think, Sha Wenlong speculated, it's to give the young master an opportunity to distinguish himself. This time, the battle in the Eastern Territory is highly significant, not just because of the control of 3 states, but also due to Ziwei Mountain and the temple's former site. Whoever manages to reclaim Ziwei Mountain and return the temple to its original location will be able to enjoy the honor of sharing the temple offerings. What an honor that would be. With Commander Meng in charge, how could it be our turn? Cao Fan analyzed, moreover. Why would Marquis Pei disguise himself as a guard to follow us? In a corner of the cabin, Pei Tianan laughed hearing this. Naturally, it's to protect young master in secret, so please don't spread the word. Is that so? Cao Fan didn't press further but felt something was amiss according to the capital city's official movements. He feared that after this war there could be major events brewing. Traveling south along the Tangshan River, the journey would take almost 2 months. Days on the ship were exceedingly dull. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear. Meridian Passage, entry level. Progress 255,500. Every day from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., Chen Sansi would rise and practice on the deck and would spend his afternoon concocting medicine. He was well prepared, having brought the mystic iron furnace from Liangzhu along with several horses full of medicinal ingredients to enhance his medical skill proficiency and also to quickly increase his subordinate strength. The incense is almost used up. In the cabin, Chen Sansi put away the xuanju. Let's see if there's a place to resupply. The journey was long. The big ship needed to restock regularly. At almost every large city, they would stop to allow people to get a breath of fresh air. The culture and customs varied as they continued south. At every stop during his free time, Chen Sansi started to study the disguise technique. He took out the herbs and other materials he had prepared in advance. After creating various disguising tools, he began changing his appearance, wanting to try one that was very different from his own. Lai Zai it is, choosing him served two purposes: a greater difference in appearance from Chen and the challenge of the disguise, which could help improve proficiency. Using a bronze mirror, he repeatedly worked on his transformation. He was familiar with the concocted herbs, so learning was not difficult, and his face became increasingly unfamiliar as he changed it until he was completely someone else. Skill, disguise technique entry level. Progress 0500. Utility, completely change appearance, voice to match. Directly reached entry level. With this, Chen Sansi could operate with more freedom when conducting his affairs. It's just that his weapons were too conspicuous. The long spear and big bow coupled with the Zhenyu sword made him easily recognizable. Fortunately, his saber technique had also reached the Meridian Passage realm, and he was prepared with the mystical weapon He Miao long sword, which was sufficient for impromptu assignments. Thump, thump, thump. The outside erupted with thunderous drum beats. Chen Sansi wiped off the makeup on his face, left the cabin, and came to the deck to check the source of the commotion. They had been sailing for more than a month. This place was in a narrower section of the Tangshan River, where one could clearly see thousands of common folks gathered on both banks. Among them, many strong men bared their upper bodies, wore red scarves on their heads, and held drums in their hands, forming orderly lines and stepping rhythmically in a dance-like manner, as if they were performing some sort of grand sacrificial ceremony. Tangshan Dragon King. Yan Chengqing explained, from the south to the north, the habits of the common people differ greatly. In the southeastern regions, because the people make a living from the waters of the Tangshan River, they especially worship the Dragon King. Tangshan Dragon King. Chen Sansi had read about it in books. Legend had it 10,000 years ago, a divine dragon fell from the sky, landed here, its body turning into the Yangtze River, and its spirit into a deity. Since then, life on the central plains began to flourish, and the population steadily grew. He looked ahead at the scene. Are these live humans being used for sacrificial offerings? On the riverbank, row after row of living people were bound, including young boys and girls, adolescent males and females, and there were plenty of adults too. The books I've read mentioned a grand sacrifice every 3 years, and each time there would be 9 boys and girls. Why are there so many people? That I don't know. Who cares? Yan Chengqing yawned. If they wish to sacrifice, let them be. Indeed. Chen Sansi said, if the people really were volunteering for the sacrifice, the government truly had no right to intervene unless there was something amiss. Linjiang Prefecture is a large place. Stretching lazily, Yan Chengqing added, we are stopping until tomorrow morning. Do you want to join us at the brothel to relax? This month on the ship has been unbearable, with bad food and poor sleep. Chen Sansi declined. You guys go ahead. Fine with Miss Ning Xiang, you naturally wouldn't care for ordinary rouge and powder. I'm going to seek my romantic adventure. Soon, the big ship docked. Yan Chengqing and others, including Zhao Kang, started to head into the city one after another looking for fun. Chen Sansi stayed in his room, quietly observing the movements of Cao Fan and others. With Pei Tianan always protecting them, there just wasn't an opportunity to act. Marshal Saint himself was their bodyguard, and even if one knew some spells, it probably wouldn't be of much use against him after all. He was the saint among men, not likely to succumb to even the lowest level of spells. This he could tell just from the first encounter with eldest brother by the Hong's River. In fact, a body of Marshal Saint was no longer human. It was just that Ning Chengqin's behavior had lowered the status of the term Marshal Saint in everyone's minds. Forget it. Once they reached the east, he refused to believe he wouldn't find an opportunity. Chen Sansi saw that they had no intention of disembarking, so he took advantage of the night to quietly go ashore under the concealing breath and hiding technique, and in a deserted place where nobody was around, changed his appearance, and transformed into the visage of Lai Zai, complete with a He Miao long sword on his waist, appearing entirely like a rogue from Jianghu. The entire East worshipped the Dragon King. Naturally, there were temples to the Dragon King. Before heading there, he had also inquired about the sacrificial rituals. Apparently, large-scale sacrifices had only begun a few years ago because the Dragon King had become angry, expressing dissatisfaction with the prior offerings. How exactly did the Dragon King express his anger? Chen Sansi, in Lai Zai's voice, asked a fisherman who had just finished work, tell me the details. Flood, a great flood happened 3 years ago. Putting down his bamboo basket, the fisherman spoke with a downcast expression. Since then, fishermen who went fishing began to disappear and die in large numbers. For a while, it made life difficult for many people. Later, the temple priest from the Dragon King temple said that we were being too stingy with the Dragon King, demanding we increase the number and frequency of sacrifices, and additionally to worship more. After we did as instructed, indeed, there has been no trouble on the river ever since. It's just, The number of people sacrificed is somewhat large. Each prefecture city needs to offer up hundreds of people every year. Last year, he choked up a bit, my daughter was thrown into the river too last year. Imitating Lai Zai's character, Chen Sansi raised his eyebrows and responded, what pretense? If you're so heartbroken, why did you still perform the sacrifice? We didn't volunteer. The fisherman replied in anguish, it's by rotation, and every village and neighborhood, both in and outside the city, has to offer people annually. When it's your turn, you must submit, otherwise you'll be beaten to death. Or if you're willing to give silver to the village head, you might postpone it. But us fishermen, we can barely feed a family of 5 all year round. Where could we find extra money? There's no bloody dragon king. Another fisherman who overheard chimed in angrily, in my opinion, it's water monkeys murdering people, not the dragon king's wrath at all. What the temple priest said is just swindling silver. You haven't seen how big his house in the city is. You mustn't talk nonsense. His companion quickly covered his mouth. If the temple priest hears this, he'll throw your son into the river to beg the dragon king's pardon. HMPH, have this for your troubles. Chen Sansi fished out a silver ingot from his waist and threw it to the fisherman who had responded. My son, your dad's here to save you. The ceremony hadn't ended, yet not far off was the altar. A man armed with a kitchen knife rushed forward but was quickly knocked to the ground. Clearly, not all the locals were willing participants. Chen Sansi gripped the hilt of his sword and left. To him, the whole affair seemed less like the Dragon King's wrath and more like someone stoking the incense offerings for their own gain, just as Ci Yun Temple used nourishing spirit soup to build its fame. At this point, he no longer doubted the existence of immortals or dragons in the world, and their presence didn't merit much surprise, however. What the laborer had said contained a clear logical flaw. The number of people sacrificed had been consistent for hundreds of years. If the Dragon King had been inclined to anger, it would have done so long ago. To confirm whether the situation was man-made, all that was needed was a visit to the Dragon King Temple. If any incense burner was found stealing the incense, it would undoubtedly be connected to the incense fire divine sect. Just as he had expected, the reality was as such. Inside the Dragon King Temple, in front of the Dragon King statue, an incense burner, almost identical to the one at Ci Yun Temple, emitted a hazy purple energy. Whenever a civilian came to worship, a wisp of incense would arise above their head, and the incense burner, like a mythical creature, would swallow it into its belly. The Dragon King himself, however, could only stare with eyes wide open like copper bells, unable to partake in the warmth. With this, the situation became very clear. The incense-fired divine sect killed the fishermen on purpose to create panic and attract incense to the Dragon King Temple. But what the massive sacrifices were for, that remained unknown. These incense. Chen Sansi did not act hastily, but instead, after completing his worship, he started to observe the surroundings near the Dragon King Temple. Dragon King Temple. Unlike Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries, which are owned by sects, these were often established spontaneously by local residents. In theory, there should only be 1 or 2 temple priests in charge of maintenance, but here. He roughly counted, and there were at least 30 people. However, most of them were ordinary folk without any cultivation, among whom 3 or 5 had refining internal, and the temple priest was a Hua Jin. He also didn't have the purple energy associated with incense in his body, likely a minor leader in the incense god sect. After Chen Sansi ascertained this, he left quietly without causing any disturbance. Only when the night was deep and quiet did he stealthily return. He took out the Xuanju in front of the incense burner, and just like last time at the Ci Yun Temple, he absorbed all the incense energy completely, without leaving a single wisp behind. Who is there? A call of reprimand sounded from behind. An incense fire sect follower who discovered the disturbance rushed over. The He Miao long sword at Chen Sansi's waist was drawn in an instant, and with one strike he split the intruder in half from cheek to core. Come quickly, people. Someone is sabotaging the incense. 5 or 6 followers with the skill of refining internal, including the Hua Jin temple priest who arrived, were no match for a Meridian Passage martial artist. Inside the Dragon King Temple, it was a flurry of blades and swords. A few breaths later, only lifeless bodies remained on the ground. The Hua Jin temple priest was also severely injured, lying on the ground. His face filled with horror as he crawled backwards, stopping only when he hit a wall. Trembling, he asked, Who are you? How do you know the incense technique? I am Zhang Laizai. Chen Sansi sneered, his thin voice echoing up to the heavens. Go tell your squad leader or sect hierarch that I, Laizai, can't stand the actions of your incense god sect. Today I act out of a sense of justice and will burn down your wretched temple. As he spoke, he kicked over the candlesticks, and soon the entire building was ablaze with roaring fire. Under the gazes of ordinary folks, Chen Sansi decapitated the temple priest with a single stroke, then quickly withdrew, blending into the darkness and disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Considering the situation in Liangzhu, much incense was being collected everywhere, and if action was to be taken, it needed to be soon, without delay. The fire soared into the sky, startling residents within dozens of miles into chaos. Even hundreds of members from the city guard army rushed out of the city to investigate. Following the death of the incense fire divine sect members, the unfinished sacrifice by the Tangshan River, without anyone to suppress it, had to be stopped. The blaze lasted until dawn began to break before it gradually subsided. Meanwhile, in a forest, squad leader, Ling Xuzi hurried back in a panic. "How's it going?" Yun Ozi, who had just rushed here from Liangzhu, asked anxiously, "Have you found out who did it?" "Zhang Lai," Ling Xuzi said, "last night, many people saw him when he killed. The incense stolen in Liangzhu last time must have been by this Lai Zai too." Lai Zai. Yun Ozi pondered deeply. Where did such a person come from all of a sudden? And the fact that he could take 3 months' worth of incense in such a short time shows that his proficiency in the incense technique is extremely deep. "Squad leader, what do we do now?" Ling Xuzi's face was grim. Clearly, he has been trailing us this whole way, and he will probably continue to snatch our incense. Even if we inform the local squads, it will take time. "It's too late," Yun Ozi said. "Get on the boat." "You mean?" Pei Tianan and the others are currently taking the water route to the Eastern Territory, and the boat is moored at the dock. We'll board directly. But Cao Fan still doesn't know. It doesn't matter. He is bound to find out sooner or later, and he's one of our own. All right, let's depart at once. Passenger ship, the sun rises in the east. Chen Sansi, looking like he had just woken up, came onto the deck to practice with his spear. Before long, Lu Xiuhua and the others had also come back one after another. "My lord, did you know about the incident last night? Some Jianghu hero set fire to the Dragon King Temple. I think his name was Lai Zai." Zhang Lai said the temple priest at the Dragon King Temple was impersonating someone from the incense fire divine sect, and they killed everyone cleanly. "Damn it," Su Bin rubbed his head. "Why does this name sound so familiar?" Wu De muttered, "Isn't there also a Lai Zai in Yambian village?" Shuangyi added, "Could it be? Lai Zai is a hidden master." "Stop talking nonsense. How could that be possible?" In fact, except for Zhao Kaio, who had stayed in Liangzhu to handle logistics, none of the others were from Yambian village, and even if they had heard of Lai Zai, they didn't know him. While they were discussing the fire at the Dragon King Temple, Chen Sansi noticed 2 people blending in with the crowd on the ship, heading straight for Cao Fan's cabin. On them flowed strands of purple mystical energy from the incense. Yun Ozi, Chen Sansi recognized them. These people. Why are they looking for Cao Fan? No wonder nothing much happened when they found the incense burner at Mr. Cao's place. The incense god sect, could they be the emperor's men, or do they have another backer? Gathering in the east, what are they planning to do? Crown Prince beside the emperor. In his younger years, Emperor Longking had many princes, like Prince Zhen Nan, who was a martial saint but obsessed with martial arts. To avoid getting involved in the whirlpool of court politics, he voluntarily asked to be stationed on the frontier. The other princes, such as the 4th prince, the 8th prince, and others, also held power within the court. But since the incense god sect approached Cao Fan, their intent was clear. There was also Pei Tianan, who seemed to belong to the Crown Prince's faction. The Crown Prince had been acting as a regent for 40 years. During these 40 years, Emperor Longking often went into seclusion, sometimes for up to half a year. The Crown Prince's influence had already spread far and wide across Dasheng, and it was feared that he controlled half the apparent military strength. It was said that since 10 days after Yunju, the old emperor had rarely gone into seclusion and seemed determined to rejuvenate the country, causing many officials in the court to be transferred. Moreover, Pei Tianan had not received any transfer orders but had secretly followed, a martial saint sneaking away from his post, which was hard not to associate with ulterior motives. However, the intelligence provided by seeking Immortal Tower clearly indicated that the Incense Fire Divine sect was making moves in the capital city. What were they doing heading to the east? Chen Sansi didn't continue to speculate blindly. After practicing his spear techniques, he returned to his private cabin, locked the door, and took out the Xuanzhu. He sensed briefly that the incense power he had gathered this time was substantial, but still not enough to cultivate to a small achievement. Could at most bring his proficiency to half. The power of ordinary people was truly too weak, not to mention that, like leeks, the incense god sect was always harvesting rather than accumulating. Regardless, it was still a good deed done. The Dragon King Temple was burned down, the sacrifices temporarily halted, and he had exposed the incense god sect to the world under the alias of Zhang Lai. They certainly would not dare to openly slaughter living people for sacrifices in Linjiang Prefecture now. Speaking of which, the usefulness of the disguise technique was indeed significant. In the future, as long as he could ensure his safe retreat, even using spells was not a big deal. After all, they could only look for Zhang Lai, not trace it back to him, Chen Sansi. Besides, not only had the amount of incense inside the Xuanzhu increased, the white Xuan Qi had also visibly increased, the principle of which he still didn't understand. What exactly is this energy, and how can it be collected? It would be great if it could be used in this eastern expedition. Cabin. Cao Fan quickly recognized the two people who barged into the room, dressed in coarse linen. You two, aren't you the newly arrived monks from Xia Yun Temple? Your Highness, do not be alarmed, Pei Tianan said amiably. One of us. One of us. Cao Fan frowned. Nonsense. Xia Yun Temple is suspected of colluding with the witch god sect. Yin Hanwen might have been killed by them. Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding, Yun Ziozi explained. Qiu Mingzi, the two of them, were indeed traitors within our ranks and did indeed have ties with the witch god sect. They deserved their deaths, but we, the Incense Fire Divine Sect, are staunch allies of your Highness. Allies. Initially confused, Cao Fan soon understood. Are you implying my father? Eunuch Feng, did you already know about this? Eunuch Feng and the others kept silent, seemingly affirming by default. Incense Fire Divine Sect, father. Cao Fan sorted through his thoughts, had suspicions, but did not dare to believe. His face showed alternating expressions of realization, and after a long time he finally said in a grave tone, I understand now. In the blink of an eye, another year-end approached. Dasheng's climate in the southeast was relatively warm, and even in the winter it was not exceedingly cold. Chen Sansi stood on the deck, looking toward the rising red sun in the east, and exhaled a murky breath. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Meridian Passage entry level. Progress 418, 500. Mastering the Meridian Passage was not far off. Time really flies fast. He still remembered when he was in Po Yang County, worrying about beginning bone training, yet now he had already mastered Meridian Passage. Advancing further into the profound image realm, he would truly be one of the top figures in martial arts, capable of standing his ground alone, not just him, in these 2 months. 5 of his subordinates had achieved refining internal, and 3 of them were promising newcomers, specifically Wu De, Zhuangyi, and Wang Li. On the battlefield, they could finally ensure their own safety with their strengths. The proficiency in medical skill had also seen a significant increase. Skill, medical skill, mortal small achievement. Progress 780 to 2000. Merely at a small achievement, he could reach the level of an alchemy master. The effects would definitely be better after achieving great success. We're almost there, the military officer in charge of steering said. In no more than 2 hours, we shall enter the dock of Tongnan Prefecture. Everyone please prepare in advance. Tongnan Prefecture, located on the boundary of the Eastern Territory, was not currently at the front line, because the front had moved to Lai State. Tongnan Prefecture served as a restocking granary and was also the training ground where Chen Sansi was to receive 3,000 soldiers of the Xuanjia army. Su Wen, the map, Chen Sansi instinctively called out. After nobody responded, he realized belatedly that the old scholar had long been away from his side. Sire, the map. Bai Thingzhe appeared at his call. Sire, let me help you strategize. You, Chen Sansi declined. We're almost at our destination. Better get ready to disembark. Throughout this journey, he hadn't found another chance to steal incense. Every time Yun Ziozi and his companion disembarked, Pei Tianan would also follow, almost confirming that the incense god sex backer was indeed the crown prince. Unexpectedly, while Emperor Longqing cultivated immortal law, his son was also secretly involved in the incense fire divine Dao, and there was a 90% chance he was personally cultivating it, though how far he had advanced was unknown. One colluded with the witch god sect to massacre a city. A sacrifice of living people to the incense god sect. Is this the Cao family's doing? What a great Sheng dynasty. Before this, Chen Sansi actually heard relatively positive evaluations about the crown prince, who has been diligently overseeing state affairs for 40 years, playing the role of a repairman. Yet the deeds he has accomplished are no different from his father's, this time. Incense Fire Divine Sect along the way harvested an abundance of offerings, giving off an impatient feeling, seemingly eager to uproot the chives completely. It is unknown what significant urgent matter they have encountered that needs to be dealt with. The Cao family's dispute is none of his concern. He only hopes it won't affect the battle he is about to fight. The ship began to slow down, finally docking at the busy wharf. A figure in a light blue gown, sitting in a wheelchair, was particularly eye-catching. There was no Su Wenkai, but his 4th senior brother was present. Senior brother, Chen Sansi greeted with a fist and palm salute, then naturally began pushing the wheelchair. Junior brother, you become even stronger after more than a year of absence. Fang Qingyan chatted. How is it going? I heard you now have both a son and a daughter. Yes, I gained a daughter while at war in Ming State. Chen Sansi asked, "What about Master? Why has there been no word from him?" "He's gone to make preparations for the 8 camps. No, I should say the 12 camps now." Fang Qingyan said eagerly, "How about it? I have prepared the maps. Shall we discuss the current situation, just the two of us? Let me, as your senior brother, witness the genius who commanded the 4 crossings of the Hong's River. Senior brother flatters me, I was just lucky." Guided by a scholar, Chen Sansi arrived at a large residence within the city. Inside the hall, sand tables and maps were already prepared. Without any superfluous words, they went straight to the point. Qing country. When the 4 factions of the grassland aren't united, it is the strongest nation aside from the great Shang dynasty. Officially, they have 6 martial saints and a total of 600,000 troops. However, 2 years ago, they had a coup d'etat, and overnight 3 martial saints were killed, greatly reducing the number of high-realm martial artists. This time, they originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Ming state to act, but ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Fang Qingyan had already marked the map 2 months ago. Prince Tang of Dongqing Country, leading an army of 180,000, stationed in Lai State, was disastrously defeated by Mengquiji, losing 70,000 men in battle and having 20,000 captured. Now the remaining 90,000 troops of Dongqing are scattered along 1,000 miles of front in Lai State, unable to form a cohesive front. Among them, 50,000 elite troops are trapped inside Yongle Prefecture City. For the moment, the situation is at a stalemate. Chen Sansi nodded. If I remember correctly, Yongle Prefecture was the capital of the former Yan, and almost became the capital of the great Shang dynasty when the nation was founded, but for some reason, it was moved to Chang'an later. Yongle Prefecture is also known as one of the 5 most impregnable cities in the world. With 50,000 elite troops inside, plus a martial saint, a strong assault would undoubtedly result in a tremendous loss. The best method would be to maintain the current situation and continue the siege until their supplies are exhausted. How long would it take? 6 months. Fang Qingyan pointed at the city. Yongle Prefecture itself is East Qing border's #1 granary, enough to feed 50,000 elite troops for half a year. I agree with junior brother, the best strategy is to continue the siege. Only after Lai State falls can we enter Lingzhou and reclaim Ziwei Mountain. Our forces at the front are still quite strained after all. We're facing an army of 180,000. Though in pieces, they still add up to nearly 100,000 in number, just segmented into chunks. 6 months won't do, that's too long. Chen Sansi looked towards the south on the map, continuing to drag this out. The situation may become disadvantageous for us. We need to find a way to fight a quick battle and resolve it swiftly. Otherwise, if enemy reinforcements arrive, the worst-case scenario might lead to a complete waste of previous efforts. Senior brother, do you know the composition of the enemy army? Of course, Fang Qingyan explained slowly. The 50,000 elites trapped in Yongle Prefecture are experienced veterans. The rest are mostly garrison soldiers drafted from various places in Qing country or local troops. I've seen it with my own eyes. Even though they have high-level generals, the majority of their men are at the level of second-rate garrison troops of the great Shang dynasty. With an empire of over 250 years, decay was inevitable. The combat effectiveness and will to fight of the garrison troops are probably not high. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten to this state in such a short time. If that's the case, Chen Sansi pondered, there's a high probability they will surrender. They must have reasons for resisting until now. It seems junior brother has a plan already. Fang Qingyan said, you have 1 month to integrate with the Black Armor Army bestowed by His Majesty. In a month's time, we will formally enter the Lai State battlefield and head to Yongle Prefecture to await orders. After a preliminary analysis of the situation, they went to the military camp of the Tongnan Prefecture Command. The rest of the subordinates were also there. In the martial arts arena, a densely packed sea of fully armored elites. Upon seeing Chen Sansi, they all knelt on one knee in unison. Greetings, General Chen. Chen Sansi took the roster and quickly familiarized himself with it. The 3,000 captains were at the Hua Jin Perfection, approaching Meridian Passage, high-realm martial artists, as expected of the elite Black Armor Army. Cao Fan and others were at another martial arts arena. Their 5,000 Hu Ben army soldiers, the trusted aides of the Crown Prince, the elite of the elite, were now led by 2 profound image realm generals, one being Kui Kenji and the other Sha Wenlong. Furthermore, there were another 20,000 Hu Ben army soldiers at the main frontline, led by Marshal Saint Fan Tianfa, joining Mengquiji to attack Yongle Prefecture, along with Pei Tianan, who had come secretly. That is to say, in the Eastern Territory now, the Crown Prince has 2 elite troops totaling 20,000, along with 2 martial saints and an unknown number of mysterious phenomenons. Among the rest of the various troops, there might also be people belonging to the Crown Prince, but their specific identities and numbers are unknown. After the assembly of the 5,000 Hu Ben army troops was complete, They rushed to the front line under the leadership of Kui Kenji that very afternoon, and 2 followers of the incense-fire divine sect also vanished without a trace. According to the information we have, their first target is to attack Jiaotong Prefecture, the second largest city in Lai State. Chen Sansi and the Xuanjia army, on the other hand, will have to remain in Tongnan Prefecture for a period of time to conduct drills and coordination exercises. Junior brother Fang Qingyan spoke, "I arrived earlier than you, and in order to reduce the time you spend on drills, I took the liberty of practicing some of the formations from the Heavenly Book in advance." Heavenly Book, Chen Sansi asked, could it be His Majesty? Yes, Fang Qingyan took out a prepared book. His Majesty had the Heavenly Book translated for me, and then put it to use in military formations. I have also tried practicing them, and indeed the formations within are very profound. They seem to have a subtle way of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. It's just that something seems to be missing. Perhaps only the so-called select of immortals can truly recreate the momentum of the Red Eyebrow Army's great victory. Senior brother, actually. Just as Chen Sansi began to speak, he was interrupted by Fang Qingyan. Junior brother, you don't have to tell me everything. Everyone has their secrets, which is very normal. As long as the Heavenly Book seen by His Majesty is real, that's enough. Chen Sansi and Fang Qingyan shared a tacit understanding and did not delve deeper into the discussion. Then I will start the drills. He scattered the 20 followers he had brought and integrated them into the different units of the Xuanjia army, then began to devote time to practicing the formations from the Heavenly Book. Due to time constraints, and with exactly 3,000 troops, they mainly practiced charge formations and guerrilla tactics. One was called the Jiaxiao Heavenly Soldiers Formation, and the other was called the Luo Heaven Ghost Mist Formation. Among them, the Jiaxiao Heavenly Soldiers Formation was the strongest formation they practiced, and it was also the one they mainly practiced. It had been used during the great victory of the Red Eyebrow Army. This was an unexpected joy for Chen Sansi. After the emperor put the military tactics from the Heavenly Book into use, the Xuanju could finally come into play. Junior brother, this. Fang Qingyan sat in a high place, looking down at the formation below and couldn't help but lean forward slightly. Your way of training soldiers is no less than mine, and with the addition of this white horse, you might have even surpassed me. Such a complex formation, yet you were able to fully master it in such a short period. It's really quite. Senior brother, you flatter me. It's mainly due to Kaiyan Zun's role. Chen Sansi looked at the white swan horse running through the battle formation, feeling that it saved time and effort. If Su Wenkai had not been away, he could completely hand over the reins and devote all his time to cultivation. Skill, commanding soldiers' small achievement. Progress 1825-2000. The skill of commanding soldiers was also nearing a breakthrough, the originally scheduled 1-month drill time. In actuality, after just 20 days, Chen Sansi fully mastered the control of these 3,000 elite Xuanjia troops. There is a difference between making a name for oneself as a fledgling and training troops with fame. If this were before, it would have been impossible to control these proud and fierce soldiers without at least half a year's time. However, after the 4 crossings of Hong's River, the name Chen Sansi became universally known and recognized. The 3,000 captains within the Xuanjia army were Xia Kong, Xiao Zheng, and Yu Jike, among whom Xia Kong also possessed the body of an innate martial saint, and having practiced martial arts for only 4 years, was on the verge of entering the Meridian Passage realm, destined to become a great general. These 3 men, upon initially seeing Chen Sansi's youthful face, had some difficulty in relating it to the 4 crossings of Hong's River during the first 2 days, even doubting whether it was true. But after spending some time together, they became completely convinced. This was mainly because for thousands of years, history had never recorded such a young commander. Not even Sun Xiangzong was this famous for martial arts when he was young, only starting his military career after 25. After the troops were fully prepared, a group of more than 10,000 set out for the front line, Yongle Prefecture. War is not only brutal but also incredibly tedious. Especially during prolonged stalemates, the soldiers responsible for besieging a city have to endure the wind and sun, rain and lightning, freezing cold or scorching heat. Just stabilizing morale and keeping the army's heart steady is a significant challenge. This is also one of the reasons why various surprise tactics documented in history could be effective. Humans are not machines. They do feel exhaustion. They can become slack. Facing one of the top 5 impregnable cities in the world, Yongle Prefecture, a large army of 80,000 had early on built camps by felling trees and setting up barracks 40 li away from the city, which also formed makeshift towns, thoroughly encircling Yongle Prefecture city. The soldiers drilled day and night, their lives orderly, as if they were not out besieging, but rather in their own hometowns. These details clearly showed Meng Qiji's high level of military governance. Fang Qingyan spoke, "Junior brother, do you have any understanding of Marquis Meng?" Since I'm coming here, of course, I've made special inquiries. Chen Sansi nodded. Meng Dashui is also one of the most famous fierce generals of the Great Shang dynasty. He started out in the Jinni Guard and climbed his way to the position of Marquis in just 20 years. His military strategy primarily focuses on stability. Throughout the career of Marquis Meng, there has never been a record of winning with fewer troops or achieving victory with surprise strategies. It's always a steady outcome. However, as the saying goes, a good warrior holds no notable achievements. The higher the capabilities demonstrated by such individuals, the more dangerous they are, since they never suffer a major defeat. As long as there is no massive rout, there always lies the chance for a turnaround. Take, for instance, this campaign against Qing country, advancing the battle line all the way to the residences of Lai State, cutting off supply routes, and besieging the Qing army of 100,000 in the surface. The tactics might not seem particularly striking, with only 2 words on the battle report great victory. Such individuals, actually, are far more terrifying than Dong and his likes. You indeed understand the details well, said the younger disciple. The main intention Fang Qingyun had when bringing up this subject was to see if the other party would become arrogant and complacent due to repeated military achievements. Now it seemed such worry was entirely unnecessary. Clash, clash, the sound of armor colliding rang out. Inside the central army tent, several generals, surrounded by attendants, steadily approached them. The leader among them was none other than the 3 armies' grand marshal of this campaign against Qing, Meng Quiji. General Fang, good to see you unharmed. Good to see you unharmed. This subordinate, Chen Sansi, has come to report. Chen Sansi saluted with a fist. I have seen Meng Dashui, so you are Chen Sansi. Meng Quiji, admiring the young man before him, didn't hide the appreciation on his face and patted his shoulder. At last, I meet the prodigy who entered the military books at 18, for all the military families in the world to study. Your arrival is timely. I will immediately order the news of your arrival in the Eastern Territory to be spread out, to further pressurize the trapped Qing army at Yongyue Prefecture. Indeed. Vice Commander Zhan Taoming spoke. Mr. Chen's arrival is also beneficial for us to analyze the current situation. The 2 commanders praise me too highly, said Chen Sansi. I am merely an assistant general, here just to await orders, Chen Sansi stated. There's no need to be so modest. General Fang, General Chen, please. Meng Quiji's mood was uplifted. With Phoenix, Chen Sansi here, our chances of winning have instantly increased by another 20% within the central army tent. A group of senior generals exchanged information and discussed the current situation. Chen Sansi was the only assistant general. Vice General Chen, Meng Quiji spoke. Jiatong Prefecture has sent a letter saying they are short of hands. I am prepping to send you to assist Qi Kenji, Sha Wenlong, and others in continuing to forcibly attack Jiatong Prefecture. What are your thoughts on this, Sha Wenlong? Chen Sansi sneered internally. This one-eyed fool, he probably wants to use me as cannon fodder. Typical never-dying greed. If it weren't for Pei Tianan's secret protection, their lives would have been taken long ago. And setting aside personal grievances, forcefully attacking Jiatong Prefecture was an unfeasible tactic. Don't hold back. Meng Quiji began, in all great battles, Chen Sansi's opinions need to be absorbed. This is the imperial edict His Majesty issued from the imperial palace, and it's your privilege, so feel free to speak frankly. 2 martial saints and several mysterious phenomenon levels. At this moment, all their focus was on an assistant general within the Meridian Passage realm. They were also curious. This general who, with merely over 1,000 remnants, had decisively defeated a 20,000-strong barbarian army, and after leading the people across the river, crossed Hong's 4 times, was he truly worthy of his reputation or not? Then I shall speak forthrightly, Chen Sansi began, clasping his fists. It's inappropriate. Oh, what exactly is inappropriate? Meng Quiji pointed to the city on the sand table and spoke with confidence. According to previous plans, surrounding but not attacking would take at least 6 months to exhaust the provisions in Yongyue Prefecture, which is too long. Not to mention that Qing country is mobilizing military forces from other states, and it's likely that Nansu country has also made movements. Half a year is enough time for too many changes to occur, and the best way to speed this up is only to shorten the battle line and concentrate as many troops as possible in Yongyue Prefecture for a fierce attack, regardless of the cost. And the problem also arises here. Currently my army of over 100,000, in order to divide the battlefield and prevent Qing's forces from linking up, is spread across a 900-li battle line, each besieging cities stuck in a stalemate. Among them, Jiatong Prefecture is the second granary of Lai State, too close to Yongyue Prefecture to let go, drawing in a large amount of our troops. Now Qi Kenji, Sha Wenlong, 2 mysterious phenomenon realm individuals, along with 30,000 troops, are all here. The city's defense army only has 9,000, but their defending general, Deng Feng, is invincibly brave, supported fully by over 100,000 civilians, and after more than 40 days, it still hasn't fallen. If we can't take this city, we won't be able to free up the 30,000 elite troops to attack Yongyue Prefecture, and prolonging this situation will gradually turn it unfavorable for us. Therefore, I thought of sending you, Vice General Chen, to Jiatong Prefecture. Taking Jiatong one day earlier could increase our strength outside Yongyue Prefecture by that much, Meng Dashui explained. Indeed, Hu Ben Army Commander Fan Tianfa said in a deep voice. Vice General Chen, you should proceed quickly. It's of great significance that taking Jiatong Prefecture would also count as your major accomplishment. No, it won't work, Chen Sansi decisively retorted. Let alone sending 3,000, even if another 10,000 were dispatched, Jiatong Prefecture could not possibly be taken in a short period. He paused, then suddenly raised his voice. I have a strategy that can subdue the enemy without fighting, without spending a single soldier or a pawn, making all enemies other than those at Yongyue Prefecture surrender at the mere sight of our forces. Without spending a single soldier or a pawn, make them surrender at the mere sight. Meng Quiji, half doubtful, half intrigued, urged, quick, share your thoughts. Chen Sansi asked, Commander Meng, have we ever slaughtered a city before? Meng Quiji answered candidly, we have slaughtered around 7 or 8 cities. At the beginning, when we were attacking the border areas, we had a bitter victory near Leshan Prefecture. The troops needed rewards and a release for their frustration, so I didn't stop them, massacring a city. In ancient battlefields, it was a common occurrence, especially against foreign enemies. Slaughtering a city was a means to boost morale and deter the enemy. For the vast majority of soldiers, they fight to win rewards, to get promoted and become rich. If after risking their lives they don't reap enough benefits, discontent is inevitable, and soon they won't see the meaning in fighting to the death. That's right, which is what incited the desperate resistance of over 100,000 civilians, because they knew that once the city fell, it wouldn't be just the defenders dying, but their own people as well, said Chen Sansi. So I would trouble Meng Dashui to relay the order, refrain from massacres from now on. The soldiers' rewards should preferably come from the court. Do you foresee any difficulties with this? No problem, we were only intimidating a few cities that were stubbornly resisting anyway. Meng Quiji agreed immediately. If we truly reclaim the land of the 3 states, then these people naturally become the citizens of Dasheng. If we kill them all, we would only be left with dead land. I will issue the command at once, no more massacres. General Chen, are you planning to persuade the defenders inside Jiatong Prefecture to surrender? Exactly. Chen Sansi didn't deny it. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Next is to disrupt their alliances, followed by attacking their army, and the last resort is to besiege their cities. If we can convince the defenders inside to surrender, we could not only reduce Dasheng's losses, but also save time and seize a precious opportunity. Mr. Chen, do you think we haven't tried? Said Hu Ben Army Commander Fan Tianfa, the martial saint. Before the hostilities even began, we repeatedly urged their surrender, even offering the rank of Earl, but that person is stubborn and tough. After the defeat at Wushan Mountain, his army of 30,000 was reduced to a little over 1,000, yet he managed to break out and has been steadfastly defending Jiatong Prefecture ever since. It could be said that Deng Feng is utterly loyal to Qing country. Even if he dies on the city walls, he would never surrender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held on until now. General Fan is wrong there. Sometimes whether a city surrenders is not for the main general to decide alone. Chen Sansi spoke calmly, presenting his thoughts. As long as the will to resist among the civilians inside the city is lost, the 8,000 defenders will hardly find the conviction to continue holding on. These civilians include the families of the local garrison soldiers, just like back then at Poyang. The brothers risked their lives to escort the civilians across the river not out of selflessness, but because their own families were ahead. Conversely, if they could ensure the safety of their families, the will to resist would be greatly diminished, especially now with the enemy at the gates and no hope in sight. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, objected Deputy General Zhan Taoming. Just with words, you can make them believe and then open the gates and surrender. Of course not, which is why we need to show them, said Chen Sansi. For example, by releasing surrendered soldiers. Release the surrendered soldiers. That might not be appropriate. Fan Tianfa's brows knitted together. The civilians of Qing country may be spared the death penalty, but if we release the captives, wouldn't that be the same as allowing tigers back into the mountains? Meng Quiji raised his hand to signal for him to stop, not rushing to argue, but instead asked patiently, how many do you plan to release? Chen Sansi uttered 2 words, all of them. That is a bit absurd, Meng Quiji rejected calmly. These 20,000 surrendered soldiers could eventually be assimilated into Dasheng's population, something we've earned at great cost. If we let them go so easily, wouldn't the previous battles have been fought in vain? Yes, indeed, Fan Tianfa seemed somewhat disappointed as he said, Vice General Chen, your 4 crossings of Hungs was indeed a stroke of brilliance, but not all battles can be won by taking shortcuts. Sometimes you must fight tough battles. In my opinion, let's not waste time discussing this further. You should lead your troops to Jiatong Prefecture post-haste, which could also relieve some pressure on Kui Kenji and the others. Even if we have to pay a price, as long as we can capture Jiatong Prefecture, it won't be a loss. The rest of the generals also seemed to agree. They thought it was some kind of earth-shattering strategy. Chen Sansi could only give advice, he didn't have the final say in decisions. Releasing 20,000 captives was indeed an outlandish idea, but he thought it was truly feasible. I agree with Vice General Chen's view. A clear voice rang out, Fang Qingyan taking over the conversation. As far as I know, these 20,000 are not elite troops, but merely local garrison soldiers with little will to fight. After being captured, their minds are focused solely on survival. Assimilating them as our own would probably take 2 years, which is of no help to the current battle situation and would just add to the consumption of provisions. Moreover, Vice General Chen's intention isn't really to release the tiger back into the mountain, he continued. To the north, there is a treacherous path called Ghost Gate Canyon, extremely narrow and allowing only 2 people to walk side by side. Once inside, there's no turning back, leaving no possibility for a counterattack. Beyond the canyon, it's thousands of miles from where any remaining Qing country forces could regroup. It would take at least half a year to reintegrate these forces, which to us is no different from them being dead. But for the defending Qing country soldiers in other cities, it represents the only hope of survival. With hope, they will no longer fight like cornered beasts. Gentlemen, you must understand that before any battle commences, the actual objective of our side must be clarified, and our main objective this time is only one. That is to devour the 50,000 elite troops in the prince inside Yongyue Prefecture. The rest do not matter as long as they are gone. Daqing will lose its hold on the border and be forced to abandon the 3 prefectures. Vice General Chen, I'm right, aren't I? Chen Sansi agreed. What General Fang has said matches exactly with what I had in mind. Waging war is not about slaughter, but about achieving strategic objectives. Whether to slaughter or to be humane must be decided based on the current situation, adopting whichever strategy will lead to victory. Even General Fang thinks it's feasible. Meng Kuji began to hesitate. Clearly, in the military, experience is the real voice of authority. He pondered, but no matter what, allowing so many surrendered soldiers to return is still a huge loss. It's best if Meng Dashui does as recommended. Fang Qingyan's attitude was firm. If this plan fails, sending the Xuanjia army to Jiatong Prefecture can still be done later. As for the loss of releasing 20,000 surrendered soldiers, I will bear it alone. I will write a petition to His Majesty. Good. With General Fang saying this, if I still hesitate, indeed it would seem overly cautious. Let's proceed as Vice General Chen suggested. Meng Kuji finally made the decision. Pass down my commander's order, keep the generals above, refining internal level and send the rest of the surrendered soldiers to Ghost Gate Canyon in batches, no more than 500 each time. Also, assign people to guard the canyon well. Vice General Chen, do you have any other requests? I want temporary command and deployment authority over all the forces, except those at Yongyue Prefecture. Chen Sansi bowed with his hands clasped. This was necessary. Otherwise, while he was persuading a surrender at one location, another might still be attacking or sacking a city, easily leading to mishaps. Very well, I grant you this authority. Meng Kuji readily agreed, then stressed, but Mr. Chen, you should understand that no jokes in the military is an essential rule, right? I am willing to receive the military order, Chen Sansi added, but the matter of releasing the prisoners must be expedited. If my predictions are correct, reinforcements from Nangsu country are about to arrive. Indeed, Meng Kuji said that is what concerns me the most. Currently, the great Sheng dynasty is prevailing, but once the reinforcements from Nangsu arrive, the situation will immediately become severe. Nangsu sending troops was a given, inevitable for everyone. Yongyue Prefecture. Report, Prince, the Sheng dynasty has sent more troops. What's the rush? King Tang Li Gong, while cutting a steaming leg of lamb with a dagger, asked leisurely how many. 8,000 Hu Ben army plus 3,000 Xuanjia army. The deputy general said with a worried expression. Among them, the Xuanjia army is led by Chen Sansi, who has crossed the Hong's River 4 times. Upon hearing this name, Li Gong's action of cutting meat noticeably paused. Then he said indifferently, "Do not panic. This person is most likely sent here to share in the merits and then rise in rank. The current situation in Lai State, his presence or absence makes no difference. Prince," the deputy general sighed, "His Majesty was very critical of us this time. He disagreed with our dispatch of troops initially. It's clear His Majesty is too conservative." Li Gong chewed on the lamb, speaking unhurriedly, "Do not panic. As long as we hold on for another 3 months, reinforcements from Daqing will continue to arrive, and the Nangsu army will also press up to Hulao. By then, Mengquiji and others naturally will have to retreat to the border, and that's when the real battle will begin. Try to notify all the other cities' defenders to hold their positions and await the opportune moment. Yes, Jiatong Prefecture. Brothers, my fellow countrymen. Once the soldiers of the Shang dynasty break through, they will massacre the city, sparing no man, woman, or child. Gihai, Lianshui, and Jingu states are examples. They are no different from the barbarians of the grassland. So if you want to live, all of you, come and help me defend. Crack. Defending General Deng Feng's Azure Dragon Crescent broadsword roared downward, chopping off half of the body of the attacking Shang general and ending a round of brutal assault and defense. The forces outside the city retreated 10 miles, not daring to attack recklessly anymore. Outside the city, Qi Kenji, Sha Wenlong, and others led the Hu Ben army to temporarily retreat to a camp 20 miles away. This Deng Feng is really formidable. Sha Wenlong planted his broadsword into the ground. Even when you and I joined hands, we still couldn't take him down. After all, he is a perfect, profound phenomenon. Qi Kenji said more calmly, let's regroup for half a day and then continue the attack. Generals. Cao Fan expressed his concern. Continuing the strong attack might also fail to take it down. We have no choice but to attack, Qi Kenji said. This is a mortal order from the Crown Prince, and there's a time limit. Let's wait for reinforcements, Sha Wenlong said. Chen Sansi still has 3,000 black armor troops. When the time comes, let his men take the lead, and with one push, we'll storm the city walls. I don't believe we can't take it. Hugh. Hai Dongqing brought news. How so? Sha Wenlong asked. How long till they arrive? No need to wait. Qi Kenji, holding a letter, said solemnly, he's not coming. How dare he disobey orders? Sha Wenlong furiously said, last time it must have been Yu Song who covered for him. Who can cover for him this time? Fang Qingyun, no, it's not disobedience. He's not only not disobeyed, but he has ordered all of us not to continue the attack. Is General Qi joking? Sha Wenlong perplexedly said, he's just an assistant general. On what grounds does he order us? See for yourself. Qi Kenji said angrily, the commander Mengquiji has decreed that he is now the commander over everyone except those in Yangyue Prefecture. What? Sha Wenlong snatched the letter, scoffing, so that's what's going on. He received a military order to make Jiatong surrender within 2 months, such grand claims. Cao Fan also took it and read it himself, anxiously saying, this man wouldn't make empty boasts if he wasn't sure. I don't believe it. Qi Kenji pointed his blood-stained broadsword toward the city wall. Deng Feng is unparalleled in courage. Is he going to come out and surrender? Actually, I don't believe it either. Cao Fan gave a bitter smile, but he calls himself Chen Sansi. This, Sha Wenlong also hesitated to make further assertions, clearly remembering the lessons from last time. You're both overthinking it, Qi Kenji sneered. There's a time limit on the military order. Within 2 months, he orders Deng Feng to open the city gates and surrender. I really want to see what he will do when Deng Feng doesn't surrender. Jiatong defending Commander Deng Feng, perfect, profound phenomenon. Fang Qingyan held the latest intelligence. This person was originally the governor of Lai State, very well reputed locally, known as Deng Qingshan, but he's extremely loyal to Qing country. Convincing him to open the city gates for surrender is still difficult. But since my junior dares to say it, he must have his plans, just let him do it. It's not suitable for me to travel around, so I won't be a burden following you. Brother, farewell. Chen Sansi didn't delay. Leading 3,000 black armor troops, he headed directly towards the distance. Chen Sansi led the troops away, and after another 50 li, stopped at a crossroads on an official road in the wilderness. It slipped out so naturally that he found it hard to correct himself. Bring me the map. Who has a map? Quickly. Zhao Kang and the others searched, but there was no sound for a long time. My lord, I have one. Zia Kong was well prepared. He presented the map immediately, respectfully unfolding it in front of Chen Sansi. I have some humble thoughts. I wonder if I should speak. On the journey, he could tell the general wanted to call out for Mr. Wo Long, the esteemed Su, showing that the general lacked a right-hand man. He was ready to step in, hoping to learn more by the general's side in the future and become a trusted lineage. Chen Sansi looked at the map. Without raising his head, he responded, speak freely. Zia Kong bowed deeply. I believe that even if we release the surrendered soldiers, direct persuasion will still be ineffective. We must use force before virtue, take down a city first and then lead by action. The thought process is not wrong. Chen Sansi glanced at him. Continue. Encouraged, Zia Kong eagerly shared the analysis he had prepared in his mind. Inside Jiaotong Prefecture, there are still 8,000 soldiers defending. Among them, 2,000 are local garrison troops and 6,000 from elite camp soldiers called from other places. With the help of the civilians, a direct assault on Jiaotong is definitely not feasible. Therefore, I believe we should first attack Songlin Prefecture, which is closer to Jiaotong. The enemy's defense there is not strong. They've already been under siege for a long time. If we add 3,000 of the Xuanjia army to launch a fierce attack, there is a significant chance of taking it by force. Once Songlin Prefecture falls, it will naturally shake the morale in Jiaotong Prefecture, then we can persuade them to surrender. No, it's nowhere near enough. Chen Sansi rejected the idea, not to mention how great a cost that would be. Time is not something we can afford to waste, moreover. Do you know why we must capture Jiaotong Prefecture within 2 months? Besides the need for more troops to concentrate on attacking Yangyue Prefecture, I think. Zia Kong felt like he was taking an exam, answering seriously. In 2 months, reinforcements from Qing country could likely arrive, conservatively estimated at over 50,000. The best place to stop them would be 20 li outside Green Ridge Mountain, but that requires bypassing Jiaotong. If Jiaotong is not captured, it means leaving a knife behind on our flank, ready to strike at any moment. If you put it that way, our situation seems not as optimistic as we thought. His expression grew grave. If the Qing country reinforcements reach outside Green Ridge Mountain and we can't deploy enough soldiers to stop them, it means we may have to give up the attack on Yangyue Prefecture and choose another city to defend. In such a scenario, the situation would shift from the great Shang dynasty besieging the enemy to a stalemate between the two forces. The deadlocked situation that Qing country has in Lai State could all come back to life. And if we add the reinforcements from Nansu country that might appear outside Hulao at any time, all of the great Shang dynasty's efforts in Lai State could be wasted. Reclaiming the territory of the 3 states could become a pipe dream. To the side, the other 2,000 captains of the Xuanjia army, Zhao Zheng and Yu Jike, also listened with serious expressions. You few are still clear-headed. Chen Sansi continued, so what we have to do is race against time. Time is the essence of opportunity. The faster we deal with the soldiers and horses in each city, and gather the dispersed forces of our great Shang dynasty, the better prepared we will be to face the upcoming changes. The fastest way to capture a city is to make the enemy army open its gates and surrender. If fighting breaks out, even with the smallest city, it will cost us a lot of time and troops. On a front of nearly 1,000 li with so many cities, we simply cannot afford the accumulated time. One Songlin is not enough, one Jiaotong is not enough. What I want, aside from Yangyue Prefecture, is for all 36 prefectures within the territory of Lai State to surrender at the sight of my forces. All 36 prefectures surrendering at the sight. Zia Kong and the others exchanged looks, seemingly finding it hard to believe. Moreover, on the military order, they were only required to deal with Jiaotong Prefecture. Was it really necessary to go this far? Zhao Zheng expressed his doubt. My lord, if I may be bold, isn't the difficulty a bit too great? Yes, my lord, it's not that I doubt you, just. Yu Jike added, persuading 1 or 2 key cities to surrender is already an exceedingly difficult task, let alone convincing all 36 prefectures. It's almost impossible, isn't it? HMPH, making a fuss over nothing. Zhu Tong scornfully said, even I understand, do this first, then that, and it'll work out. Old Zhu, stop causing trouble. Zhuangyi pulled him aside, just listen to the general's speech and you know nothing. But the brothers from Po Yang were unfazed, as they had no doubt their general could achieve the strategic goals he had declared. Yu Jike, there's one thing you got wrong. Chen Sansi's gaze remained fixed on the map. Sometimes, the difficulty of persuading many cities in a state to submit is far less than persuading just 1 or 2 cities. This is called momentum. Some say that in war, deceit is key, others say authority is key, and still others say that the most important thing is to ensure a stable position for oneself, awaiting the enemy's defeat. But I say. He paused for emphasis, each word he spoke ringing out like a deep ringing bell. In war, momentum is everything. Momentum, perhaps. Zia Kong was momentarily dazed. They almost said in unison, clasping their hands in salute, please instruct us, sir. Everything under the heavens is merely a matter of momentum. Since joining the army, Chen Sansi had participated in numerous battles, big and small, gaining some insights. Sieging has the momentum of recklessness that fears not death. Defending has the momentum of preferring death over submission. Charging into formations entails the momentum of plunging in to seek death. Prevailing in battle, the momentum of being unstoppable. Similarly, collapse brings the momentum of a route spanning 1,000 miles. Even surrender carries the momentum of demoralization and submitting at the sight of the enemy. Once this momentum is formed, the enemy will act like a dog who lost its home, like a defeated rooster, with no more thoughts of resistance. They will only have one thought left, to surrender. What we need to do is to create the overwhelming momentum of surrender. Warfare is all about momentum. Zia Kong, still puzzled, asked, then sir, how shall we create this grand momentum next? 5 steps in total. This first step, I call it force surround with intentional flaws. Chen Sansi ordered, pass my command. Except for Yangyue Prefecture, all generals must immediately cease sieging and leave a small path open, allowing their scouts a route for mutual communication and intelligence transmission. Zia Kong, write down the exact words, then use the high donking to convey it to all units. This time, he used his 4th brother's high donking. move. The group proceeded at full speed, soon arriving at the nearest city holding surrendered soldiers. Military officers and array soldiers were detained separately. Among them, military officers with powers of refining internal and above were mostly controlled by piercing their scapula and other parts with mystical iron hooks to prevent any mishaps, but array soldiers did not need such measures. Array soldiers stripped off their armor, laid down their weapons, then scattered their organizational structure, and without a military officer leading them, they were as disorderly as ordinary people without a weapon in hand. Chen Sansi reined in his horse, raising the command token high, and shouted, "Who is the general in charge of watching over these surrendered soldiers here?" "General Chen." A vice-general, having received the instructions earlier, came out of the city to meet him. "I am Zhu Qi, in charge of overseeing these surrendered soldiers here. Does General Chen have any instructions?" Chen Sansi said indifferently, "The map." Zia Kong immediately complied. "And the writing materials," Chen Sansi added. "I deserve death. I should always have writing materials ready." Zia Kong hastily prepared them and then handed over a brush dipped in ink. Chen Sansi took the brush, outlined a route on the map, and commanded Vice-General Zhu, "When you release the surrendered soldiers, you must escort them exactly along this route I have drawn, distribute dry rations to them, and the more noise the better, these routes." Zhu Qi looked at the black lines. "Isn't this making them deliberately conspicuous?" "I understand General Chen's intention is to let everyone see that we are releasing the surrendered soldiers, thereby weakening the will of the defending troops in other cities." Chen Sansi nodded. "Besides this, select 2,000 surrendered soldiers with strong voices to keep for the time being, not to be released yet. They will be used for something else, strong voices." Zhu Qi did not understand the purpose of this arrangement, but he nodded and said, "I understand, General Chen. Rest assured, I will execute accurately, ensuring no mistakes occur. A mistake will cost you your head," Chen Sansi cautioned. "Understood." Zhu Qi turned and went to carry out the tasks. Chen Sansi, sitting high on his horse, announced, "Next comes the third step, Jiatong Prefecture, outside the city." Hui Kenji stared at the latest order for a long while without speaking. "General Kui," Sha Wenlong asked, "did that Chen issue us any new orders?" They, being main generals by rank, now had to wait daily for an assistant general's orders. "Yes," Hui Kenji said. "He ordered us to stop sieging and send a surrender letter daily, along with ceaseless shouting day and night. Furthermore, the troops outside the city must achieve an encirclement with one side open, allowing spies and scouts from inside Jiatong City to go out and gather intelligence." Ridiculous. Sha Wenlong truly could not comprehend. A siege battle demands extreme pressure, unsettling the enemy inside by cutting off their communication, which is the best way to apply pressure. Letting them out is giving them hope. The intelligence passed by one or two Black Hawks, after all, is limited, as only high-ranking officers can serve as recipients on the ground. More detailed intelligence, however, generally requires scouts to investigate. Locking every scout inside the city means that within the field of view of the city's garrison, besides a few places like Yongyue Prefecture, the rest is completely dark. But if you let the scouts out, this just makes sieging more challenging for us. Really reckless command. And there's no fear of actually letting them escape. Upon saying this, Sha Wenlong's eyes lit up. "I have an idea. Why not intentionally let some out, try to keep the losses within a certain range, and then say it was Chen's mistaken command, chop off his head? How about that?" "You're overthinking it," Kui Kenji scoffed. "Chen Sansi has ordered us to precisely control the gap, letting only scouts out, not the enemy. If someone manages to break out using this, he'll chop our heads off first. He wouldn't dare." "What wouldn't he dare? The commander has given the token. If you dare defy the order, even if he beheads you, you can't fight back." Kui Kenji discarded the letter. "General Sha, this task is entrusted to you." Disgusting. Sha Wenlong had no choice but to follow the orders. No matter what Chen Sansi is up to, as long as he can really force Deng Feng to surrender and leave the city, it can be considered a good thing. Let's not mention the demands of the incense fire divine sect on us, my father. Cao Fan pondered. It would be extremely beneficial for the entire Lai state. For one, Jiaotong Prefecture's geographical location is critical, related to the subsequent course of events. Secondly, Deng Feng has high prestige. Deng Qingshan, Mr. Deng of Sky's High and Rightiaus, these are all his nicknames. If such a man is willing to surrender, it will surely lead to many other cities surrendering as well. But the question is, how is he going to accomplish it? Nearly 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and we haven't seen a trace of him. Is 2 months' time really enough? Since giving up the competition for chief disciple, to his surprise, he found that his resentment towards Chen Sansi quickly diminished, replaced more by admiration. It's just that in the current situation, he really couldn't figure out what this guy was up to. Let's just do as he said. Hui Kenji said with repressed emotion, "After all, if it doesn't work and leads to any grave consequences due to missed opportunities in battle, It's not for you or me to be responsible. After all, it's not even 2 months. General Kui, Yun Zai Ozi, dressed into Sheng armor and disguised as an officer, stepped forward to remind, dragging this out is no solution. We must take down this city. Rest assured, Taoist priest. Hui Kanji stated, even if we cannot take the city, we will certainly handle the matters entrusted by the Crown Prince properly, without delay. I am merely reminding you. Yun Zai Ozi added, moreover, the place to decide the outcome should best be outside the capital city. That's hard to say now. Hui Kanji frowned and said, looking at the current situation, it's not certain we have a strong chance of reclaiming the 3 states. In any case, if things don't work out, we'll choose another time and place. All right then, Yun Zai Ozi said no more and quietly withdrew. Zhaotong Prefecture, inside the city. After enduring more than 40 days of brutal siege warfare, the city walls were scarred and bodies piled up like mountains. The soldiers and civilian workers alike were ragged and utterly exhausted, but on this day, everything ceased abruptly. The enemy army outside the city unexpectedly became quiet, leaving only 2 or 3 horse riders calling for surrender at the foot of the city walls, and the occasional arrow shot over the wall also carried letters of persuasion to surrender. People of Qing country and the Qing army inside the city, listen up. Open the city gates and surrender early to save your lives. Otherwise, once the city falls, not one will be left alive. Why insist on defending to the bitter end? You won't be getting any reinforcements. Atop the city wall, the civilian workers and soldiers, pausing their repair work during the lull in battle, were skeptical. Great General, the leading generals of Qing country reported, the Sheng dynasty's troops have all retreated into their camps and are laying low, indicating they will not continue the siege for the time being. Furthermore, the scouts we dispatched have finally broken through and will soon bring back news of the other cities nearby. Does this imply the enemy has let down their guard? Should we seize the opportunity to try and break out? Not possible. Deng Qingshan, the great general of Zhaotong Prefecture at the profound image realm of perfection, was personally moving boulders, calmly asserting this in Circle 3 Leave 1. Strategy is probably to lure us out, with ambushes sure to be waiting outside. Continue to defend the city. Mr. Deng, how much longer can we hold out? Yeah, how long will this go on? They say Yongyue Prefecture is also completely surrounded. Is Lai State done for? Alas, it's already January. In the blink of an eye, we have been away from home for several months, and to this day, we're still unable to send a single letter back. Yeah, the soldiers discussed amongst themselves with various opinions. The civilians within the city were equally suffering. Compared to the defending army, they were the ones who suffered the most deaths each day. My lord. Please tell us clearly, when will this end? Yes, how long before we can repel the enemy outside? My father's body fell from the city wall, and to this day, there's still no chance to collect his corpse. Boom. Deng Feng suddenly threw the massive stone he held, creating a thunderous sound, and he spoke with a powerful voice. You ask me how long we must defend. To tell you the truth, at least another 60 days. If you truly don't wish to continue defending, you may go open the gates and surrender. Go on, I won't stop you, as long as... He deliberately paused, then emphasized, you dare to believe the word of the Sheng people. The soldiers and civilians exchanged glances, speechless. Indeed, can one trust the word of the Sheng people? It was said that when they attacked the Leshan prefecture region, similar things were promised, yet everyone had seen for themselves the fate of the local people. An inferno on earth engulfed 5 prefectures. It seems you are not so foolish. Deng Feng ascended to a higher position and queried with his resonant and robust voice. Furthermore, consider this. The Sheng people have been besieging us for a month already, so why have they suddenly stopped now? Indeed, because they have realized they cannot take the city and have no choice but to give up. The letters of persuasion to surrender should not shake us but serve as evidence of their impending defeat. The general makes sense. The crowd had a moment of clarity. Their cessation demonstrates that they are scared. No wonder, they attacked like madmen before, and then suddenly they stopped. We mustn't fall for their trick once we open the gates. Those Sheng dogs will surely engage in frenzied retribution.